Being 11:04, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming consideration of motion M502, Georgian Bay Channel to Lock 45, Port Severn, in the name of Mr. Stanton.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta has 7 minutes left to conclude her remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to make it clear that I will be supporting this particular bill. The bill that talks about the need to look after our navigation channels, and this one specifically referring to the Trent Severn waterway at Port Severn. One of the key things, Mr. Speaker, that we've really got to look at is, for many parts of Canada, our waterways play a critical role, not only for tourism, but also for transportation of goods, and for leisure and many people living on many of our waterways. And I think it behooves the government that whenever we look at going into a region and looking at the kind of maintenance that is required, the desilting in this case, for example, we really do have to consult with environmentalists, the stakeholders, the business community, as well as the residences in those areas. And one of the key things that this government has an allergy to, as I have said many times, is meaningful consultation and then having transparency in how they proceed. And yet we're hearing from this community and those impacted by this particular waterway the critical need to maintain and the need for this government to invest in infrastructure. And I could talk for days about this government's abandonment of investment in infrastructure in a meaningful way. I look at my particular riding of Newton North Delta. We are in dire need of federal funds to invest in a public transit system because of the gridlock that we experience. Our bridges need upgrading. We have a tunnel that goes through under the Fraser that is in need of major work. So when I'm looking at all of this, the need to invest in infrastructure, I find the government lacking in that. But going back to the silting and deepening of the Trent Severn juncture that we're talking about here, I'm also reminded of the dire need to do that in my riding. The Fraser River is an amazing river, and I don't know if any of you have travelled down it as a tourist or have walked along it, but it's also what I call a working river. It's a working river, and it's a river that we see carrying goods out to the port. And it's a river that is in need of major desilting. And I know that the mayor from Delta and the mayor from Surrey have spoken on this issue to government of the major need to address looking after the infrastructure there and to take a look at our ports. When you look at the Fraser River and you look at what is transported down there, it's not just wood. We get some coal transported down there. We get goods that are being brought up the valley, also being transported along the river. And yet I have talked to the authorities who tell me that a major investment is required in an ongoing basis to look after the port and to make sure that transportation of goods can carry on in a productive way. But at the same time, the Fraser River is also one, that, as we all know, is a great attraction for fishing and for tourism as well. And for those particular aspects, we also need to take a look at what happens to a river as it enters the ocean, the silt that builds up, and how that river, in order to keep it functioning, both for tourism, for leisure activities, for fishing, and for it to be a working river to transport goods, how much investment we need to make in there. And, Mr. Speaker, those kind of investments require a federal government with a vision, and a federal government that is willing to consult with municipalities, with the business community, as well as with the residents around that area, and then going in there and putting resources in to look after the infrastructure that we need to so badly in this country. And we're not the only ones saying that, Mr. Speaker. You will get that from all kinds of people, and whether it's the environmentalists, whether it's the business community, whether it's citizens who live around that area. And we also have to take a look that for us in Canada, because we are so blessed with such amazing waterways, but we also, whether it's in BC, whether it's in Ontario, Quebec, coast to coast to coast, in many ways we are reliant on our waterways as a way of communication and keeping linkages for some of our communities. So that becomes really, really important. And at this stage, Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask you how much longer I have got to speak. Oh, is that all, Mr. Speaker? You know, sometimes time flies when you're having fun, and today must be one of those days. So the NDP absolutely supports responsible, and I want to stress that, Mr. Speaker. Investment in infrastructure shouldn't be just so that certain ministers can go into their ridings and make grandiose announcements. Serious investment in infrastructure should be taking a look at Canada as a whole, seeing where the gaps are, and then investing in that in a major way, whether it's in Montreal, whether it's in Vancouver, whether it's in Toronto. It should not matter. We need to see that kind of an investment. But as we're investing into infrastructure, we must also balance economic, environmental, social and legal concerns because, as you know, Mr. Speaker, some of our waterways are shared. We have international jurisdiction over some of those. But the number one thing for us right now, Mr. Speaker, is we need investment, because investment in infrastructure will boost the economy, will create jobs, and is good for every Canadian across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to rise in the House this morning to speak to this motion, Motion 502, which asks that the federal government invest a certain sum to improve the Trent Severn waterway. which is in the Great Lakes area. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the subject in general, the subject of our water resources, is something that I've been interested in for a very long time. And so I feel that this motion and the preparation for this debate this morning has allowed me to learn more about the region in question and about a waterway that I was only somewhat familiar with. And I've learned quite a bit in reading the speech given by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Simcoe North. And it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, because there are links between this waterway and my region. And in my riding, we have the St. Lawrence River and the Lachine Canal. And like the Trent-Severn Waterway, the Lachine Canal is a historic site in Canada. It is managed by Parks Canada. So there are some similarities between our regions. And the subject interests me not only because we're talking about our freshwater resources, but also because there is this clear link between these two historic waterways, the Lachine Canal and the Trent-Severn Waterway.
Water levels, whether they're high or low, are always a problem for those who live beside or use a particular waterway. I know this because my riding, as I just mentioned, is on a waterway. It's on the St. Lawrence River, and there are many marinas and sailing and boat clubs along the marina, along the waterway, along the St. Lawrence, and we can see from one year to the next the impacts of low water levels or high water levels, and of course low water levels are a problem for a number of reasons, because when water is shallow, there's greater sedimentation, which then requires dredging, which I know is the subject of this motion. But also, when the water levels are low, it's very hard for recreational boat owners to actually get out of the marina. Sometimes they just can't, they're unable to leave that space because of the physical limitations that come with lower water levels. And of course, we know that commercial shipping is also affected by low water levels because, there's usually not that much space between the bottom of a ship and the riverbed, and sometimes we're talking about 2 or 3 feet, even for the big, the Great Lakes, the big Great Lakes vessels, and so on. So I understand that my honourable members' attention to this issue, this very important issue, because I learned that this waterway, the Trent-Severn Waterway, which is quite long and of course includes some free-flowing parts, but also some parts that are built as canals, that this waterway is in great use. It has 160 dams, 44 locks, and there are 50,000 residences along the waterway. So I understand that it's a very important issue, and of course I support the request for a very modest sum of money, it sounds, from what I've read, to drag a portion of that waterway, that portion which is at Port Severn, and I believe there will be some blasting that is required, and of course that makes the project a little bit more expensive, I would imagine. Now, what we're talking about here is a particular, part of the waterway in a particular region, which is the Great Lakes region. But I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the issue of fluctuating and especially diminishing water levels in the Great Lakes in general. Now, what is causing those fluctuations? What is causing specifically the falling water levels? Well, there's 3 causes we know, and we learned this from the IJC's Upper Great Lakes study. You have, on the one hand, you have the dredging of the St. Clair River, which apparently is allowing more water to leave leave the upper Great Lakes, but also you have the shifting of the Earth crust, Mr. Speaker. The Ice Age compressed that part of the continent, and over time, the lake beds, if you will, are rising a little bit and tilting, and that is causing some water to flow out of the region. But also, you have the problem of climate change, which is leaving less ice cover in the winter, and there's more evaporation. So this is a broader issue. And I think the government's going to have to look at the issue in broader terms. I hope that the government listens to the honourable member from Simcoe North and does the work that he's asking. But I think we're going to have to look at the issue of falling Great Lakes water levels more broadly. And the government's going to have to make some investments. And the honourable member who spoke before me talked about infrastructure investments. And yes, I would have to agree. But there's other kinds of investments that the government will need to make, which I'd like to address a little later. So we've got a problem with climate change, and there is some uncertainty as to how climate change will impact the Great Lakes, Mr. Speaker, because we do know that climate change is going to cause less precipitation in some areas and more precipitation in other areas. But the problem around the Great Lakes is that we don't know if where the greater precipitation will occur, at what latitude. And this is an issue when you're talking about the Great Lakes, because the basin is so small relative to the surface water. It's not a huge basin where if it rains, far north, the water will still make its way into the lakes. No, there's a very small basin. So if the precipitation is above the lakes or below the lakes, that water won't necessarily make it to the lakes, and so we can't say with certainty how climate change will impact the water levels. But I think we have to assume that, or we have to plan for a worst case scenario. We have to plan for falling water levels because of the cost attendant, the attendant costs of lowering water levels. Now, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned before that there are other investments that need to be made above and beyond infrastructure investments, and I know that when the honourable member was talking about infrastructure investments that would be required, she's talking about big physical constructs, no doubt, that might better regulate water flows and so on and so forth. But there's a group called Great Lakes Our Water, GLOW. In Georgian Bay, because we're talking about Georgian Bay essentially here, a group called GLOW that has had a campaign, still has a campaign, though I'm told that part of its focus has now shifted to another problem in the area, which is an invasive species, a kind of reed that is just proliferating very quickly in Georgian Bay. But they do have a campaign called Stop the Drop. And I was speaking to GLOW's executive director, Colin Dobell, not long ago on the phone, and then I met him on Friday at the meeting of the Freshwater Alliance here in the region. Now, Stop the Drop is focusing on a technology that will allow us to better predict the impacts of changing water levels, in this case, of dropping water levels. And this is called LIDAR technology. And LIDAR technology is it's a radar technology, essentially, that allows us to construct integrated topographic bathymetric models to visualize the impacts of variable water levels. Typically, it's used to see how rising sea levels will impact on coastal areas, but it can be used to predict what the impact of dropping water levels will be. And it's very important that the government put some money into applying LIDAR in Georgian Bay so that the area can adapt to the impacts of climate change. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to speak in support of Motion 502, put forward by the member for Simcoe North. I'd like to begin by stating that I've known this member for Simcoe North for some time now, and have always found his actions on behalf of his constituency to be above reproach. Whether it was serving on committee with the member or watching him discharge his duties from the chair of the Speaker, he has always worked hard in this place for the constituents he represents. And I find his engagement on this specific issue, that of deepening and straightening the marine vessel navigation channel south of Port Severn, to be indicative of his work on such important causes. When one travels the 400 highway, the beautiful community of Port Severn is always a great destination to stop and take in one's surroundings. This lively community is really representative of all the great things Ontario's waterfront communities have to offer citizens and visiting tourists alike. Being from a community on the Great Lakes myself, I can speak to the overall importance of being so closely located to our incredible freshwater resources means to a community. Many day-to-day activities within such communities greatly involve the commerce centered on various marine-influenced industries. Boating and angling are two recreational pastimes that are very important to the over 50,000 residents who make up the Trent Severn Waterway. And of course, many more citizens enjoy other waterways across the province, considering that there are over 1 million lakes and rivers in Ontario. We're greatly blessed by such bountiful resources. Yet at the same time, management of the infrastructure on such waterways can present very serious challenges for policymakers. As a longtime municipal representative, acting in the capacities as mayor of a town and warden of a large county in southwestern Ontario, and now as a federal representative in this place for Sarnia-Lambton, I can speak to the necessity of proactive management of these waterways and the infrastructure located on them. I'd like to share with you my perspective on these issues and why I strongly support Motion 502. There are three important factors we must consider when we examine the issue of deepening and straightening an important and frequently traversed vessel navigation channel like we're discussing here today. The first issue to consider is the multitude of dynamics that form the foundational approach for waterway infrastructure management and help guide policymakers towards endorsing a decision to conduct certain types of rehabilitative work on a specific area of a waterway's vessel navigation channel. Secondly, we must consider the true economic impact of such a proposal. When conducting a cost-benefit analysis, it must be shown to be truly in the best interest of the community and impacted waterway, as well as the citizens and tourists who rely on these marine passageways in order for such a proposal to be considered truly economically viable. Lastly, we must consider the original objective of such waterways and how any proposed work to deepen or straighten a vessel navigation channel, for example, could possibly impact the use and nature of the waterway in question, and also how the original working conditions of such a channel may have become an issue with the natural passage of time. In this case, the waterway has become dangerous for larger vessels due to the presence of shoals and rocks in a very narrow channel passage. In terms of the foundation of waterway infrastructure management, I raise this issue first to ensure that it is well known that much deliberation goes into policy-making decisions that would impact our waterways. Those of us who live adjacent to the Great Lakes are well aware of the matter of water levels, both high and low levels, and what issues they can represent for our communities. The cyclical ups and downs of the Great Lakes had previously been on the downside for a period of many years, but over the past several months, we've seen a rebound in historical water levels. This is the type of issue that policymakers would examine as a potential factor in whether certain types of work, such as deepening a marine channel, could or should proceed. The reality is that regardless of water levels, considerations must be made as to the necessity of the work as it stands now, and considering the dangers to the passing boats through the channel area in question, it would seem that even with the rebound in water levels this past summer, that dangers still exist in this specific area. We must also examine the economic impact of such a proposal. In terms of the true economic impact of Motion 502, we should consider the overall value of the commercial and recreational boating and fishing industry, as well as the multitude of linked industries and businesses to these sectors. With recreational fishing's economic output measuring somewhere between $5 and $10 billion across the Great Lakes, and with the boating industry being even larger, there is no doubt as to the impact that these sectors have on the Ontario economy and also the overall economic well-being of Canada. My own community of Sarnia-Lambton greatly relies on boat traffic for tourism, and recreational and commercial fishing are important to the marine industry here as well, so I have a good understanding of these issues. I take further experience from my work on the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans, in which we've worked on issues of great importance to our shared Great Lakes resources, so I do understand these issues from an in-depth perspective. As the member for Simcoe North acknowledges, the issues impacting the channel near Port Severn are indeed causing operators of larger vessels, whether they be pleasure craft or commercially operated vessels, to reconsider traveling through that zone due to the danger posed by current conditions. This would obviously create an economic impact that should be considered. The member from Simcoe North alluded to these factors in his introductory speech in this place, where he acknowledged that 30-foot vessels were having difficulties navigating the shallow channel, and many were simply choosing to avoid traveling here altogether. From an economic perspective, this would place great stress on a smaller community such as Port Severn, given the importance that the associated revenues from the boating and angling industry would have for them. Numerous communities in Ontario have come to greatly rely on marine traffic to boost revenues from commerce across their entire communities. This is not unlike impacts that can occur in areas of my riding of Sarnia-Lambton, where we have water access along the St. Clair River and Lake Huron. The communities in this region also rely on the tourism dollars generated from these waterways, and ensuring that any boat can make berth is a crucial element to the economic fortunes of a community. Any issues relating to accessibility for boaters on waterways in my own riding are always of huge importance to my municipal stakeholders, and I've worked closely with them on issues related to various marine infrastructure rehabilitation projects in the past. Again, these are simple issues of basic marine infrastructure management, and a nation such as Canada, blessed with a vast amount of marine resources, has the ability to remedy such issues with efficiency and precision. The economic factor becomes even more of an issue when one considers the costs of damage to boats, whether recreational or commercial in nature, from passing through dangerous channels. If a pleasure craft operator damages an expensive boat, the repair costs would ultimately represent a financial drain that otherwise could have gone into other areas of the economy. If a commercial operator damages his craft, it could mean costly downtime for his business, laid-off workers, and expensive repair and insurance costs. The trickle-down effect from such an occurrence becomes rather drastic when you stop and think about it from the perspective of an operator of such a business enterprise. Lastly, let us look at the original objective of the waterway in question. Clearly, it was and remains a marvel of architecture, and Canada is a nation seen to have mastered the usage of canals and other marine infrastructure-oriented work in our short history. When originally built, the marine channel was quite suitable for vessels in operation at that time. Of course, that was almost 100 years ago. As members will understand, the technological advancements surrounding marine navigation have led to larger vessels that can travel further than ever before. Even more important to understand is that society has grown up along the waterways, and our communities on these waterways have come to greatly rely on the tourism aspect of boating and angling in these areas. Therefore, the channel that was appropriate for most marine traffic 100 years ago has now become crowded and, in fact, dangerous, based on the testimony we've heard from the member of Simcoe North, who has been well briefed on these issues relating to this specific waterway from his community stakeholders. This is commonplace in Canada, where we've tended to build infrastructure in historic spurts. Hence, it is not uncommon to see the need for rehabilitation and regenerative efforts in terms of repairing old and decaying marine infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I hereby express my strong support for what is proposed in M502 and would call on my colleagues on all sides of this House to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, to reprise the débat, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise to speak on M502. bill or motion put together by the member from Simcoe North. And I can say, Mr. Speaker, I shared a floor, an office floor with the member and know how hard he works and the diligence of his work, and praise him for actually bringing an issue before us that includes the Great Lakes. As critic for the Great Lakes for the NDP and Canada-U.S. border relations, I can tell you that the Great Lakes are going to frame much of our relationship with the United States for the next 10 years, whether it be on fresh water, whether it be on invasive species, whether it be pollution. There's going to be very much a lot of discourse, and there has been, and I'll highlight some of that in my speech. But I want to touch on 502 directly, specifically right now, because it is an important issue for that community, and it is an important issue that we have to look at with regards to infrastructure and with regards to planning and with regards to making sure that our natural resources, when they are affected, are going to be done so appropriately. And so 502 looks to study the Georgian Bay westerly limit of the Trent-Severn Waterway at Port Severn, a channel that is not living up to the needs of the current boating culture that wants to use and exercise the channel because it's too small. And so there's a number of challenges specifically that people need to know when we look at expanding this, is that it is currently rock-faced, has sharp turns in the channel, is narrow and not wide enough for vessels to pass each other, and is subjected to unexpected swift currents as well. And why these things are important is because of the tourism industry in particular, and also the boating culture that needs to use this facility, and it doesn't do itself any justice anymore. In fact, the Canadian Coast Guard also provides navigation devices and aids. So there has been some attempts to work with the current infrastructure, but it's so challenged that it does need a review, and it is hurting the economy and tourism in the region by deterring boaters from actually making use of the channel. And that is a loss to not only just that local community, but also in the entire Great Lakes. And this is one of the things I want to focus on, is the challenges in the Great Lakes, Mr. Speaker, are significant. And what we have done is propose a series of things that correlate to this. And it's about planning. It really is. It's about having a plan. And one of the first things to talk about is the lake water levels. We have a motion that we have tabled in the House of Commons that calls for a study of the lake water levels in the Great Lakes. We saw this last winter being a better winter for the Great Lakes, but prior to that, in a series of different years, we saw the lake water levels lowering, and that's actually helped hurt this facility as well too, in which 502 addresses. But the key thing is that we need planning. What we do is every year when the lake waters go down, a number of different communities scramble with different types of resolutions asking for federal funds and provincial funds to deal with dredging and other types of work. And there's a problem with that, Mr. Speaker, because we go from crisis to crisis as opposed to actually having a sustainable fund or a sustainable business plan to deal with the lake water levels rising and lowering, and then also understanding that when we do dredge, we can actually be disturbing some of the sediments and contamination in the actual sediments, and so we're conflicted in terms of how we can actually deal with that. And what we're proposing as New Democrats is that we study those levels, and then on top of that we create a business plan that comes into operation depending upon what takes place. And we have a natural ally in the International Joint Commission, the Binational Commission, which has done wonderful work for many, many decades and continues to do some really good work on a series of different things that could really be an asset so that, say, for example, if lake water levels go down again this year, we identify the number of communities that are affected by, say, for example, maybe a couple of centimeters or 3 centimeters. We know those target spots and those organizations and those municipalities and also the different docks and the different types of even cottages and other types of regions where they can be honed in on in terms of having to deal with those problems, as opposed to just waiting for them to respond to us out of emergency and crisis. And so we're hoping that that actually gets passed. because it's not only just that, Mr. Speaker, it's also about our economy. Obviously, the shipping community has to deal with it as well, too, and it depends upon the types of aggregate that's coming and going into our different ports, and what type of construction is actually taking place infrastructure-wise across Ontario, Quebec, and other parts of Canada that use the Great Lakes as a shipping and movement distribution vehicle to get those materials to those projects. So again, it's about having a business plan to deal with this, and if we're more efficient there, even in terms of our economy with regards to our shipping on an economic sense, is also going to help us environmentally, because again, we'll know what the consequences when we take actions are going to be. And there's a couple other things that we've pushed forward that are really important to note on the Great Lakes, Mr. Speaker. In the transition that's taking place, there's an issue with regards to microplastics right now. We've had some good meetings with the industry. Microplastics and microbeads, if you're not aware, Mr. Speaker, are in a lot of things like toothpaste, you know, your hair shampoo and conditioner, and they're little plastic beads that are added because the other types of material that was used was more, I guess, rough on the skin. So consumers like the microbeads because it makes it feel smooth, and when you use it in toothpaste, you don't have the roughness in your mouth. But the problem, though, Mr. Speaker, is that they then end up going down the drain into our municipal water treatment systems, even when they get through there, and they get up into the Great Lakes. And then they get in the Great Lakes, there's a couple of consequences. The first one is that sometimes the fish and other wildlife mistake them for algae, and they digest and eat these. And so then they become part of the food chain when later on, if you're fishing in the Great Lakes, you get to have that as part of your experience of fishing. Or alternatively, which I wasn't aware of until we started doing some research on this, is some of the microplastics wash up in the sands in the shoreline, and because they're plastic, they have a different, they become like a heating source with the sun and the warmth on them, and they can change the ecosystem of the beach and other areas that are affected. And so there's a campaign to ban the microbeads. Some industry leaders have been really good on this, and I think that there's some change there. And I know it's affected Canada-U.S. relations, Mr. Speaker, because Illinois has passed a resolution, as well as New York, and they're defining what is an actual size and shape and what could be in and what shouldn't be in. And I know a lot of states are, and members of Congress and Senate are concerned about this issue, and they're looking for a Canada-U.S. solution. The industry is, and they're open to that. So I'm hoping the government actually takes some initiative on this, because there seems to be some positive will to move forward on this. And so we're researching right now. I'm actually meeting with some groups this afternoon about the issue, because there's alternatives that can be in those types of consumer products that will not provide the environmental and the damage, whether it be to the beaches, the shores, or obviously the wildlife that is there. And they can be actually natural remedies, Mr. Speaker. So these are things that actually could even be beneficial for our economy, because they could be things that are manufactured that are, they break down, and they're good for the environment. I only have a minute to go, Mr. Speaker. Real quickly, I do want to touch on a couple other issues just briefly to say that, the importance of this motion and other issues in the Great Lakes. There's the issue in Kincardine right now, where they want to build a deep repository for nuclear waste, which is, we're fighting against that, Mr. Speaker. We believe it's wrong and hope this government does something about it. It is hurting Canada-U.S. relations, because the U.S. has legislation you can't have nuclear waste stored within 10 miles of the Great Lakes, and we're trying to put it within 1 kilometer. And then lastly, Mr. Speaker, when we look at invasive carp, I tabled a bill here last week on invasive carp getting into Canada. We're calling on this government to let the CBSA officers of this country stop and refuse fish that come in, the invasive carp, that are not eviscerated or cut and gutted. Because if they get into our lakes and our inland water systems, they're going to have a significant impact on loss of fisheries, because these are invasive species that should be stopped, and the government can do it at no cost.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Seeing none, the honourable member for Simcoe North will have his 5 minutes of reply.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank all honourable members who have participated in this debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Transport and the member for Essex,
Which is East York, the member for Ottawa South, Newton North Delta, la députée de Lac
the Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis,
and Windsor West. I thank each of them for their compliments of my work on this motion and for their support of the motion. Mr. Speaker, it was clear through the comments that we heard on this particular question, this motion, that there are a number of different questions and concerns that arise out of any debate that involves not only our important Canadian waterways, but in this case the Great Lakes. Those members of Parliament that we heard from, many of whom take their economic means and much of their local enterprise is derived from things like recreational boating and all of the things that come from that, from retail to services to marinas, all of the important economic interests that are affected when we clear up impediments like this canal at Port Severn. As you heard, Mr. Speaker, this is a beautiful part of our country. We do everything we can to attract recreational boaters and tourists for a whole host of reasons to experience the wonders of Georgian Bay and the inland waterway that stretches from Lake Ontario all the way up to Georgian Bay and Lake Huron. This is what connects much of that summer season commerce, and we know we want to just keep that going strong. So that's what the direction is, and if I could just finish off to somewhat encapsulate what we heard, a quote from the lockmaster at Lock 45, the immediate lock there, who was there for more than a decade, and his family has been there for generations, and he summed it up this way. Very frustrating for the boater, as for myself, the lockmaster, and staff, because they thought it was our problem. The years passed and water got lower and lower, the problem magnified. Boats had problems going downstream. With any current, they were on the rock shoal. Boats couldn't meet under the bridge. The boats from 36 feet and upwards started avoiding the locks because of the dangerous and unsafe area. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly the precise direction of this motion, is to address that particular issue. Once again, I thank all honourable members for their support of the motion, and I look forward to seeing it pass should the members consider it that way. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Order. L'ordre. The question is as follows. La question est la suivante. Mr. Stanton, seconded by Mr. Preston, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should consider the advisability of measures to deepen and strengthen the vessel navigation channel which provides access between Georgian Bay and the western limit of the Trent-Severn waterway at Port Severn. Fait-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Agreed? Carried. I declare the motion carried. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded... Given the time, I will declare that the House will stand suspended for 14 minutes. Order. L'ordre. Orders of the day.
Consideration of government business number 13, military contribution against ISIL.
The motion is as follows. Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. Nicholson, moves that this House, 1, recognize that the leadership of the terrorist group known as the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, ISIL, has called on its members to target Canada and Canadians at home and abroad.
2, further recognize the clear and direct threat that ISIL poses to the people of the region, including members of vulnerable religious and ethnic minority groups who have been subjected to a sustained campaign of brutal sexual violence, murder, and barbaric intimidation by ISIL.
Except that unless confronted with strong and direct force, the threat ISIL poses to international peace and security, including to Canadian communities, will continue to grow.
4, affirm Canada's desire, consistent with Canadian values and interests, to protect the vulnerable and innocent civilians of the region, including through urgent humanitarian assistance.
Acknowledge the request from the government of Iraq for military support against ISIL from members of the international community, including from the government of Canada. 6,
further acknowledge the participation of Canada's friends and allies, including numerous countries of the Middle East, in the broad international coalition committed to the fight against ISIL.
Note that the United Nations Security Council has become seized of the threat posed by international terrorism with the unanimous passage of United Nations Security Council Resolution 2178, and accordingly, A, support the government's decision to contribute Canadian military assets to the fight against ISIL and terrorists allied with ISIL, including airstrike capability for a period of up to 6 months. B, note that the Government of Canada will not deploy troops in ground combat operations. And C, continue to offer its resolute and wholehearted support to the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces who stand on guard for all of us. Débat, the Honourable Foreign Affairs Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to open the debate on such an important issue for Canadians and for global security. It is right that all sides of this House have the opportunity to make their voice heard. That's why I travelled to Iraq with opposition critics last month. That's why we called the committee back early, before Parliament was sitting, to discuss the deployment of military advisors. That's why the government supported an emergency debate on the second day of this parliamentary session. And that's why we have tabled this motion to debate a new phase of operations. There are significant questions, not just of process, but of principle, at stake here in the House today. So let us focus on the issues at hand with the seriousness that Canadians rightly expect. I will defer to my colleagues on some of the details of different aspects. The Minister of National Defence will speak to the military mission. But let me be very upfront about the key facts off the top. How long this operation will last? 6 months. How many CF-18s? 6. How many other planes? 1 refueling aircraft, 2 surveillance aircraft. How many supporting crew members in a neighbouring country? 600. Because we are asking our brave men and women to fly over the skies of Iraq and confront a new generation of terrorism, a terrorist threat that has directly targeted our country. I hope we can draw a line under debating the debate. The government has agreed on its intention. The Prime Minister has articulated clearly the direction he intends to lead. How many military advisors? Up to 69, aiding and advising those who will confront ISIL forces. The motion before the House is very clear about what we're doing, and it is just as clear about what we're not doing. It also sets out the clear purpose of the mission. At every step of the way, I've wanted Canada to show a strong and united front in the fight against ISIL. It saddens me that it appears that this will not happen. I think it is fair to say that all sides of the House have, at times, been known to produce more heat than light. But this issue is much bigger than that. This House is bigger than that. And, Mr. Speaker, Canada is bigger than that. We have heard those words in this chamber before, that a big country doesn't need small thinking, that we must think big for who we are and what the promise of our people holds for the future. As a former distinguished member of this House, Bob Rae, said, this is not about peace versus war. This is about the collective capacity of governments and international institutions to deal effectively with the perpetrators of violence. By now, everyone is familiar with ISIL's brutal methods. This is not just another conflict. The struggle is not against a state or even a foreign dictator. This is a struggle against a group of terrorists that rape and pillage and slaughter anything and anyone that stands in their way. These terrorists are creating a proto-state, a place where they can train for attacks against Canada and the West, where brave and idealistic people like Alan Henning are beheaded on camera, a humanitarian worker, where women and girls are auctioned in slave markets, where the heads of minorities are mounted on spikes in town squares, where the medieval arrogantly confronts the civilized. On Friday, I read an account from a shopkeeper in the Kurdish town of Makmur. We had to leave, he said. We were so nervous because everybody knew that ISIL had killed everyone they found in some small towns. Those people claim to be Muslims, but they have no religion except killing. That is their belief. With the support from airstrikes by the Obama administration, this man's town was recently taken back from ISIL's grip. He then said, I know all about what Canada's doing. It'll be very good what the Canadians will soon do in Iraq. This supportive message has been echoed by my counterpart in the Kurdish regional government. Nous ne pouvons prédire l'avenir.
We cannot predict the future, but we can be conscious of the current situation. Just 3 years ago, Al-Qaeda in Iraq was dealt with, and now their successor is controlling a lot of area and a lot of resources, creating conditions for launching sophisticated attacks outside of the country. Last weekend, we heard of a pact between the Taliban in Pakistan and ISIL. We must attack this pact, and with reason. The new government has clearly asked that we come and help them.
Our government recognizes the multi-pronged nature of this crisis. As we attempt to halt ISIL's advance, no one has read the many stories or heard some of the stories for themselves in Iraq, can forget about the human cost of their merciless march. The scale of the humanitarian crisis is truly hard to comprehend. To get a sense of the scale of this human tragedy, imagine if more than the entire population of Montreal, every single Montrealer, had to flee their home in terror. That's 1.8 million people. That's women, children, and the elderly, and targeted religious minorities. Canada has been quick to respond to this unfolding crisis with practical support. We are already the 7th biggest donor in the world, and the head of the United Nations Assistance Mission in Iraq has praised Canada's cooperation. I would like to focus on one element of this challenge today, one that has had far too little attention so far. As a new report by the United Nations has described, ISIL's brutality is matched only by its depravity. In one case over the summer, they herded up 150 women and girls, mostly Christians and Yazidis, and sent them to Syria to be given to ISIL fighters, either as a reward or to be sold as sex slaves. Iraqi forces capturing towns from ISIL have reported finding naked women tied to trees. Sexual violence and conflict is a despicable crime that targets the most vulnerable. This is an issue that Canada has been taking a lead role in and will continue to in the upcoming weeks and months. We must ensure that the women and girls who suffer at the hands of ISIL are never far from our minds. We will ensure that their protection is central to the efforts of the United Nations and G7 through initiatives on women, peace, and security. Canada will support a specialized expert on sexual violence against women to be part of the Human Rights Council's mission to Iraq. And I can announce today that we will contribute up to $5 million to help victims of sexual violence in Iraq get the assistance and the treatment that they need. We will contribute another $5 million to partners, including Justice Rapid Response, a Canadian-created initiative to investigate and prosecute crimes of sexual violence in ISIL-held territory. We are also partnering with the United Kingdom Foreign and Commonwealth Office and my former colleague William Hague, who has taken up this important cause, to find ways of taking this commitment further on the ground. And this is something that I have personally worked on in recent years. When you look at a humanitarian crisis of this size, there is always more that can be done. But I think we can all be proud of how much Canada is doing in this regard. That said, we must be careful not to draw a line between security and humanitarian assistance. That is not a false distinction. It is a dangerous one. It is not either or. Sending someone a doctor, lawyer, or aid worker is great, but it's not going to stop people they're trying to help from getting slaughtered in the first place, and from this humanitarian crisis growing. When your house is on fire, you have to call the firefighters as well as an ambulance. Major Mariam al-Mansouri knows this. She is a fighter pilot for the United Arab Emirates, helping to strike against the same terrorists who are raping and murdering countless other women. Ultimately, this comes down to what kind of nation we see ourselves as. And, as the recent beheadings have reminded us, we cannot stand by as international humanitarian workers are themselves at risk of being slaughtered. You cannot confront a network of death, as President Obama calls it, solely armed with bandages, platitudes, and investigations. Do we stand with close allies like the United States, the United Kingdom, France, nations like Belgium, Denmark, and the Netherlands, Arab friends like Jordan and the United Arab Emirates? Or do we stand aside as they put themselves in the line? Mr. Speaker, Canada is better than that. As I have repeatedly said, I believe the fight against terrorism is the struggle that will define our generation. That doesn't mean this mission will last a generation, as one of my friends opposite has said. But I believe we will be judged in future by whether we took on this fight or ducked it. Just think for a moment what could happen if we don't act. When I sing, "We stand on guard for thee," and maybe I don't sing it very well, but I mean it well enough. I mean it as a citizen, and I mean it as a member of Parliament who sees this as the highest responsibility we have to our constituents. If we don't deal with ISIL and its ilk, they will deal with us. Anyone who accepts the premise that ISIL is a threat to our security while leaving the fight against ISIL to others is abrogating their moral responsibility and their duty of care.
That's right.
Now, if you are an out-and-about pacifist, I can respectfully disagree with that. But if you do believe that in the realities of this world, military actions is sometimes one of the necessary courses to take, then let's have a serious debate. I was glad to see that the House gave time for the member for Saanich Gulf Islands on Friday. Her argument was more principled than political, based on the belief that military action is wrong and counterproductive. That view may not be right, but it is sincere. Others seem to be grasping for any reason, though, not to support Canada's mission. Some in this House have questioned what our most elite soldiers could possibly teach Iraqi or Kurdish forces. They have questioned the effectiveness and honour of the Royal Canadian Air Force. They have deflected by pointing at other concerning situations in the world. At the end of the day, we know that pedantry is easier than principle. It's easy to make excuses than to take responsibilities. And it's easier to criticize the risks of action if you are not held accountable for the risks of inaction. But any government or aspiring government should be held to a higher standard than that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe Canada should be held to a higher standard than that. To quote, leadership is not about making the easy decision that goes along with things. It's about taking a stand with our values and our principles. That was not the Prime Minister. It was my friend, the leader of the Liberal Party, who said those words a week ago. And I invite members of his party to reflect on them today. The member for Papineau likes to talk authoritatively about the way Canada is supposed to do things. Well, Mr. Speaker, throughout history, my Canada has done its part in defending the ideals and values that have made our country the envy of the world. My Canada heeds the call. My Canada protects the vulnerable. It challenges the aggressor. My Canada doesn't leave all the heavy lifting to others. We pick up our tools and we get on with what needs to be done. There was a time when the Liberal Party believed in that. Mr. Speaker, the dark clouds of terror are gathering in Iraq and Syria, threatening to strike the thunder from India to Spain. We must not let this storm descend on Canada, and we know that it will left unchecked. When terrorism is thrust upon us, we must be strong in its face and repudiate it with every ounce of our ability. These terrorists stretch their delusional fantasies across generations and across borders. I urge us to come together in solidarity with those who are being victimized and brutalized, to come together in solidarity with those who are standing up against this terrible, barbaric threat. As you consider whether to support this motion or not, I encourage all members to ask yourself, what would you say to that Kurdish shopkeeper? What would you say to the women and girls fearing that ISIL will come for them next? What would you say to that fighter pilot looking for a wingman? So yes, let's debate what needs to be done, but let's be Parliament at its best. Let's be Canada at its best. Mr. Speaker, I encourage and urge all members to support this motion before the House.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his intervention, and I want to acknowledge that he has taken us up on our ask for protection of those who are victimized by sexual violence, and I appreciate that. We appreciate it on this side. We've been asking that for months, and it should be acknowledged. But I have to comment on the Minister's notes in his speech and also what wasn't in his speech. And that is that the announcement he's making today, the idea of robust humanitarian support to save lives, which we were hoping could have been started a month ago, wasn't in the motion. and in fact was a reference in the Prime Minister's speech. But what was in the Prime Minister's speech, what was in the motion, were doors open that we are very concerned about. And I want to have his response on the two concerns we have here. The first is the door opening, explicitly door opening to potential bombing in Syria, where our allies have explicitly closed that door. Why is that? Why will we do any trucker trade with Bashar al-Assad, who has done such heinous, horrible things to his people? And secondly, why no definition as to the territory in which these airstrikes will happen, which is related to my first question. These are important issues. They are not defined in the motion and are one of the reasons why we can't support the government.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of women and peace and security, of gender-based violence and conflict, of rape as a weapon of war, has been one with which Canada has been working on for a number of years, particularly with the leadership of William Hague in the United Kingdom. We have been there financially. We have been there in terms of justice. We have been there and will continue to be there, and that's why it was an important part of my remarks. I want to deal directly, though, with the issue of Syria. Number one, this government is no friend of Assad. We've been very clear on that. This government is also the only major Western country who two and a half years ago didn't recognize the opposition in Syria as the sole and legitimate representative of the Syrian people. We took that position at first because we feared would there be a place in a pluralistic Syria for minorities. And we feared that there might be a small number of radicals and extremists in the opposition. Those fears, unfortunately, were well-founded. The opposition has become infected with radical extremists, including ISIL and the al-Nusra brigades. So Canada doesn't support Assad. We don't support his opposition either. And when they want to commit war crimes, we will stand up and speak ardently against them. What we've said in the motion is that we will not intervene in Syria unless the government there agrees to do that. We will confine this mission to Iraq. We've been very clear on that about what we're doing and what we're not doing. And that's tremendously important that be before this House.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Papineau.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Minister for his words and also thank him for quoting me both accurately and in context, which is always nice to hear in this place. The question I have goes to what happened in the run-up to the current 30-day mission, or the 30-day mission that just ended. In the end of August and early September, I actually had the opportunity to speak with the Minister on multiple occasions about the intention and the shape of this 30-day mission, which was a non-combat advisory mission where we were still sending troops into the area. And the Liberal Party was happy to support this concrete action that would help in the fight against ISIS. One of the commitments made by the government around that 30-day mission was that they would assess the effectiveness and the results of that 30-day mission. Can the Honourable Minister please share with us the results of that assessment of how effective our 30-day mission was?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my friend from Papineau for his thoughtful, balanced remarks. I think the Minister of National Defence, who will be speaking in this place shortly, would be best to answer the assessment of the Canadian Forces, as he's the minister responsible. There is no doubt the Kurdish Peshmerga forces are very battle-tested, but they're battle-tested in the mountains, not on a more conventional war with a front line. And there is no doubt that they need support, advice, counsel, and that's exactly what the government committed to. We did have a challenge with the previous Iraqi government in getting them into field as quickly as we'd like. The good news is that Iraq has a more inclusive government today, one that's working with the Kurdish and the Sunni populations, which we didn't have at the outset of that deployment, but I will allow my colleague, the Minister of National Defence, to speak to the issue with which he questions.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for his speech and for his leadership on Canada's response to the threat of ISIL. Now, some members of the opposition and some commentators in the media have raised questions about the legal basis for Canada's involvement in a military mission in Iraq. I wonder if the Minister could address those issues for us. Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, the Parliamentary Secretary, for the question. The democratically elected government of Iraq has asked the world for their assistance and have asked Canada to participate. This initiative has obviously been before the United Nations Security Council, where the Prime Minister showed great leadership by speaking, as I did, to a previous Security Council meeting in the last 2 weeks. So there's, it obviously has the blessing of both the UN Security Council for Iraq and the government of Iraq. We don't have any legal authorization in Syria, as despicable as the political leadership is in Syria. The motion before Parliament, obviously, we don't have any legal basis at this stage for that effort.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his intervention here today. But I want to raise one question about some of the remarks the Minister made here just now in answer to the Parliamentary Secretary's question, and also on the weekend on CBC Radio, saying that there was a unanimous resolution of the United Nations Security Council regarding the operation in Iraq, and again you said that the authorization of the UN Security Council. It's very clear, Mr. Speaker, and I want to give the Minister an opportunity really to clarify it to the House and to the public, that Resolution 2178, Security Council resolution, deals with the whole issue of foreign terrorist fighters, traveling from home countries to Iraq or elsewhere, because it's a very general resolution, and deals specifically with asking countries to prevent people from within their borders on a domestic basis from engaging in foreign terrorism. That's the thrust of that motion. It was not a motion to authorize any campaign in Iraq involving military action such as being suggested in the motion. So would the Minister please clarify those remarks, because I think it's very misleading to suggest that the United Nations Security Council has authorized either the U.S. campaign or the campaign that we're talking about here today.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I would tell my friend opposite there were two Security Council resolutions. One on the United States chairmanship, presidency of the Council. Secretary Kerry had one meeting, and President Obama presided over another meeting. The legal authorization is that the democratically elected government of Iraq has invited and asked for this support and this assistance. The Security Council does not need to authorize it, but is certainly seized with the issue and supportive of the initiative.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin the prepared remarks on the government motion today to send our fighter jets and military personnel into this mission in Iraq, I'd like to go back over some of the comments made by the Minister who just spoke.
Reminding my friend that although his answer to my colleague, our critic in defense, was artful, it was not accurate. He said on the air this weekend that there was a United Nations resolution that unanimously allowed for this mission. That is simply false. There is no such resolution. You can read it in its entirety. It's quite long. The preamble is very long. It sets things out. It is simply not true that this is a United Nations mission. Now, the Minister is far too intelligent and far too experienced to know that. He said that on the air, and people will be able to check the record of what he said and compare it to what he just said again here today. The other thing is, Mr. Speaker, in his remarks earlier, he claimed that the government had articulated clearly the reasons for this mission the end game, what it's supposed to be about. That is not true. And I'll point that out, citing chapter and verse of the different versions, the alternating versions that we've received from this government. One of the most shocking things in last week's speech here in the House, Friday's speech by the Prime Minister, and I'm anxious to hear the Prime Minister today. It's always important to hear his Foreign Minister, but the Prime Minister, of course, should be front and center in this debate, and I'm anxious to hear it. In describing ISIL, the Minister said the reason that they're going to go after this group is that they rape, pillage, and slaughter. Now, no one is underestimating the horrors that we've seen. And in this day and age, they come instantaneously either to your TV screen or through other media. But, Mr. Speaker, contrast that with what was in the Prime Minister's speech verbatim Friday, repeated just now by the Foreign Minister. Foreign Minister said that his government is no friend of Assad. I'm more than willing to take the Foreign Minister at his word. But actions speak louder than words. So what the Prime Minister did say in his speech on Friday is that if there was a request from Assad to bomb in Syria, that he would follow that request. Now, what that means in real simple terms that every Canadian can understand is that the Prime Minister of Canada is according a great deal of credibility to Bashar al-Assad and his murderous, genocidal regime. We give them no such credibility on this side of the House. How can you indeed, on the one hand, claim that the Assad regime is not even worth talking to, and then on the other hand say, but when they ask us, we're going to respond to the request? They're mutually exclusive. And it shows a total lack of structure in the thinking of this government. It also shows a lack of rigorous thought. It shows a lack, frankly, of ethics on the international stage. We've also heard the minister say a little bit earlier that you cannot deliver humanitarian aid unless you're involved in the combat mission itself, in the bombing. Look at the countries that are indeed close to us, many of whom the government likes to cite, but who are not involved in any combat mission. Italy, Germany, Norway, all close NATO allies, all involved in providing aid, all rejecting airstrikes, as Canada should reject airstrikes. Now, the minister said as well that people are grasping for any reason. What a haughty and dismissive way to deal with people who just don't agree with him. That bombing, more bombing, is a way to peace in a region that has already seen too much war. We respectfully disagree with the government on this. Thoughtful editorial comment across the country has said just the opposite. I'm only going to read two, but they're well worth reading. I'm going to read Agnès Gruda from La Presse of Saturday, the 4th of October, first. Then I'll read Peggy Mason, who just yesterday, Sunday, October 5th, wrote a very thoughtful piece in the Ottawa Citizen. What's important to know is that Peggy Mason is Canada's former United Nations ambassador for disarmament, and she was an advisor to the then Conservative External Affairs Minister, Joe Clark. The minister throws out the word progressive as if it were a slur. Yes, she was a progressive Conservative. Agnès Gruda, La Presse.
Agnès Gruda, La Presse, October 4th, 2014. Entitled, A War Off to a Bad Start. Australia has done it. France, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey. A dozen countries have already agreed to participate in airstrikes. American airstrikes, not the UN, American, against ISIL, in Syria and in Iraq. and Canada will be joining them next week. The debate on this military engagement brings back bad memories. The war against Saddam Hussein, in which Canada had the excellent idea of not participating. But Iraq of 2014 is different from Iraq of 2003. This time, we're not facing an imaginary threat. Since he took over the second largest city, Mosul, the country has had it, and its leader have had time to show what they're all about. A report produced on Thursday has talked about what has been done to the civilians, the collective rape, executions, kidnapping, public hangings. The members of IS have no scruples. Jihadists are threatening the territory. And this battle is moving towards the border with Turkey. So yes, there are excellent reasons for wanting to stop this bloodshed, including, if need be, an international air effort, but not a full-out offensive. But the operation in which the United States rather has committed itself is just that. In parentheses, strikes to date have had a negative impact. According to Robert Blecher, who is an analyst at the International Crisis Group, he has stated that we're committing mistakes made in the past. One of the main risks of this offensive is that it might well alienate people, the very people we are trying to save. Islamists. Robert Blecher has mentioned a village in Syria that was bombed one day by the American army and the next day by the Assad regime. On the ground, it's very difficult to understand where precisely the missiles are coming from, said Mr. Blecher, and it's also very difficult to explain the dominant rebel groups why Assad himself has not been bombed. Those among the rebels who have Western tendencies end up being under the impression that they are simply fighting for the regime, and the civilians are simply feel like they're in the way of those who are bombing the Sunnis rather. And politically, this creates a very difficult situation, according to this expert. What's more, we need to look at what the objective is. 2 weeks ago, the U.S. bombed a brigade affiliated with another group of jihadist fighters, al-Nusra. That group is fighting on two fronts, against Bashar al-Assad and against its enemy, ISIL. Now, we assisted or helped the bad guys. We want to stop, and that's quite a paradox. Thank you very much. Now let's get back to Iraq. There again, the line between the good guys and the bad guys is not all that easy to see. According to a report from the UN, the Iraqi army and the Shiites are not involved in the same way, and the consequences will be different. Namely, this will result in radicalizing people we are attempting to protect, and they will be in utter confusion. No one knows what strategy is being undertaken by the coalition, according to Der Spiegel in Germany, in a long analysis it published. With the current approach, rather, it raises more questions and no answers. Are we fighting ISIL or all Islamist groups, including the ones on the al-Nusra front? And how can we avoid helping Assad and alienating these Syrian rebels? Is there a strategy, a political strategy for the end-of-war period for Iraq and Syria, and when local support is provided for this offensive, without which, in fact, it will be doomed to fail. ISIL appeared in Iraq in the early 2000s, and local Sunni tribes contained it. If it is expanding this year, it's because the same groups no longer have trust in the Sunni or the Shiite in Iraq, in Baghdad. So perhaps there needs to be a solution for the Sunni in Syria and in Iraq, according to the same expert. There are still some Sunni rebels who could join forces with the international community. However, in its current form, the war against ISIL might well convert those potential Western allies into enemies.
With all of these different layers of confessions from these tribes and these fratricide wars, the situation in Iraq and Syria is extremely complex. To put things simply, yes, it can be fought with weapons, but this war is off to a bad start, and nothing in the Prime Minister's speech shows that we can realign things. So that is one commentaire by Agnès Gruda in La Presse on Saturday. Now for Peggy Mason in the Ottawa Citizen on the weekend. In fact, just yesterday, do not forget that she was the former ambassador for Canada to the United Nations, specifically responsible for disarmament, and that she was special advisor of the former External Affairs Minister with the Progressive Conservatives, Joe Clark.
Harper's Iraq plan, the Prime Minister's Iraq plan may make matters worse, says former ambassador. The Prime Minister will put Canada's proposed combat military mission in Iraq to a vote on Monday, today. Recent polls have suggested that Canadians slightly favour the bombing mission to confront the threat posed by the extremist organization, the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, ISIL. It comes as no surprise that Canadians want to help and do something. But Harper's plan to send Canadian warplanes to join the but the Prime Minister's plan to send Canadian warplanes, I'll try to make that editing change on the fly, Mr. Speaker. I'm reading an editorial where his name is used. I'll try to always substitute Prime Minister. But the Prime Minister's plan to send Canadian warplanes to join the U.S.-led coalition's bombing of Iraq may just make matters worse. The Prime Minister and his allies are underestimating their opponents as a bunch of religious extremists bent on spreading wanton mayhem and terror. Islamic State may be brutally ruthless, but they know exactly what they are doing. Their core is made up of seasoned, motivated fighters and an extremely experienced leadership that go back to the, quote, dirty war waged by the American and British Special Forces in Iraq between 2006 and 2009. ISIL is playing a strategical game of chess with its every move, while the West is playing military tic-tac-toe. ISIL is not just a military organization, it is a political movement with a well-thought-out ideology, however abhorrent it may be to the West. It governs the huge areas it controls in Iraq and Syria. Ruthless in eliminating any potential opponents, it also provides electricity, food, and other vital services for ordinary people in the areas it controls. That is why American airstrikes against ISIL recently targeted not only oil and gas facilities, but also grain elevators, a highly problematic course of action in both legal and humanitarian terms, particularly if the conflict is to be a long one. To date, Western military action has been disastrously counterproductive. The Prime Minister says, quote, "We are not responsible for the chaos in Libya, yet it is absolutely clear that the NATO-led military victory in Libya was a Pyrrhic one which paved the way for the civil war that followed." We have to remember how we got to this point. Time and again in the past, we have chosen war over negotiations. Look at the lessons of Libya. Had we not exceeded the UN mandate in Libya, which excluded regime change, we could have negotiated a power-sharing deal that would have promoted incremental democratic reform and not left a power vacuum to be filled by extremists, including ISIL. Exactly the same lesson can be learned from Syria. Had the West not insisted on Assad's immediate departure and refused to allow Iran a seat at the table, Kofi Annan's power-sharing arrangement within a transitional government would have paved the way for incremental democratic reform in Syria and once again would have left much less room for extremists like ISIL to operate. A UN mandate privileging inclusive governance and democratic reforms in concert with robust military support has been central to recent progress in Somalia and Mali. A UN mandate is also possible for effective intervention in Iraq and Syria if all necessary players, including Russia and Iran, are brought fully into the negotiations, and Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and other Gulf states are at the core of the political strategy, not just token participants. A comprehensive, broadly supported, and UN-mandated approach is long overdue in the heretofore disastrously counterproductive war on terror. Let this enlightened approach be the basis for Canadian action in Iraq and Syria. As I said, Mr. Speaker, that is from Peggy Mason, Canada's former UN ambassador for disarmament and advisor to then Progressive Conservative External Affairs Minister Joe Clark. Monsieur le Président, il y a 12
Mr. Speaker, 12 years ago, the Government of Canada undertook a mission to rebuild Afghanistan, a country that had been ravaged by war that had begun in 1979 with the invasion of the former Soviet Union. The objective was to bring stability and safety to the new government in Kabul. As the years passed, the Liberal government radically transformed this mission, which what was supposed to be a mission of rebuilding became a combat mission. The arrival of the Conservatives to head the government did not change that. On the contrary, the mission and the war continued. A handful of special forces in a mission that was very limited in time became 40,000 Canadian soldiers. In the longest combat mission that Canada has ever seen, and a minimum of $30 billion was spent out of our public coffers. 160 people died, thousands more were injured, and some people that we tend to forget, thousands of men and women who returned with psychological scars due to post-traumatic stress disorder. Canadian forces were very far away from the original rebuilding mission that was first and foremost, that had first and foremost become combat. And what is interesting, and you know because you were there as well, Mr. Speaker, despite the vicious attacks on him, Jack Layton had the courage to do what was right and to say what needed to be said.
To the Conservative Minister of Defense at the time. It was then the member for Carleton, Mississippi Mills, who was the minister. And here are key questions that he, the former minister, might remember Jack asking him. What are the goals and objectives of this mission? How do they meet Canada's foreign policy objectives? What is the realistic mandate of the mission, and how is it being enforced? What are the criteria that we will be using to measure progress? What is the definition of success? Sound familiar? Of course it does. Those are the same questions the NDP are asking today about the deployment in Iraq. In fact, the very same questions were asked about the mission in Afghanistan to the Liberal government just a few months before the Conservative member for Carlton, Mississippi Mills, with good reasons. These questions are legitimate, and Canadians deserve answers.
The NDP also forced the holding of a debate and a vote in the House of Commons. At the time, the Prime Minister was able to extend the mission in Afghanistan thanks to the support of Liberal members. The NDP members spoke out against this, and I am still very, very proud of them for having done so.
Now, Mr. Speaker, even if we have not always agreed, there is, in fact, a proud tradition here in Canada and in this House of working together, respectfully, on issues of war and peace. In 1991, for example, NDP leader Audrey McLaughlin was sworn into the Privy Council so that she could receive classified information on the first Gulf War. The same courtesy was extended to Bill Blakey and the Prime Minister himself at the beginning of the Liberal engagement in Afghanistan. And later, that was extended to Jack Layton as well. And it is only fair to say that the Prime Minister continued this tradition at first. The Prime Minister briefed Jack Layton on our mission in Libya, and he briefed me on our mission to Mali. Yet now, as the Prime Minister takes Canada to war in Iraq, silence. Worse yet, Conservatives have gone out of their way to stifle informed debate. The Prime Minister, with the support of the Liberals, launched us into the war in Iraq with what he claimed was a 30-day non-combat mission. He promised Canada's involvement would be, quote, re-evaluated at the end of this first deployment. On September 15th, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence said there were already 69 Canadian soldiers on the ground. On September 26th, the Prime Minister himself claimed there were, quote, several dozen Canadian Forces personnel in Iraq. But according to Radio-Canada, these claims were false. The first 26 Canadian forces did not arrive in Iraq until 23 days into the 30-day mission. The Prime Minister did not deny that when I asked him the question specifically in this House last week. Mr. Speaker, how can you evaluate a mission when troops have been on the ground for only a week? Sounds disingenuous. The promise that Canadian involvement in Iraq would be re-evaluated after a month, frankly, was just that, disingenuous, if not a sham. A 30-day mission to get Canada into this war without a debate or a vote in Parliament, setting the stage for this escalation. And the lack of clear and honest information from this government only continues. The Minister of Foreign Affairs refuses to state where Canadian aircraft will be based. He said it's an operational detail he's not prepared to discuss. But other countries have been told where their forces are stationed. For that matter, Canada has always revealed where our aircraft have been based in past conflicts. Why the refusal to provide this information now? The Minister of Foreign Affairs also insists in one breath that Canadian forces will be under the command of the Chief of the Defence Staff of our country, but he says in the next interview that they will be, quote, working under the leadership of the United States. What is that supposed to mean? And just as the Prime Minister has refused to provide clear information about the mission, he's been unable to clearly explain the mission's goals. We're a long way from the boast of the Minister at the beginning of his remarks today. On September 30th, when asked how he would define victory in Iraq, the Prime Minister said that ISIS was planning attacks, quote, against large populations in the region and, quote, against this country, Canada. He said Canada would, quote, work with our allies on a counter-terrorism operation to get us to the point where this organization does not have the capacity to launch those kinds of attacks. It's one mission. But his speech to the House last Friday, the Prime Minister was already walking back that description of his goals. Now, he said, we needed only to, quote, degrade the capabilities of ISIL, specifically their ability to conduct large-scale military movements and operate in the open. This weekend, the Foreign Minister lowered expectations even further, saying that if they could, quote, contain this problem, stop it growing, that alone would be a, quote, significant accomplishment. Inaccurate information, shifting definitions of success. These have been the hallmarks of the American war in Iraq since the invasion began. Remember, the United States has been in this conflict for over 10 years. It has been fighting ISIS, under one name or another, for over 10 years. While ISIS has renamed itself several times since 2004, Al-Qaeda in Iraq, the Mujahideen Shura Council, the Islamic State of Iraq, and Al-Sham, Syria, it is literally the same insurgent group that U.S. forces have been battling for over a decade. Why does the Prime Minister think that he can use military force to accomplish what others have been trying unsuccessfully to do since 2003? The Prime Minister has twice insisted in this House that the mission will not become a, quote, quagmire. It's his word, and he keeps using it over and over again. It won't be a quagmire. When the Prime Minister is throwing around the word quagmire multiple times when this mission has barely begun, let me be honest, Mr. Speaker, we don't think it bodes very well. This weekend on West Block with Tom Clark, the Foreign Affairs Minister was already contemplating returning to the House of Commons for another extension after the next 6 months, planning for the next escalation before this one has even begun, before it's even been voted on in Parliament. To quote Robert Fowler, Canada's longest-serving ambassador to the UN and advisor to 3 prime ministers on foreign policy, our coalition's mission will inevitably creep. We will bomb ever more. Predators will hunt more widely and more indiscriminately. We will kill and maim many, many more innocent civilians than the caliphate could behead in its wildest dreams. In fact, the Prime Minister has already acknowledged he is prepared to extend the bombing to Syria. What's more, the Prime Minister has even set the bizarre and distasteful standard that he will launch airstrikes against ISIS targets in Syria if asked to do so by the regime of brutal dictator Bashar Assad. The list of Assad's own atrocities is almost unspeakable, and that's why we find it so reprehensible that the Prime Minister would give him any credibility at all, much less a voice in determining what our brave women and men in uniform do to defend our country. Let's look at a list of those atrocities from official sites. Assad's attacks are ongoing. The United Nations has noted 29 massacres by forces loyal to Assad in 2014 alone. Use of chemical weapons. The attack in the Ghouta area of Damascus is the most significant confirmed use of chemical weapons against civilians since 1988, and the worst use of weapons of mass destruction in the 21st century. The United States estimates that just under 1,500 civilians were killed. Indiscriminate use of barrel bombs. Syrian government forces have dropped barrel bombs on civilian areas, including hospitals and schools, with devastating results. Barrel bomb attacks have included some believed to contain the chemical agent chlorine in 8 incidents in April 2014. Targeting of civilians by sniper, including children and pregnant women. Targeting of doctors, nurses, paramedics, hospitals, ambulances, and pharmacies for attacks. Systematic torture and deaths of detainees. As many as 11,000 people in jails have been killed between March 2011 and August 2013. Assad's forces systematically arrest wounded patients in state hospitals to interrogate them often using torture, about their supposed participation in opposition demonstrations or armed activities. Summary executions and extrajudicial killings, including the massacre at Hura, where over 100 civilians were killed, half of them children. Entire families were shot dead in their homes. Sexual violence against women, men, and children in detention to degrade and humiliate detainees, sexual assault of women and children during home raids and ground operations, use of starvation as a weapon of war, with at least 128 civilians starved to death in a besieged refugee camp near Damascus in 2014. 60% of the camp, housing 18,000 to 20,000 civilians, suffered from malnourishment as of the spring of this year. In his speech in this House on Friday, the Prime Minister of Canada said that if the person responsible for those atrocities makes the request, he, the Prime Minister of Canada, will answer positively. We find that shameful. This is among the many reasons that so many of our allies have expressed concern with so many elements of this mission. This mission has no mandate from the UN, no mandate from NATO. The Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister have listed some of our traditional allies that are participating: Great Britain, Germany, Italy, Denmark. But Britain and Denmark refuse to engage in bombing in Syria, even if Bashar al-Assad asks them. Italy and Germany have rejected any involvement in the combat mission altogether. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has tried to cover for the serious questions being raised about this mission. He claimed this weekend, and I quote, "The UN Security Council has been seized with this issue and has passed a resolution unanimously with respect to the operation in Iraq." That statement is outright and unquestionably false, Mr. Speaker. To quote just one source, it's actually worth reading the resolution because it's quite long, but the New York Times on September 27th simply said this: "The UN Security Council resolution on Iraq and Syria does not authorize military action by any country," quote, unquote. That's everyone's analysis. You know why? Because that's what's in the UN Security Council resolution. You cannot make it say something that it does not say. There is, Mr. Speaker, overwhelming agreement here at home and abroad about the need to confront the horrors perpetrated by ISIS. But there is no agreement that Western military force is the answer. Nearly 3 weeks ago, the Israeli newspaper Haaretz was already reporting that ISIS had recruited more than 6,000 new fighters since the United States began its airstrikes in August. At least 1,300 of these fighters come from abroad. Alexander Panetta of the Canadian Press reports that, quote, "The London-based Syrian Observatory for Human Rights reports that 5 civilians were killed in airstrikes on oil refineries, 2 workers were killed in a Manbij grain mill, and 6 male civilians were killed in the southern countryside at Al-Hasaka. The group says it's aware of at least 73 people joining ISIL in the Aleppo area in the wake of the first U.S.-led airstrikes." Peggy Mason, whom I quoted earlier at length, former UN ambassador for disarmament, had this to say: "The Prime Minister and his allies are underestimating their opponents as a bunch of religious extremists bent on spreading wanton mayhem and terror. ISIS is playing a strategic game of chess with its every move, while the West is playing military tic-tac-toe. To date, Western military action has been disastrously counterproductive." Robert Fowler, as I said, our longest-serving ambassador to the UN, who has indeed advised 3 prime ministers, had this to say: "ISIS knows the propaganda value of poking sticks into American eyes or knives into Western throats. They know full well that ill-informed and poorly executed Western forays into, quote, Muslim lands has been disastrous for us, and they are anxious to lure us into further folly. They are confident that by so doing they will dramatically increase their recruiting base, their authority, and the scope and impact of their movement, and they simply do not give a damn about the numbers they will lose in the process. Truly, in their eyes, such losses are a blessing. We have, in other words, responded in precisely the way they counted on us to do so. In Der Spiegel, on peut lire ceci.
We can read the following. No one knows what is the strategy that the coalition is following. And that's what Der Spiegel said in a long analysis. According to an international analyst, politically, strikes will have a negative impact on the ground, and it's very difficult to understand where the missiles are coming from, and it's very hard to explain to the dominant rebel groups why Assad is not being bombed. Politically, this creates a very difficult situation.
But military force is not our only option. New Democrats have called on the government to dramatically increase humanitarian aid in Iraq, which at last count stands at just $28 million. Although I will say, Mr. Speaker, I was very happy to hear that there was an announcement that we had been calling for a specific sum. $5 million was mentioned for victims of sexual violence, and that is a good thing that the government has announced today. And we wanted to just say that clearly on the record, that we congratulate the government for that part of their announcement today. In one of the government's few actions to cooperate with other parties here in the House, the Foreign Affairs Minister brought his counterparts in the opposition to Iraq. It was humanitarian aid, not airstrikes, that leaders on the ground requested. We can also help forces in the region to build the capacity to confront ISIS themselves. Canada is already aiding in the shipment of weapons to Kurdish Iraqi forces. We agree with that. That is the gist of the United Nations Security Council resolution. Give the Iraqis the ability to defend themselves. It should be a priority for Canada to determine exactly which groups can be trusted with such aid. Ultimately, the solution to this tragic conflict will come from those in the region and the international community as a whole, not simply the West. And there, Canada's phenomenal diplomats can play a key role. Allow me to once again quote Peggy Mason, former UN ambassador for disarmament. We have to remember how we got to this point. Time and again in the past, we have chosen war over negotiations. A UN mandate privileging inclusive governance and democratic reforms in concert with robust military support has been central to recent progress in Somalia and Mali. A UN mandate is also possible for effective intervention in Iraq and Syria if all necessary players, including Russia and Iran, are brought fully into the negotiations, and Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and other Gulf states are at the core of the political strategy, not just token participants. A comprehensive, broadly supported and UN-mandated approach is long overdue in the heretofore disastrously counterproductive war on terror. Let this enlightening approach be the basis for Canadian action in Iraq and Syria. Encore selon Robert Berger.
Once again, according to Robert Berger, to counter this threat, we need to offer a political solution to Sunnis and to Syrians.
Syria, precisely because those countries lack stable, well-functioning governments capable of maintaining peace and security within their own borders. Canada's first contribution should be to use every diplomatic, humanitarian, and financial resource at our disposal to respond to the overwhelming human tragedy unfolding on the ground and to strengthen political institutions in both those countries. With the well-deserved credibility Canada earned by rejecting the initial ill-advised invasion of Iraq, we are in a position to take on that task. The tragedy in Iraq and Syria will not end with another Western-led invasion in that region. It will end by helping the people of Iraq and Syria to build the political institutions and security capabilities they need to oppose these threats themselves. It's for these reasons, Mr. Speaker, that I move, seconded by the member for Ottawa Centre, that Government Business Number 13 be amended. A, by deleting clause III and replacing it with the following. Except that, unless confronted with strong and direct force from capable and enabled local forces, the threat ISIL poses to international peace and security, including to Canadian communities, will continue to grow. en supprimant tous les...
B, by deleting all the words after accordingly and by substituting the following. Ask the government to participate in the fight against ISIL and offer military support in terms of weapons transport for a period going as long as 3 months. B, ask the government to reinforce humanitarian aid activities in areas where it can have an immediate impact and save lives. For example, constructing winterized refugee camps, investing in drinking water, medical and hygiene facilities, healthcare, and education for those who have been displaced by the combat. Ask the government to offer help in investigating and prosecuting war crimes. Ask the government to not deploy the Canadian forces in combat missions.
The government to seek House approval for any extension of the mission or any involvement of Canadian forces in Syria. Call on the government to report back on the costs of the mission on a monthly basis to the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs, and continue to offer its resolute and wholehearted support to the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces who stand on guard for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
Proposed amendment moved by the member from Outremont and seconded by the member for Ottawa Centre is as follows. That government business number 13 be amended, A, by deleting clause 333, III, and replacing it with the following. Except that, unless confronted with strong and direct force from capable and enabled local forces, the threat ISIL poses to international peace and security, including to Canadian communities, will continue to grow. B, by deleting all words after accordingly and replacing them with the following. Call on the government to contribute to the fight against ISIL, including military support for the transportation of weapons for a period of up to 3 months. B, call on the government to boost humanitarian aid in areas where there would be immediate life-saving impact, including contributing to building winterized camps for refugees, and investing in water, sanitation and hygiene, health and education for people displaced by the fighting. C, call on the government to provide assistance to the investigation and prosecution of war crimes. D, call on the government to not deploy the Canadian forces in combat operations. E, call on the government to seek House approval for any extension of the mission or any involvement of Canadian forces in Syria. F, call on the government to report back on the costs of the mission on a monthly basis to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs. And G, continue to offer its resolute and wholehearted support to the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces who stand on guard for all of us. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Leader of the Official Opposition for his remarks. But I find it disappointing, Mr. Speaker, that for someone who's a few weeks ago suggested that there should be a debate in the House any time the Canadian Forces deploys, it was a little disappointing to see him outsource a good portion of his contribution to this debate to La Presse, the Ottawa Citizen, the Globe and Mail, the New York Times, and Der Spiegel. Mr. Speaker, he mentioned a few genuine, legitimate questions about any military deployment. Cost, how do you define success? He talked about the complexity of the situation on the ground with ISIL. But I didn't hear, in one clear and articulate sentence, Mr. Speaker, a reason why the NDP feels that at the request of our allies we should not play an active role, but should only be transporting weapons and trying to bring humanitarian aid to an area that's in severe conflict. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask the Leader of the Opposition for a simple sentence articulating why he doesn't feel Canada should serve alongside our allies.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's quite obvious to anyone who's been following this debate that the Prime Minister is outsourcing to his Parliamentary Secretary. We'd like to hear from the Prime Minister in this important debate. Mr. Speaker, we've been saying for some time now that there are a lot of our NATO allies who feel exactly as we do, that there is no reason to be involved in these airstrikes because, as the experts that I did quote have clearly said, and we share that view, at this stage, that is not what is required. When my colleague and friend, our representative who speaks for us in foreign affairs matters, the Member of Parliament for Ottawa Centre, went to Iraq just a couple of weeks ago, what he heard was requests for humanitarian aid, not for more bombing in an area that's already seen more than enough. It's facile. The government has its approach. We're cognizant of the fact, and I mentioned it in my speech, and it's been taken up by the papers, that there is a slight majority of Canadians who are in favour of that. On this side of the House, we've always stood on a question of principle. When we realize that everything that's unfolding before our eyes is a direct result of the wrong-headed mission in 2003, we know that more bombing is not the answer.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Papineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, a month ago, when we started debating the 30-day mission, myself and the Liberal critics were invited to participate in information sessions on this non-combat mission, as was, I have no doubt, members of the official opposition. Today, we are faced with a combat mission, a mission which will undoubtedly last for a very long time, certainly longer than the 6 months mentioned, so a much more serious mission. And so I would like to confirm what I have just heard from the Honourable Member from Outremont, because I find it hard to believe. Is it true that as leader of the official opposition and member of the Privy Council, the Honourable Member did not receive any briefing, any additional briefing from this government with information and explanations that would allow for him to better understand or that would better justify the combat mission that has been proposed and the desire of this government to send Canadians to war in Iraq? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I'm not sure if I caught all of the nuances of the word briefing in French, but if the Honourable Member wants to know if I got any information from the Prime Minister as I received in terms of the previous mission, the answer is no. I had no communication from the Prime Minister on this mission. Let me be clear, and I'll reiterate what I said in my speech.
To understand is that the Liberals can try to do whatever they want today to put that toothpaste back in the tube. They supported the government for the mission in Iraq, and that will be part of history they'll have to live with.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Leader of the Official Opposition for his speech. As usual, it was very inspiring, and for the detailed measures that can be found in the amendment that we have moved. Measures that will affect refugees, people displaced within the country. And we also need to think about Syrian refugees, because there are Syrian refugees in Iraq, and we know that the government has promised to bring in 1,300 Syrian refugees to Canada, and according to the most recent information we have, fewer than 300 have arrived in this country. And so I would like to ask the Leader of the Opposition to comment on these issues. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. It is often said, Mr. Speaker, that the first victim of a war is truth. And with this government, I've had the opportunity to show in my remarks earlier today, with this government, it's clear. We hear a lot of sincerity, and there are many different versions of the same thing, of something said with sincerity, but not all of them can actually be sincere or true. The Minister of Immigration, in his unique way, since he hung up on Kiriloff at CBC because they dared to ask him the real numbers on the number of people who came into Canada, he's distinguished himself in a very unique way in Canada. When he came here during the emergency debate, and you'll remember, Mr. Speaker, the the emergency debate, which was called for by the Liberals, where the Liberal leader did not come. Well, that evening, the Minister of Immigration brought out what George W. Bush said on weapons of mass destruction to justify this war in Iraq. With truths like that, Mr. Speaker, it's not surprising that it's impossible to know the exact number, but it's clear that, unlike other allies like Norway, Canada is not pulling its weight. We are not pulling our weight in this important area with refugees with numbers like this, and having spoken to representatives of Turkey who are begging the government to help with the refugee situation in that country, we are not doing our part to help with this international humanitarian crisis.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And a couple of quick comments and then a question. The Leader of the Opposition cites some comments made by people about command as being somehow contradictory and misleading. But for his clarification, perhaps others, the Canadian Forces is always under the national command of the Chief of the Defence Staff, wherever they are. But when they're operating in a theatre, they're under the operational command of whoever is commanding that theatre. Just like Americans were under Canadian command in Afghanistan. So this is not misleading the House at all. In Afghanistan, we left Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker, much, much better off than we found it. Will it last? That's ultimately going to be up to them. But it was a combination of combat, surely. It was also a combination of a lot of rebuilding, which was, in fact, much of it carried out by men and women in uniform. Now, I don't disagree with the Leader of the Opposition when he talks about the long-term solution about sorting out the Sunni and Shia situation. That's true. But what I'd like to ask him is more about the short term. Can we stop the short-term violence by ISIL without force? Can we negotiate a cessation of ISIL's short-term, obviously violent activity without force, simply by negotiation? What's his solution to stop ISIL beheading people tomorrow?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Member for his question, Mr. Speaker. We've been down this road before. These are the exact same arguments that were used about the Taliban in Afghanistan to begin with. For 10 years, Canada was there, 40,000 troops, $30 billion, a result that is less than certain to be charitable. Today, we are hearing a report from the United States that airstrikes haven't stopped ISIS from moving on to the key Syrian city of Kobani. They've just changed their tactics. So the real question is, why would we be involved in that violence? Why would we give credibility? He's already served proudly in the Canadian Armed Forces. Why, Mr. Speaker, would we give credibility to a character like Bashar al-Assad saying that if he makes a request, we'll answer that request? That gives him a credibility he doesn't deserve. He's a genocidal maniac, and we should not be giving him any credibility at all.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de Westmount Ville.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time today with the member for Vancouver Quadra. The issue that we are debating today is this: should we send our service members into Iraq for a combat mission? As members of Parliament, it's our duty to conduct in-depth analysis of the issues before us before we make an enlightened decision on this issue. The consequences of our decision will be huge and long-lasting. We are talking about going to war. I don't need to tell you that the 300 members of this House will live with the consequences of the decision we will vote on shortly.
That there are many points in the government's motion with which the Liberal Party agrees. The evil that is ISIL, the need for a broad coalition to take on ISIL, the need to provide far greater humanitarian assistance to the million-plus victims displaced by the advance of ISIL, the need for Canada to contribute to the coalition. No party can claim the high ground in condemning ISIL. We all forcefully condemn this abhorrent, barbaric group of terrorists. None of that is open to question. The question is, what should Canada do in order to contribute in the best possible manner to the collective effort to defeat ISIL? When that question is posed, there is a fundamental and consequential second question that follows. Should we contribute to a combat or a non-combat mission? That's what we're debating today. Let me say from the outset, the Prime Minister has failed to make a clear case for a Canadian combat role in Iraq at this time. That's right. The Prime Minister is taking us across the Rubicon by deciding on a combat mission. Once a country makes that decision, there is no turning back the clock.
When the government announced the initial mission in Iraq, the sending in of special forces to advise and train Kurdish forces, my party gave its support. We acknowledged the need to do something to help Iraq. We believe in the responsibility to protect doctrine, which recognizes a number of different ways that a country can contribute beyond a combat mission to protect the citizens of another country. Having visited the Kurdish region of Iraq in early September, I got an idea of the complex nature of the military challenge, as well as the scope of the human disaster, the humanitarian disaster. Canada cannot stand by and do nothing. We must contribute. We need to provide more than the $29 million in humanitarian assistance. We need to provide other assistance as well, and I'm happy to hear the announcement this morning. But this leads us to the contributions the Prime Minister announced last Friday.
18 strike aircraft is the centerpiece of our contribution, thereby opting for a Canadian combat role. This leads to the obvious question: has the Canadian mission been clearly and fully defined? The answer is no. Defining a mission is much more than stating what assets we will contribute and then establishing a deadline. Going to war is an extraordinarily complex undertaking. You have to think it through. Let me give you an example. When George W. Bush invaded Iraq in 2003, he only thought out step one, which was to capture Baghdad. After that, what? Well, we saw what happened because of the failure to understand the overall challenge. At this moment, the United States will lead in this coalition effort, and it's still working out an overall coalition strategy to defeat ISIL. This is the job given to General Allen. It's an extremely complex undertaking which rests on the assumption that Iraqi forces must eventually dislodge and defeat ISIL in a ground campaign. Should Canada be rushing in with an air combat mission? The answer is no. In the end, when you're talking about a combat role, getting in seems very straightforward. Getting out is much less so. The right approach is certainly not to say that Canada will go into Iraq with strike aircraft but may pull out in 6 months. The right approach is to give the most careful consideration to our objectives before we send our men and women into harm's way. That has not been done by this government. But there is something that we can do at this time. There are significant, substantial, non-combat roles that Canada can play. And to suggest that unless you are contributing to a combat role that your contribution has no value is offensive to me. There are many as 60 coalition partners in the coalition, and each has chosen to contribute in its own way to the defeat of ISIL, whether by providing weapons, base facilities, strategic airlift, humanitarian aid, surveillance and other intelligence, or advice and training. All this to say there are many different ways to contribute, and they are all important. Last Friday, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "When it comes to sharing the burden of military intervention, the sacrifice that counts lies in the willingness to take casualties. Being a free rider means that you are not taken seriously." End of quote. I really object to that comment. It implies that you are taking the easy way out if you choose to contribute to the war effort in other ways.
Did the Prime Minister really say last Friday that Canada would not be taken seriously if it contributed to the coalition in other ways other than an air combat mission? Are the majority of partners in the coalition less committed? Or, to use the Prime Minister's word, less noble, because they've chosen to contribute to defeating ISIL through other means?
That I also dispute the Prime Minister's assertion that airstrikes are the hard thing to do, and his implication, by extension, that other roles are easy or require less courage. It is hard work on the ground to train and advise forces, to help refugees, to provide medical aid, undertake air surveillance, provide strategic airlift, and provide humanitarian aid. While these tasks are not combat roles, they are still important tasks, many needing to be performed by our military. I would also challenge his assertion that we're somehow abandoning our allies if we opt out of airstrikes. Nobody has accused Canada of not pulling its weight in the past 20 years, or indeed during the entire period that we have been a country. Ultimately, defeating ISIL will only happen on the ground, and there are important non-combat contributions that Canada can make in this effort. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. There is a clear line between non-combat and combat. If the Prime Minister wants to take us in Canada across that line, he must make the case to Canadians as to why. The Prime Minister has not given us reason to believe that once in combat, the government will be able to limit our role. Once you cross the line into combat, as the government is doing, it is no simple matter to cross back over, and we all know this conflict is likely to last a long time. Deciding in 6 months to pull out of combat could be very problematic for Canada, depending on the situation, and the pressure will be on us to remain. That is why the Liberal Party of Canada will not support the Prime Minister's motion to take on a combat role in Iraq. Saying we'll review in 6 months is not an exit strategy. We have the capabilities to meaningfully assist in a non-combat role, a well-defined international mission in Iraq.
There are other options, apart from the two extremes. The first one being that there is no military role, and the other that Canada should rush to lead the combat role without being aware of all of the consequences. Mr. Speaker, it is our duty to make the right decision when we vote on this mission. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first, I'd like to thank the member for his speech and for his previous service in the armed forces. He mentioned that he thinks when you go to war, you need to think it through. And I think perhaps that lesson was lost on the Liberal Party when they sent troops to Afghanistan in forest green fatigues, black boots, and unarmored Iltis jeeps. But so obviously didn't think that through very far. But I do have another question. In the Leader of the Opposition's amendment, it says D, that they do not wish to deploy the Canadian forces in combat operations, full stop. So we know the position of the NDP is to never deploy the Canadian Armed Forces in combat operations. But to the Liberal Party, through the member, what would it take to get the Liberal Party of Canada on board for a combat mission, if not to fight ISIS in this situation with the egregious acts that they're committing in that part of the world?
Very good question. The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Well, I thank the member for his question, and I think that if he had listened to my speech, he would recognize very clearly that we are prepared to play a role here. And we're not looking back on Afghanistan and other places where all governments may have made some mistakes. What we're talking about is the current situation that is in front of us at this particular point in time. We have made it very, very clear that we are not prepared, because the government has not made the case, to vote in favor of a combat mission. However, we are prepared to play a role, a military role of a non-combat nature. And, on that subject, we know that the NDP is very much in favor of an increased humanitarian role. We agree with that. We know the NDP does not want to do a combat role. We agree with that. I have been trying to find out whether the NDP would be prepared to consider a military role of a non-combat nature.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Montreal, Ville-Marie, for his intervention in this debate and for his remarks, and in the last number of weeks, his comments that he made both at the Foreign Affairs Committee and on numerous television programs. And I just want to ask him this, because I was confused along the way. There was wholehearted support and unquestioning support for the initial mission, despite the lack of answers from the government. And there were times when he was supporting a combat mission and airstrikes, and other days he was not. Some days he was supporting both of those positions, I think as late as last Sunday. So I'm just wondering what it is about this particular proposal of the government's that led him and his party to all of a sudden say that, oh, we're not going to support a combat mission for the Canadian forces in Iraq.
Westmount-Ville-Marie. The honourable member for Westmount-Ville-Marie.
Honourable colleague, for his question, he and I have spent quite a bit of time on panels in the last week or so on this particular issue, and that's why I'm a little surprised that he has some confusion in his mind about the position we are taking. And in fact, it is something that the NDP has brought up on more than one occasion. They don't seem to realize that when we agreed initially to what the government proposed, which was a 30-day behind-the-wire advisory role for up to 69 special forces, that we gave our support to that. Now, the key words there were non-combat, but somehow that's been morphed by the NDP into combat, and we've been in favor of doing this since the beginning. I would urge my colleagues from the NDP, this is a very complex matter. It is extremely important to fully understand the difference between combat and non-combat, military, non-military. We're talking about something very important, and I think it's disingenuous of the NDP to try to sort of throw a fog over all of this, because I think we've been extremely clear.
Great. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to join this debate on government's decision to take Canada into war in Iraq and possibly Syria. And I'm proud to note the Liberal Party leader spoke extensively on the party's position just this past Friday. Regrettably, a combat decision has already been taken and first troops already deployed. The Liberal leader and members hold the principle that the case for entering this or any war must be made openly and transparently and based on clear and reliable facts. Our men and women in uniform and all Canadians deserve no less. If the government's motivations and their actions are to be trusted, that means telling the full truth to Canadians and parliamentarians, but that has simply not happened, and the combat case has simply not been made. 1 month ago, the Liberals supported the government's 30-day non-combat advisory mission to help in the fight against the murderous radical group ISIL. Because Canada has a role to play in confronting humanitarian crises and security threats in the world, that too is a Liberal principle. And ISIL's brutal advance across Iraq into Kurdish territory, murdering opposition and innocent civilians, flaunting the beheadings of Western journalists and aid workers, could not be ignored. Canada's reputation confronting security and humanitarian threats on the world stage has a long history. Sur les champs de bataille des guerres mondiales,
on the war fields, and thanks to our courageous peacekeeping efforts, our reputation was hard won. After the Second World War, Canada's leadership helped build international organizations in order to reduce violence, promote peace, protect victims of genocide, and to hold international criminals accountable.
Relations were forged by Nobel Peace Prize winner Lester Pearson, advanced by Pierre Trudeau, progressive conservatives Joe Clark and Brian Mulroney, and solidified by Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin. The sacrifices of our armed force members and trainers in Afghanistan helped achieve a historic first in that country, a recent peaceful and democratic transition of their government. Yes, Canada does have a role to play to confront humanitarian crises and security threats and help build a better world. The question on the Liberals' minds this last month was this: after the 30-day mission, what will come next? Western interventions in the Iraq War of 2003 and the 2011 bombing of Libya and elsewhere failed. These Western interventions created instability that led to the rise of dozens of radical jihadist groups taking over vast swaths of the region today. How will this time be different? How can Canada and the coalition against ISIL contribute without sliding into a long, deadly war and perhaps make things worse? We must ensure that Canadians will not look back on this moment and say, how could government have been so wrong? The Conservative government did not even try to make a clear and thoughtful case for going to war in Iraq, nor to try and bring all parties on board. Sending women and men into harm's way is something that must never be done lightly, and expressions of outrage are no substitute for considering history's lessons. Mr. Speaker, consultations with military and diplomatic experts examining options, full and frank caucus discussions resulted in the Liberals recommending non-combat contributions. Western combat operations in the region will layer onto deep religious rivalries that date back centuries, an ethno-sectarian conflict dating back 98 years to the creation of these countries after World War I. While Canadians are rightly appalled by the brutal acts of murder by the extremely radical Islamists, Canada's foreign minister's rhetoric that this is simply about, in quote, bad people up to bad things, obscures the many geopolitical complexities at play. Post-war, the post-Iraqi war Maliki government governed for one religious sect at the expense of the Sunni and Kurds, using basic services, state institutions, distribution of revenues, even the justice system to repress and disadvantage Sunni Iraqis, among others. This disastrous governance and polarization enabled Sunni ISIL to quickly capture vast terrain and assets. Western combat deployment and civilian deaths could further bind moderate Sunni peoples to their radical brethren and power the jihadi surge. The International Crisis Group, until last month led by former Canadian Supreme Court Judge Justice Louise Arbour, considers the vital contribution to be addressing the underlying political issues that enabled the insurgents' push. That's why it's critically important to support an inclusive and even-handed approach by the new government in Baghdad. That means strengthening the new Iraqi government and its armed forces. Let's build humanitarian capacity to protect brutalized populations. Let's strengthen the Peshmerga in defending Kurdish peoples in their homes and homelands. Let's train Iraqi security forces so they can defend their state on the ground. Let's engage moderate Sunni tribes so they reject rather than join the terrorists. And let's block ISIL's access to strategic communications and financial assets. Liberals believe that when the government deploys our men and women in uniform into combat, there must be a clear mission overall and a clear role for Canada. Until the coalition of 60 diverse nations fighting ISIL has a clear combat role for stopping ISIL, there is no clear combat role for Canada at this time. Yesterday, General John Allen, the head of the Global Coalition to Counter ISIL, said he will start traveling in the region over the next month for the work of bringing the coalition together, sorting out the kind of effort needed, and start to place each member's unique capabilities within those lines. No, Canada's combat role and goals are not yet clear. So what should Canada's contribution be? Secretary of State John Kerry said at the UN, and I quote, "There's an important role for every country to play in the fight against ISIL. That means each according to their unique capabilities." That's a statement. That's a statesman. Contrast that with the Foreign Affairs Minister's claim that either Canada takes a combat role or, and I quote, "sits back and lets someone else do the heavy lifting." Go to war or be a free rider. That's small thinking. facile, divisive, and unworthy. A key Liberal principle is that Canada's role reflect the broad scope and uniqueness of Canadian capabilities: financial, humanitarian, diplomatic, democratic, military. So let's not rush into combat without thinking carefully about our best contributions. What are the significant non-combat roles Canada can play, military and non-military alike? What is the range of humanitarian aid so desperately needed? Let's consider the signals intelligence, military airlift capability, surveillance, medical support, protection of civilians and aid workers, forces training that Canada might offer. Our dedicated men and women who serve in Canada's armed forces are second to none in the world, and there are many ways they can contribute. Yesterday, General Allen spoke of his, in quote, intent to use coalition forces in a very important way to train the existing Iraqi security forces. Canada would be uniquely positioned to do just that. In 2009, crack Canadian troops began an intensive 4-year training mission in Afghanistan. Almost 1,000 troops on the ground, with rotations coming in and going out. They trained the Afghan National Army, Air Force, and the National Police. And this past spring, the last of them came home. These military men and women made a tremendous contribution to Afghanistan's stability. They could also so contribute in Iraq. Canadians are concerned that Canada's combat role will escalate. But Canada's Chief of Defence Staff, General Tom Lawson, told the government in November last year, and I quote, "Without at least maintaining current funding levels, we will directly affect the readiness of key fleets of aircraft, ships, and Army vehicles. This, in turn, has an overall impact upon training and readiness." But the budget cuts and clawbacks have continued. So how will this new mission be funded? And finally, to respect the Canadian people's stake in this war, and in the interest of trust and accountability, I call on the government to, 1, adopt the Manley Panel recommendations on Afghanistan, requiring the government to provide quarterly mission updates to Parliament. 2, adopt the U.S. practice of regular public military briefings by senior military officials. 3, make clear its airstrike rules of engagement and whether the U.S. will be in command of targets. 4, agree to a parliamentary committee study of the strategic aims of the anti-ISIL campaign. And lastly, require the National Security Advisor to brief the Defence Committee on the overall use of Canadian intelligence capabilities in the campaign against ISIL. Mr. Speaker, transparency and honesty has been lacking, and I want to ask the government to provide it over the critical weeks and months ahead as our brave men and women go forth on this difficult mission. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few disappointing passages, more than a few, in that speech. First, the implication that humanitarian and refugee work can't proceed alongside a combat contribution. And then secondly, the declaration of the Libyan mission as a failure, a mission that the Honourable Member's party, albeit under a different leader, had been prepared to support at several points. So there is a mark in that speech of just how far the Liberal Party itself has fallen away from its own traditions of supporting combat when necessary. My question, Mr. Speaker, for the Honourable Member is about the rationale for combat. There is an obvious rationale in the fact that ISIL has declared its intention to attack Canada. They have declared their intention to train people to bring terrorism within our borders. They have declared their intention to establish training camps, should they consolidate support over parts of Iraq and ultimately Syria, well beyond the Middle East, in Europe and North America. And they have taken pride in the fact that their agenda in pursuing this agenda is more radical than that of al-Qaeda, the group that brought on 9/11 the most dramatic, devastating terrorist attack in history. So, Mr. Speaker, my question for the Honourable Member is, when a group has declared its intention to enter into combat with us, to bring terrorism to our shores, to compromise our security, why should our response not include a willingness to engage in combat?
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to hear this member using the same tactic of rhetoric over reasoning in this very important situation. And I might point out that it is imperative to learn from past lessons. And apparently this government wants to ignore lessons learned. But in terms of the kind of undermining of the opposition parties for choosing to support a non-combat role, I would like to point out that this member's colleague, the Foreign Affairs Minister, slammed the opposition parties for a non-combat role stand, saying that the Socialist Democratic government in Italy is supportive, the Socialist Democratic coalition in Germany is supportive, and in fact, yes, they are supportive of making a contribution, as are the Liberals. But the minister neglected to mention that neither Germany nor Italy is sending strike fighter planes, nor taking on a combat role. More example of the kind of dishonesty that undermines the trust of Canadians in this very mission.
Questions and comments. Question come on tide. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for her intervention. There is a critical question that I think needs to be answered here, and it goes back to in September when we laid out what we wanted to see, and that was to have a debate and a vote at the time. We, in fact, quoted the Prime Minister when he was opposition leader as to why we should have a debate and vote. He wanted to change the standing orders along with Jack Layton at the time. But I wasn't clear, and I want clarity from my Liberal friend, is the position of the Liberal Party that when we are deploying troops, that we should have a debate but also a vote, because this is extraordinarily important that we know that we have the full confidence of the House when we're deploying troops abroad. So I'd like to nail down the position of the Liberal Party on that particular question.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra. You have about 50 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we've been pretty clear about what our positions are, and that's that there needs to be openness and transparency in considering these issues, which there hasn't been. It's that Canada does respond, take a role in humanitarian crises and security threats. It's that we must find the best and highest contribution for Canadians to make. So those are our positions, Mr. Speaker. Those are the ones that we've been advancing, including advancing through calling an emergency debate in Parliament on this issue several weeks ago.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Minister of National Defence. I would caution the Minister he'll only have about 7 minutes before we have to go.
I'd like to split my time with the Minister of Employment and Social Development. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak in the House on the evolving situation in Iraq and the role that the Canadian Armed Forces will be playing. Que ce soit clair pour tous.
It must be clear for all. The continued existence of the so-called Islamic State in Iraq and Levant is a threat for peace and stability at the local, regional, and international level.
And humanitarian crisis in Iraq and neighboring countries. They have seized territory and displaced more than 1 million Iraqis. They have persecuted ethnic and religious minorities, murdered thousands of innocent men, women, and children. They have also conducted horrific murders of journalists and aid workers. And we believe that if left unchecked, the threat posed by ISIL will only continue to grow, contributing to the further destabilization of the Middle East and encouraging greater hatred and violence between religions. Moreover, it is clear that these radical militants are also a direct threat to Canada and our allies. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, last week, its leadership specifically called for Canadians to be targeted. Australia has already thwarted a plan by sympathizers to bring terror to the streets of Sydney. It's clear that we must address this threat at its source. And that's why Canada has already taken action. Since August 28th, the Canadian Armed Forces have airlifted critical military supplies to the Iraqi forces, including ammunition donated by Albania and the Czech Republic. 25 flights by Hercules transport aircraft and a Globemaster strategic airlift delivered more than 1.5 million pounds of military supplies. At the NATO summit in Wales, the Prime Minister announced the deployment of several dozen special operations forces to advise and assist the Iraqi forces. These members are providing strategic and tactical advice. Their goal is to increase the effectiveness of Iraqi and Kurdish troops in operations against ISIL. Their initial 30-day deployment is being extended. And today, the government comes to the House to explain how Canada will continue to do its part. Over the last month, a broad international coalition of more than 40 countries, led by the United States, has coalesced to confront ISIL. The U.S. campaign recently expanded its air campaign. Australia has committed direct military support, including 600 personnel and 8 F-18 Super Hornet fighters. The United Kingdom has also conducted airstrikes, as has France. 10 Arab countries have pledged their support, with Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and Bahrain already participating in airstrikes. ISIL's long reach spreads from northern Syria through Kurdistan to northern Iraq, and it's gaining ground. Now is the time to act. We must help repel this threat before it unleashes a tidal wave of fundamentalist rule across the entire region. Mr. Speaker, it is important to understand that our decision is not reflexive or ill-considered. We have seen the danger of inaction when governments retreat to isolationist stands, allowing hatred to fester, terrorists to organize, and attacks to be planned. We must prevent further destabilization of the Middle East, a volatile region already marked by chaos, violence, and religious strife. We cannot allow it to reach new depths of repression, hatred, and bloodshed. Not when Canadians are directly threatened. Not when our allies are targeted. Not when taking action is clearly in our national interest. This is a reasoned response, carefully considered and commensurate with Canada's intent to provide meaningful contributions to international peace and security. Moreover, our closest ally, the United States, has asked Canada directly to do more to halt the spread of ISIL. We must shoulder our share of the burden. That's why, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada will take the following steps. A strike force of up to 6 CF-18 Hornet fighter aircraft with associated aircrew and logistical support elements will deploy to conduct airstrikes against ISIL targets in Iraq in cooperation with our coalition partners. In addition, a CC-150 Polaris aerial refueler and up to 2 CP-140 Aurora aerial surveillance aircraft will deploy as part of a key reconnaissance and support capability. This enabling force will also include an airlift capability and several hundred support personnel who will contribute to situational awareness, command and control, and logistical support, as well as assist with the coalition's air combat operations. Furthermore, the current Special Operations Advisory and Assistance Mission will be extended. As the Prime Minister stated in the House of Commons on Friday, the Government of Canada will be deploying the assets I have described for a period of up to 6 months. We'll work closely with our allies to evaluate the success of our expanded mission. Mr. Speaker, as you see, Canada is taking significant and concrete actions to address the threat of ISIL in Iraq and to Canada directly. Actions that are in line with those of the international coalition. Actions that will occur with the consent of the government of Iraq. And actions that are emblematic of the deep concern expressed by the international community at the murderous rampage of ISIL. Again, this terrorist group threatens the security and stability of us all. Its leadership has issued a call for attacks to begin in the West. Its leadership has issued a call for attacks on Canada directly. Let's not mince words, Mr. Speaker. These are very real threats to Canadians both at home and abroad. That's why Canada will participate in the coalition against ISIL. As a natural consequence of involvement, it's possible that there may be risk to our deployed members. But, Mr. Speaker, let me assure you, the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces are ready for any challenge. They are trained and equipped to the highest standard. And they will remain under the command of the Chief of Defence Staff. Monsieur le Président, nous demandons.
Mr. Speaker, we call upon Parliament to support the government's decision. We will work in close cooperation with our allies and partner nations in order to ensure that Iraq receives the support it needs.
Speaker, Canadians expect their Parliament to take action in the face of an international crisis, in this case an international crisis that directly threatens Canada. Mr. Speaker, we want the support of everyone in this House, and we should get it. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister will have 3 minutes if he wishes to continue his speech after oral questions. Statements by members, déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to a remarkable young man from my constituency of Brandon-Souris. Danny Peasley, who lives in Souris, Manitoba, and is of the young age of 18, became the first ever Canadian to compete in the Special Olympics World Golf Cup this summer in Denmark. Danny is no stranger to competing in international golf tournaments. Time and time again, he has made all of southwestern Manitoba proud. It was just in 2011 when he won the International Continental Golf Tournament and has competed in the Special Olympics Canada National Tournament. Through grit and determination and with the support of his family, coaches and community, Danny has broken down barriers and proven there is no glass ceiling that those with difficulties cannot shatter. I wish Danny the best of luck in his future endeavours and thank him for being such a tremendous role model for those who struggle day in and day out with disabilities.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Today, like every first Monday of October, it's World Habitat Day. The goal of today is to think about the state of our cities and the basic right of all humanity to adequate shelter. This year, the theme of the day is Voices from the Slums. And so I'd like to take advantage of this day to give a voice to members of First Nations who, even here in Canada, live both on and off reserve in conditions resembling the slums of developing countries. I would also like to remind the House that from 2006 to 2013, 45,000 low-income Canadian households were hit with a drastic increase in their rent when long-term social housing agreements came to an end. And conservative inaction is not helping anything. This is Canada, Mr. Speaker. We have obligations under the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which say that a roof is a right.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, Ukrainians settled in Canada and helped make this country great. Ukrainians settled in Oshawa and helped make our community great. Canada owes so much to Ukraine. When I traveled to Ukraine this past spring with the Prime Minister, I had the opportunity to listen to Ukrainians, and I was amazed at their courage and optimism during this difficult time. But now Ukraine is in need of our help. Ukraine not only needs our funds, but also Canadian expertise to rebuild their nation. I am proud that this past Friday at the Lviv Hall, the Oshawa United for Ukraine fundraiser was held, and our community is doing its part to help our close friend and ally during this difficult time. Ukraine can be assured that Oshawa and Canada will vocally and unapologetically stand with them. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Oshawa-Durham Region Ukrainian-Canadian Congress, volunteers, and all our special guests for making this event so successful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, October 5th was World Teachers' Day, a time to celebrate the valuable work of teachers across Canada and 30 million educators around the world, and was the brainchild of former Canadian Teachers Federation leader Norman Goebel. From the Yukon to Newfoundland and Labrador, our public education system is among the best in the world, largely because of the efforts of our well-educated, dedicated teachers. By drawing on their experience and knowledge, Canadian teachers continuously improve public education and inspire students to achieve their greatest dreams. Canadian teachers also work with international colleagues on vital education and relief projects. In schools around the world, our teachers firmly believe that students come first. Colleagues, let's salute Canada's teachers, and let me recognize my favorite teacher, my awesome mom, Helen Duncan, who taught and cared for generations of students and instilled in me a love of learning and passion for teaching.
Go teachers, go! The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it was an October day in 1940. Hundreds of uniformed troops filed down 8th Streets, rifles in hand. Beside them, family members, friends, and well-wishers lined the roadside to bid farewell. And then it happened. 5-year-old Warren Bernard pulled out of his mother's hand to dash after his father. Jack reached out to take the hand. The photo by Claude Detloff became an iconic symbol of Canada's wartime commitment and sacrifice. On Saturday, some 2,000 people gathered in New Westminster for the unveiling of a spectacular monument that recreates the moment. Mr. Speaker, Whitey Bernard was on hand, along with 2 veterans who marched with Jack that day. Whitey, now just short of 80, had a lifetime of work and service in Tofino, BC. Business owner, entrepreneur, alderman, former mayor, he says the call to serve has never left. Whitey believes the image speaks to the importance of family, the cost of separation, the sacrifice of 1 million Canadians who mobilized when called to action. Canada Post has issued a stamp. The Mint has issued a new $2 coin. Mr. Speaker, I want to express congratulations to all involved in commemorating a momentous event.
Honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord. Mr. Speaker, this is Fire Prevention Week, and I would like to particularly recognize the volunteer firefighters in my riding. I salute the altruism and the selflessness of these women and men who make their communities safer. When disaster strikes, they are the first to arrive on the scene. They risk their lives, and they become heroes to people like you and me. I would also like to salute the exceptional work done by all volunteer firefighters who, through their devotion and their courage, contribute to saving lives. I would also like to salute the initiative of Claude Boulet from the newspaper Hebdo Charlevoisien for creating the surprising and moving documentary film on firefighters in Charlevoix, Volontaires 24/24.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour all those Canadians marking Mental Illness Awareness Week, a campaign to help open Canadians' eyes to the reality of mental illness. Whether through a friend, family member, or colleague, all Canadians will, at some point, be affected by a mental illness. 1 in 5 of us will personally experience a mental illness. The stigma attached to mental illness presents a serious barrier to diagnosis and treatment. Almost half of those who feel they suffered from depression or anxiety have never sought the help of their doctor. Tomorrow, the Canadian Alliance on Mental Illness and Mental Health will host the Faces of Mental Illness breakfast here on the Hill. It offers us an opportunity to engage in a discussion about the reality of what suffering with a mental illness means. Until we're as comfortable discussing our schizophrenia as our diabetes, we still have work to do. I invite my colleagues to attend tomorrow and to ask themselves how they can use their office to help stomp the stigma surrounding mental illness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians and the people of Taiwan share many things in common, including democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. As head of the Canada-Taiwan Parliamentary Friendship Group, and on behalf of Canadians everywhere, I take great pleasure in wishing Taiwan a very prosperous and successful 103rd birthday on October 10th. There's a great personal friendship that has arisen between the peoples of Taiwan and Canada. I know this well, having lived in Taiwan for 10 years. Taiwan is where I met my wife Donna, and where our children spent 3 months in elementary school to learn Mandarin, a language that I love. I know you all join me in welcoming Taiwan's new senior representative of the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Canada, Representative Bruce Linghu in Ottawa, and Director General William Hung-Shung Chuang in Vancouver. I look forward to the resumption of the Terry Fox Run in Taiwan next month, thanks to the support of Taiwan's President Ma Ying-jeou and our Parliamentary Friendship Group. Happy birthday, Taiwan!
Honourable member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fall is here, and on Friday, in the heart of Carillon in Longueuil, the mini Keck Park Centre will hold its Harvest Festival, while the community prepares its community garden for winter. Dozens of us came together to build garden boxes this spring with friends and neighbors, the young and the young at heart, police officers, and even children from Carillon Elementary across the street. It was a party. It was community. As part of the Harvest Our Knowledge project, the community garden has been a great success. Community members have taken back their green space, developed food autonomy, and strengthened community support networks. Brought to life by the Carillon Saint-Pédis Community Association and the Kekpart Centre, this project was coordinated by the devoted and hard-working Antoine Perrault. Congratulations as well to the Garden Committee. You have created something that truly improves our quality of life. And we will see you next year. Congratulations.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, the world has been following the democracy protests in Hong Kong closely, and Canadians have shown concern. Canada continues to stand with the democratic aspirations of the Hong Kong people. The rule of law and the good governance of Hong Kong are truly valued by Canada. We reiterate our support for the implementation of the universal suffrage, for the election of the Chief Executive in 2017 and all members of the Legislative Council in 2020. Canada has been very much engaged, Mr. Speaker. We have raised our concerns with senior members of the Chinese leadership, both recently and when the Minister of Foreign Affairs visited Beijing this past summer. Mr. Speaker, we will continue watching developments in Hong Kong, and we continue to honour the strong people-to-people ties that Canada and Hong Kong share. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Squamish-Wanufuka.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to draw attention to the lack of protection for the waters of Vancouver Island. In its infamous omnibus budget bill, the Conservatives removed all federal environmental protection for each and every river, stream and lake on Vancouver Island. I have introduced a private member's bill to restore protection for the Gold Stream River, using this one river to draw attention to the Conservatives abandoning the protection of fresh water on Vancouver Island. When it comes to saltwater, the Conservatives are failing as well. Last year, they cut funding for the only scientific team with the ability to test for pollution in our Pacific waters. My constituents are very concerned about the threat to marine ecosystems from any increase in tanker traffic on our coast, given the lack of an adequate emergency spill response, even to deal with existing traffic. Mr. Speaker, nearly a year ago, I introduced a motion to provide an action plan to protect the southern resident killer whales, while the government has delayed any action to the earliest, spring 2015. Meanwhile, time is running out, as there are now only 79 southern resident killer whales remaining. Mr. Speaker, this government is failing my constituents, Vancouver Islanders, British Columbians, and all Canadians when it comes to protecting both the fresh and salt waters of Vancouver Island.
Here, 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 here. The Honourable Member for Moncton.
Today, the Supreme Court of Canada is holding an official welcoming ceremony for Justice Clément Gascon, who was appointed by the Prime Minister in June of this year. Mr. Justice Gascon's wealth of legal knowledge and experience will greatly benefit this important Canadian institution. We said that we would act quickly to ensure that the Supreme Court has a full bench. The Liberal Party and the NDP have asked us many times to fill this position quickly. This is exactly what we have done by appointing Mr. Justice Gascon. This appointment was made following extensive consultations with eminent members of the Quebec legal community, such as, and as the member for Gatineau said when she heard the news, Justice Gascon was an excellent choice and he has a very good reputation. We agree, Mr. Speaker, and we welcome Justice Gascon to the Supreme Court.
Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the aftermath of Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, when Jews ask forgiveness from those we have wronged and forgive those who have wronged us while resolving to do good. In the words of the great sage Maimonides, we should each see the world as divided into half evil and half good. Therefore, one good deed by any one of us tips the balance from evil to good. During Yom Kippur, a central theme is the danger of evil speech. As my late mother put it, a kind word can make a person's day, while an unkind word can hurt. Indeed, words can wound. In this spirit, I will soon be asking for unanimous consent for a motion establishing a Speak No Evil Day, through which members can promote mutual respect and public civility. As we are also on the eve of Sukkot, the Jewish Thanksgiving, overlapping this year with Canadian Thanksgiving, I join with all members giving thanks for all that we are fortunate enough to enjoy and in resolving to do good, so that the coming year will bring even more cause for Thanksgiving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party has a sordid history of shady dealings and under-the-counter payments. Canadians are all too familiar with the sponsorship scandal, where millions of taxpayer dollars made their way into the coffers of the Liberal Party. And Canadians remember Shawinigan, where former Liberal Prime Minister Jean Chrétien used his position of power and influence for his own financial gain. And who could forget David Dingwall being entitled to his entitlements? In the minds of Canadians, the words Liberal Party of Canada and ethical lapses are synonymous. Recently, Jamie Carroll, a Liberal-linked backroom insider, was charged by the RCMP for engaging in illegal secret lobbying. The leader of the Liberal Party talks a lot about openness and transparency. He really should start by ensuring that his own backroom insiders and strategists stop breaking the law. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. When we could be saving lives already by offering humanitarian aid and helping refugees, the Prime Minister would rather commit us to a war without communicating his strategy and without an end date. Clearly, the Prime Minister has learned nothing from the past as he leads us into the quagmire of a new Iraq war. He is misleading Canadians to convince them to go along with his war. He argues that combat is the only way to contribute to the fight against ISIL, even though that's what allies such as Italy and Germany are doing. He is asking for a 6-month mandate, even though his defense minister has already opened the door to a longer mission. He refers to a UN resolution, even though the UN has not approved a combat mission. It is sad to see the Prime Minister lead Canada into the quagmire of a new Iraq war. At the NDP, believe we that it's possible to contribute to the coalition fighting terror in Iraq by concentrating on what Canada does best. The Conservatives are wrong. There is a choice between dropping bombs and doing nothing.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Calgarians and Canadians understand the importance of living within your means, and they expect their government to do the same. So that's why we're making sure that every single tax dollar is being spent efficiently, and why we're going to balance the budget in 2015. Now, our approach has been so successful, Mr. Speaker, that last week the Prime Minister was able to announce that we've cut the deficit last year by over 2/3. That's right, down to just above $5 billion. And that's very good news for Calgarians. It's very good news for all Canadians. Balanced budgets are good for the economy. They keep taxes low, and they make sure that we're able to sustain those important government services that people rely on. Now, while the NDP and Liberals keep demanding reckless spending, our Conservative government is making sure that we value each and every tax dollar and that it's spent efficiently. Unlike the Liberal leader, our Conservative government knows that the budget will not balance itself.
Exactly. Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Speaker, this weekend, thousands of Canadians and cities from coast to coast to coast gathered to demand that the government launch a full public inquiry into 1,200 murdered and missing Indigenous women. Now, make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, there will one day, when we form government, be an inquiry into murdered and missing Indigenous women. But there is no reason to wait when we know that lives are at risk. Why won't the government call a full inquiry now and help save lives?
The Honourable Minister for Science and Women.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the opposition, we're not waiting. We're moving forward with an action plan to make sure that these victims of crime are actually. Now it's the time that our government is acting. And unlike the NDP who want to propose, let's do another study, we already have 40. Let's be very clear. These victims of crime need action today and now, and that's what we're delivering on. I encourage them to get on board to make sure that these women have an opportunity to make sure that they, as victims of crime, they are actually listened to.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, we've learned that even before the holding of a vote, Canadian Forces members have been deployed to support the CF-18s in Iraq. By deploying these troops before consulting Parliament, the Prime Minister is breaking the word he gave to Canadians on many occasions. Why have these Canadian Forces members been deployed before a vote in the House?
We have been
very clear in the announcement by the Prime Minister that we'll be sending over military equipment in the form of planes, CF-18s, reconnaissance and refuelers. They'll have the support of the Royal Canadian Air Force. We're going to continue our humanitarian assistance in that area, Mr. Speaker, and it'll have a 6-month timeline on that. We're doing our part. We'll work with our allies to get the job done.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Whether or not we would be sending over after a vote. The question is, what are they doing sending them over prior to a vote? That's contempt of Parliament.
The Prime Minister stated that he wanted to bombard the forces in Syria, but he would not do so without the permission of the murderous regime. We're talking about tortures, massacres, a regime that drops chemical weapons on its own people. Why would we take any advice from a dictator like that?
Mr. Speaker, I guess the position of the NDP is very clear. They don't want to see airstrikes anywhere, no matter what these individuals or these groups do. But, Mr. Speaker, ISIL has been committing mass atrocities in the most indescribable, unspeakable ways, Mr. Speaker, and we take exception to that, and we'll work with our allies to support those who are being oppressed and to go against those individuals who are making direct threats to Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The question is, why is the government giving credibility to a dictator who murders, tortures, and uses chemical weapons against his own population by saying his request will be responded to by a positive answer from Canada's brave women and men in uniform? That's the question. Over the weekend, both the Defence Minister and the Foreign Affairs Minister said that there would be a second extension in 6 months. Why are they already contemplating a future extension of this mission?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, that is not the case whatsoever. We've indicated that after our 30-day deployment that we are proposing a 6-month mission on behalf of the Royal Canadian Air Force and those that support the RCAF. And again, Mr. Speaker, we're going after those individuals who are committing these mass atrocities. These individuals are making a direct threat to this country. I want to know, why doesn't that have the support of the NDP for a change?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Michael Isikoff of NBC News is reporting that the United States is lowering standards for airstrikes in Iraq and Syria. They are abandoning the, quote, near certainty, unquote, of no civilian casualties standard that they've been using in Afghanistan and Pakistan. What are the rules of engagement for Canadian Air Forces to prevent civilian casualties? Are we going to be held to a higher standard, or are we going to be in lockstep with the Americans?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
ISIL has been carrying out a murderous rampage across Iraq, seizing territory and killing children. You can be assured that the RCAF will live up to the highest standards in the world. That's the record of this Canada. It always has been and it always will be.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville Marie.
Mr. Speaker, Turkey, one of our allies, is currently facing a serious humanitarian crisis with hundreds of thousands of people crossing its border, fleeing ISIL. Winter is coming quickly, and that will make the situation worse. Does Canada plan to play a role in helping in this humanitarian crisis? Mr. Speaker, Canada is already very active on this crisis. We are the 7th largest donor in importance, and clearly, Mr. Speaker, what we have succeeded in doing to date is to ensure that people in need have access to their basic necessities, food, shelter, hygiene kits, and access to drinking water. Mr. Speaker, we are very active on the file. We're talking about thousands of people who are benefiting from that at this point.
Mr. Speaker, Syria is also experiencing a humanitarian crisis and has been for almost 4 years. Millions of civilians are in desperate need of assistance. I myself had the opportunity to visit the Al-Zatari camp last May in northern Jordan. They're waiting for up to $5 billion that has been pledged to them What actions is Canada taking to address this humanitarian crisis?
Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've been very active in Syria, a neighboring country, and I can tell my colleague that we've been very active with the UNICEF support for the No Lost Generation initiative for protecting children in conflicted area. Also, Mr. Speaker, we went out with support for basic needs, such as now 16 million people have access to clean water, and 4.1 million Syrians inside the country, as well as emergency assistance to nearly assist 3 million refugees in neighboring country have now access to food assistance. So, Mr. Speaker, these are concrete actions. We've been there for a while. We are the one of the leading donor countries in this crisis.
The honourable member for West Melville-Marine.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, the Prime Minister said in this House that Canada will participate in airstrikes against ISIL only in countries where the national government gives us permission to do so, as is the case in Iraq. He also said that if that were to be the case in Syria, Canada would also participate in airstrikes within Syrian borders. Under what circumstances will the Prime Minister negotiate with Bashar al-Assad? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
The Prime Minister was actually very clear in question period on Friday. He said we would go where we have the clear support of the government of the country in question. At present, that's only true in Iraq. If it were to become the case in Syria, then we will participate in airstrikes against ISIL in that country as well. ISIL knows no boundaries or no borders, Mr. Speaker. They are a threat to everyone in that area, and as I've said, they are a direct threat to Canada.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister continues to imply that combat is the only way to contribute to the global effort against ISIL. The problem is it's just not true. Germany, Japan, Italy are helping the...
Order. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre has the floor, and members need to allow him to put the question. The honourable member.
A little touchy today, Mr. Speaker. The problem is that it's just not true what the government's saying. Germany, Japan, and Italy are helping the coalition without joining in combat. The Italian foreign minister has said that Italy will not take part in airstrikes, but will, here's the quote, above all, support material for humanitarian support, which is a priority. Why is the minister devaluing our G7 allies?
The honourable Minister of National Defence.
That is certainly not the case. We have deployed individuals there for reconnaissance and tactical advice. We have been delivering over 1.5 million pounds of military material to this area. We are 7th in the world with respect to humanitarian assistance. This combat role, Mr. Speaker, is one more effort on this country's behalf to do what is right for the people of that area and to do what's right for the people of Canada.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
One of the things the government keeps repeating is that the United Nations, quote, has passed a resolution unanimously with respect to the situation in Iraq, implying that the Security Council has endorsed airstrikes. The minister knows full well that Security Council resolutions about ISIL are not about a combat mission, but about deplorable human rights abuses that are occurring and about the need to tackle the issue of foreign fighters. Does the minister understand that the United Nations has not endorsed a combat mission in Iraq? Can he answer that question?
The honourable Minister of National Defence.
The member pointed out the deplorable human rights record of these individuals, the beheadings, the mass atrocities. And again, we have indicated that this is completely unacceptable. So in addition to the other actions that we have taken as a government, we have put this motion before Parliament to support our efforts for strikes against ISIS. It's the right thing to do.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Chartres-Cartier. On Friday, the Prime Minister stated that he would bomb countries where we have, and I quote, the clear support of the government of that country. Apparently, Syria falls into that category. Can the Minister of Defence confirm that he plans to participate in airstrikes in Syria if the Assad regime, a regime that has committed the worst atrocities against its own people, gives its consent? The Honourable Minister.
It sounds like the NDP is making that a suggestion, that we should, because of the record in Syria, but we have been very clear that the focus is Iraq, Mr. Speaker, and we've indicated that it's a 6-month mission. We're sending first-class equipment, first-class individuals. They're members of the RCAF to help get the job, and we have been very clear about what our objectives are. It's to degrade the capabilities of ISIL, and that should have the support of everyone in this House.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, even the United States are still working on the details of the military mission in Iraq and Syria. U.S. General John Allen, who's coordinating the international coalition, was in Iraq last week to meet with officials and local partners in order to work on a strategy. That shows that the situation is evolving quickly and that there are a number of details to be worked out. Why is the government so insistent on having Canada participate in airstrikes without knowing full well what the American strategy is? The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Really right. The situation is developing very quickly, and this is exactly why we have to do this. And I've indicated over the next few weeks we'll be working with our allies for the deployment of the members of the RCAF.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, according to the International Crisis Group, airstrikes are counterproductive because they alienate local populations that we're attempting to save. In the case of Syria, it's even worse. Airstrikes would be beneficial to the bloody Assad regime. What assessment have the Conservatives done of these counterproductive consequences of airstrikes in their comprehensive strategy for Iraq and potentially in Syria? The Honourable Minister.
I disagree with the Honourable Member with her comments about airstrikes. And what we are proposing and implementing, Mr. Speaker, is one more step in our effort to go against this terrible organization that has brutalized and dehumanized people in that area, committing mass atrocities that were also a direct threat to Canada. I've indicated already the military equipment that we have sent, the humanitarian aid, the advice that we are giving for strategic and tactical advice to the members of the Iraqi forces. This is one more step, and it's the step we have to take.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, as the Conservatives open the door to airstrikes in Syria, we see that they have been unable to keep their promises to Syrian refugees. We know that the cuts by the Conservatives are causing delays in processing of refugee files. Sweden has been able to take in 30,000 Syrian refugees. So how is it that the minister here can't even keep his modest promise of bringing in 1,300? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member is again mixing apples and oranges. Sweden received many asylum seekers because their border is relatively close to Syria. Canada is fulfilling its commitment. We have already resettled more than 1,500 refugees in Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, why is the opposition continuing to ignore the fact that 18,500 Iraqi refugees, and we're talking about a debate on Iraq today, have already been resettled in Canada? That is a record, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Devonport. Well, Mr. Speaker, that minister's got to stop making up his numbers and acknowledge his government's failure on the issue of Syrian refugees. You know, after promising to bring in over 1,300 last year, an internal report from Citizenship and Immigration shows that only a few hundred have actually arrived in Canada. Now, Conservatives cutting staff and closing offices, that's just added to the backlog. So, will the minister now keep his promise, live up to our international commitments, and bring these refugees to Canada now?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we've brought over 1,500 Syrians to Canada. We've brought over 18,500 Iraqis to Canada. That's over 20,000 from the region, Mr. Speaker. It's a record for any of those countries donating. The real question is, Mr. Speaker, what is the NDP going to do for the millions more who can't be resettled, for the millions more who are still displaced inside Iraq, who are facing genocide, who are facing murder, who are facing rape, who are facing the elimination of their entire community? Mr. Speaker, one of the solutions is targeted military action with Arab states and with our allies, Mr. Speaker. Why won't the NDP even consider it?
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. The Conservatives want to get us involved in a new war when they're already having trouble taking care of our veterans. According to a unanimous report of a parliamentary committee, the new Veterans Charter needs to be improved in order to offer more resources to veterans and their families. But the Minister's evasive responses do not meet veterans' expectations. After 9 years of calling for assistance, a unanimous report, and many denunciations by the Ombudsman, what is the Minister of Veterans Affairs waiting for to take some action? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would encourage the Honourable Member opposite first to get his facts right. I would encourage him to read the government response to the committee report. I would encourage him to maybe take a closer look at the new Veterans Charter. Mr. Speaker, our government, since taking office, has invested almost $30 billion to provide benefits and services for Canada's veterans. Unlike the Liberals, under their government, Mr. Speaker, Canada's brave men and women, including veterans, basically suffered a decade of darkness, not under this government.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Veterans Affairs' response to the All-Party Committee report on the Veterans Charter is being panned by leading veterans groups. For example, Veterans Canada describes the Minister's response as, quote, cryptically worded and evasive pseudo-commitment to make near imperceptible changes to the troubled benefits. Ouch. The Minister and his department are described as, quote, lackluster. Why did the Minister give so paltry a reply, and will he reconsider his response to this important committee report?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we have a strong record when it comes to helping Canada's veterans. And let me just highlight some of our government's record. We've invested almost $30 billion since taking office. Mr. Speaker, that's almost $5 billion in new funds, right, more than what the Liberals would have invested, Mr. Speaker. A veteran who is injured and in rehabilitation receives a minimum of $3,500 in financial benefits each month. Veterans who are most seriously injured can receive in upwards of $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 a month in financial support, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadrat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government said it would assess the results of the original non-combat mission in Iraq after 30 days. Now the 30 days are up. Has that assessment taken place? If so, what are the results? And if not, when can we expect to see those results?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we've sent members of our Special Operations Forces there for a period of 30 days. That's part of a larger effort on this country's behalf, sending humanitarian aid, over 1.5 million pounds of military equipment we have delivered to Iraq. And again, this is our next step to counter ISIL, which poses a direct threat, of course, to the people of that area in the most inhumane way, and a direct threat to Canada. And this is what we're doing today.
For the Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadrat.
Apparently they didn't think an assessment would be useful in pondering their next step. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Australia has provided information about the expected costs of the mission in Iraq. This government has refused to provide the House with an estimate of these costs and whether they would be absorbed by the steadily diminishing budget of the Defence Ministry, or if more funding will be provided. Will the government please answer these basic questions?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
I've already indicated that, of course, there will be additional costs for a mission of this type. But with respect to people analyzing what's taken place and where we're at now, I would actually refer her to her colleague, Lloyd Exworthy, that said that ISIL, quote, has to be whacked and whacked good, end of quote. Ujjal Dosanjh, we'd all know him, Mr. Speaker, said, quote, ISIS must be stopped and destroyed. I would suggest Mr. Speaker, that even if she doesn't want to listen to what we have to say, start listening to some of her colleagues. They've got it right.
Honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, we heard today that a government internal report has said that staff cuts have been a big factor behind the slow pace of refugee settlement. Now, I would ask the minister to do something unusual for him. Instead of glorifying in past alleged successes, will he please focus on the future and tell us how, in the future, his department will have resources that are adequate to deal with this growing number of refugees from countries like Syria and Iraq. Please focus on the future.
Future. Minister of Citizenship. I'm glad to see the honourable member, Mr. Speaker, focusing on the growing number of refugees because they are growing. Well over 20,000 from Iraq and Syria under this government's watch just since 2009, a record that is without comparison on a per capita basis among any of our allies. What we would like to see, Mr. Speaker, is the Liberal Party of Canada to focus on the future with other Canadians, with the vast majority of Canadians, with Lloyd Axworthy, with Ujjal Dosanjh, who understand, with Bob Ray, Mr. Speaker, that military action is necessary to protect millions of refugees.
The honourable member for Gatineau.
The Conservative government is breaking promise after promise and appears to be unable to learn from its past mistakes. Justice Gascon is finally taking the vacant seat on the Supreme Court, and we congratulate him. But appointing him with no debate or consultation with parliamentarians is deplorable, and it is especially very worrisome for the future because Justice Lebel has already announced his retirement a few months ago. What process does the government intend to undertake to inform Parliament concerning the selection of the next Justice of the Supreme Court?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Justice. Well, Mr. Speaker, the appointment of Justice Gascon to the Supreme Court of Canada was an excellent one, and we congratulate him today on taking his seat. When making all appointments, our government conducts broad consultations with prominent members of the legal community and the province affected by the vacancies. This includes the governor of that province, the Justice Minister of that province, the Chief Justice of the Superior Court of that province, the Canadian Bar Association, and legal societies of that province. In all of these consultations, we ask for names as well as advice on competence and qualities for the position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What the Parliament Secretary seems to have forgotten is that the government had promised transparency and had promised to be more open and to allow parliamentarians to get involved in the process, so I'm going to repeat the question. We know that Justice Lebel is retiring November 30th. Can we expect parliamentarians to be consulted? And how they'll be consulted? I understand that they're consulting the entire legal planet, but parliamentarians need to be consulted too. So in Quebec, will the appointment be done as soon as Justice Lebel leaves? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the government will consult broadly, and these appointments have always been a matter of the executive and will continue to be so. Thank you.
The member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are facing escalating prescription drug costs. 1 in 10 can't even afford to fill their medication costs, and Canada has the second highest spending per capita on prescription drugs of all OECD countries. The premiers have made it a clear priority to have drug coverage, but this government is missing in action. Why has the federal government failed so miserably in its leadership to reduce prescription drug costs for Canadians?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was very pleased to discuss this issue with colleagues at our health ministers meeting recently. In fact, for the last year, I've been asking to have the federal government at the table to use our leverage and our expertise to help in bulk drug purchasing plans. And we've now been invited to the table. I'm very pleased to see that. And of course, the Council of the Federation and the provinces have already seen hundreds of millions of dollars in savings, and we hope we can use our expertise and our leverage to even find more.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Leftyard. A report by the Canadian Federation of Nurses Unions says that a national pharmacare program could lead to potential savings of $11 billion. Pooled purchases of prescription drugs alone could save $642 million. Will the minister learn from this report or continue to do nothing as she has as Minister of Health. Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, as I indicated just now, Mr. Speaker, over the last year I've asked to be at the table with the provinces and territories to discuss using our expertise and our leverage to be able to get more value and better savings for Canadian taxpayers on our bulk drug purchasing plans with the provinces, and we've been invited to the table, and I'm very pleased. We hope to be able to save taxpayers a lot of money.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I have been very encouraged to see Canada take a leadership role in the global fight against the Ebola outbreak in West Africa. Canadian expertise is a valued commodity in this outbreak, and our government is ensuring that the supplies and resources needed are being provided where they are most needed. This includes the protective gowns, masks, and gloves that frontline workers need to stay safe. Can the Minister of Health please update this House on the latest developments in shipping Canada's donated equipment?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
I thank my colleague for that question, and I agree with him that Canada is at the forefront of fighting Ebola. And I'm very proud, Mr. Speaker, to confirm that the first shipment of Canada's donated protective equipment departed this morning on a Royal Canadian Air Force Hercules bound for Sierra Leone.
Wow.
And Mr. Speaker, it's only because we're able to do this only because of our investments by our government in our armed forces, including, of course, buying 4 C-17s and 17 Hercules aircraft. I thank the Department of National Defence for making sure we can get this protective equipment over to the WHO so it can be used immediately.
Honourable member for Drummond. Between 2012 and 2013, Parks Canada cut more than 1,100 permanent jobs. That's almost one-third of employees who were dismissed. On the Conservatives' watch, Parks Canada has had no money to hire personnel, but they have money to produce videos, including the astonishing Wolverine hip-hop. It's absurd, Mr. Speaker. Parks Canada generates $3.3 billion in our economy, so how can the Conservatives claim to be acting in the interest of Canadians, whereas they are cutting our wonderful parks? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to investing in national parks and connecting Canadians to our rich natural heritage. Our commitment is shown by our significant investments in national parks and by the growing networks of parks. We have created 2 national parks, 3 national wildlife areas, 3 marine protected areas, and have tabled a legislation to create Canada's first national urban park in the Rouge Valley. And we're also making significant investments to deliver long-term improvements to infrastructure, and we'll continue to support and invest in our national parks so Canadians can enjoy the natural.
The honourable member for Halifax.
They're committed to cutting over 1,100 jobs. The Conservatives have cut programs and opening hours, and they've changed guided tours to self-guided visitor activities. Well, now not only are these people who safeguard our national treasures out of work, but so are the people in the communities who rely on the full-year operation of parks. Why do the Conservatives even pretend to support jobs in Canadian heritage when they're firing workers and closing park gates?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've just stated that we are making significant investments in creating new parks, and I've created 2 national parks, 3 national wildlife areas, 3 marine protected areas, and we've also tabled a legislation to create Canada's first national urban park in a Rouge Valley. I encourage the opposition and the Liberal parties to support that bill. We've also made significant investments, long-term investments, to improving parks infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Tomorrow, the Environment Commissioner will be tabling her report. In the past, the former Environment Commissioner harshly criticized the Conservatives for their inaction with regard to climate change. Again today, experts have told us that ice melting is limiting hunting opportunities of polar bears, and that negatively affects their fertility and birth rates. Are the Conservatives waiting for polar bears to become extinct before acting to fight climate change? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government's record is clear. We have taken decisive actions on the environment while protecting our economy. Everyone internationally has to do their fair share, and Canada is doing its part, and we've only 2% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. So building on our record, I also announced a number of actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and pollutions from vehicles. A few weeks ago, I also announced our intent to regulate HFCs, one of the fastest growing greenhouse gases in the world, and we are accomplishing all of this without introducing an NDP job-killing carbon tax, which raises the price of everything.
The honourable member for Halifax.
The question was about polar bears, and it's not an issue for debate. This research was carried out over 3 decades, and the implications are...
Order. Order. The honourable member for Halifax still has the floor. Order. The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's difficult to hear, but the research was carried out over 3 decades, and the implications are clear. Polar bears are getting smaller, and so is their population. And we know that climate change is very likely a major factor. While other nations are taking action on this, our government refuses to take action. So let's put aside the question of whether or not this minister believes in climate change, and I'll ask her this. Will she address this serious issue and fund polar bear research and monitoring?
Here, here. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to releasing a report that was just concluded last week. Canada has one of the best polar bear management systems in the world. And last week I had the pleasure of meeting all the Inuit leaders of Canada, including the First Nations of Northern Ontario, to go in developing our go-forward plan in polar bear management and conservation. Our government's position on the polar bear management and conservation is based on science and Inuit traditional knowledge that those members have ignored for years.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, during today's debate on the threat of ISIL, not much is being said by the Minister of National Security about the threat to Canada by those Canadians returning home suspected of terrorism acts abroad. Some progress, we understand, was being made on a united effort by the Muslim community, the RCMP and others to combat homegrown terrorism with a strategy titled United Against Terrorism. However, the RCMP has suddenly withdrawn its support. Why? And was the minister involved in this decision to withdraw RCMP report from this collaborative effort?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in this critical time, I commend the effort of the RCMP to reach out to communities to prevent terrorism. It's a pillar of our counter-terrorism strategy. This being said, Mr. Speaker, I understand that the RCMP is no longer participating in the project the member talked about. During a review of the documents, contents was found that it was inconsistent with the values of the RCMP and Canadians in general. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, on fait pas de la flamanterie devant le terrorisme. Merci.
We don't bow to terrorists.
The question wasn't do they bow to terrorists, Mr. Speaker. The question was what are they doing about homegrown terrorism? According to the document Terrorist Threat to Canada 2014, individuals have returned to Canada after travel for, quote, suspected terrorism-related purposes, end of quote. We believe that figure to be 80. How many of those have been arrested and charged under the Combating Terrorism Act? Serious question. I want a serious answer.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility, an important responsibility, and that is to make decisions to ensure that agencies that look after Canadians' national safety have the tools necessary to protect Canadians. Why did that member and his party vote against revoking passports, and why did they vote against removing citizenship from terrorists who use Canadian passports? The honourable member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, consumers' bills are going up, and yet the profits of small retailers are diminishing. Why do credit card companies never lose out? They're the first to pay themselves. Despite the government's promises, nothing has been done to reduce credit card user fees. When are the the Conservatives going to step in to give some relief to small businesses and families and limit the appetite of credit card companies? Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, Canadian consumers deserve access to credit according to clear and transparent terms and conditions. That is why we have taken measures to protect Canadians who use credit cards as follows. A ban on using checks on credit cards, requiring clear and simple information, providing prior notice, and better information for Canadian consumers to make informed decisions in their best interests.
Member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, that question was about small businesses, so let's try that again. Let's see if the minister can understand this, that small and medium-sized businesses are the heart of our economy. But this government has ignored skyrocketing credit card processing fees that SMEs are paying. Canadian businesses have been waiting too long for this government to take action. Even back in the summer of 2013, the Competition Tribunal, in a rare move, called for a regulatory framework. So with Small Business Week fast approaching, will they finally regulate credit card processing fees? Why, Mr. Speaker, has this government failed to act on this file?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we have been working with the credit card companies, with the banks, with small businesses, and we are looking forward to some volunteer actions taken by the credit card companies, which will be the interest of small companies as well as consumers.
The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is proud to support projects that create jobs, grow the economy, and significantly reduce green gas emissions. Last week, I had the privilege of participating in the official opening of Estevan Boundary Dam Carbon Capture and Sequestration Project, a world-first technology, Mr. Speaker. Representatives from nearly 20 countries came to Estevan, my riding of Souris Moose Mountain, to observe firsthand this made-in-Canada technology. Can the Minister of Natural Resources please advise this House how our governments helped this project along? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Souris Moose Mountain for his advocacy on this world-leading technological advancement in energy production going on in Estevan, Saskatchewan, the Energy City. We were proud to support the research and development of carbon capture and sequestration and see the technology developed through commercialization at the Boundary Dam project, a technology that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions at that facility by 90%. Mr. Speaker, we remain committed to growing the economy and reducing greenhouse gas emissions with world-leading technologies. Congratulations to Estevan.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, over the past week, half a dozen Ukrainian soldiers and a Red Cross worker have been killed in the Donbass, despite the alleged ceasefire there. Germany and France are talking with the HoC about deploying armed forces to help monitor that ceasefire. There is cross-party support for Ukraine in this House, and Canada has particular influence there. Will Canada therefore be joining Germany and France in further supporting the HoC peacekeeping and monitoring mission?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has been at the forefront of global responding to the Russian aggression in Ukraine and has been one of Ukraine's strongest supporters. Mr. Speaker, Canada will continue to stand in a steadfast support of the Ukrainian people. Mr. Speaker, although we have a negotiated ceasefire is in place, we continue to see Russian provoked violence in eastern Ukraine, and we have not seen any progress for our calls for Russia to end its support for the armed militants fomenting violence, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We were shocked to learn on Friday that the Health Canada office in Shawinigan will be closing. For the Mauricie region, this means 34 lost jobs and $1.5 million in direct spin-offs. Once again, regions are paying the price for Conservatives' mismanagement. The citizens of Mauricie pay their taxes like all other Canadians, so why don't they have the right to economic spin-off? The Honourable Minister of Health.
I understand that this is a pay consolidation issue, and this does not in any way affect frontline services on health.
Honourable Member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the strong leadership of our Prime Minister and Jim Flaherty, this government is a world leader in providing support for Canadians living with disabilities. It was this government that introduced the Registered Disability Savings Plan, the first plan of its kind in the world to assist Canadians with disabilities and their families in saving for the long term. Could the Minister of State please update this House on the steps our Conservative government is taking to support parents in providing for their children with disabilities?
Minister of State for Social Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank that member for the question. Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest concerns facing families who have children with disabilities is what will happen to those children when they're gone. That's why our government created the Registered Disability Savings Plan. It's a great savings vehicle as well as a very generous grant program that our government has created, Mr. Speaker, under the leadership of our Prime Minister. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, the opposition never supports some of these great initiatives. But, Mr. Speaker, families who have children with disabilities can count on us to do the right thing for them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stoney Creek.
Mr. Speaker, after paying into CPP for 25 years, Bruce Thompson, a veteran from my riding, was diagnosed with aggressive terminal cancer. His doctors say he has a few months to live. Bruce applied for CPP disability, but because he took some time off when his father was dying to help him, he's a few $100s short of the threshold. His claim was denied. His expedited appeal has been denied. Bruce won't live through the rest of the appeal process. So will the minister and this government show some compassion and make an accommodation in this tragic situation?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the question. Obviously, we join Mr. Thompson and any Canadian battling cancer strength and courage as they do so. The law does not allow me to comment on individual cases without a privacy waiver. Having said that, the terms for benefits are set in legislation, and of course there are recourses available to individuals. There is, however, not in the law any provision for ministerial or political discretion when it comes to benefits, Mr. Speaker, and so we encourage the individual in question to pursue the recourses available, and we wish him every best wish, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, a private enterprise is going to benefit from the Canada Post decision to eliminate home mail delivery, which is not surprising since it is the Conservative government that opened the door to privatization, as shown in a British Post secret memo submitted by senior officials to the Prime Minister. And yet 65% of the population has spoken out against the privatization of Canada Post in a recent survey. Can the Prime Minister tell us why the public now has to pay between $20 and $60 to have their mail delivered to their door?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, the reality is they don't, Mr. Speaker. Canada Post is facing a serious cash crunch going into the future. As a result, they have put together a 5-point plan that's going to enable them to remain self-sufficient as they are supposed to do under the terms of their statute. One of the contingencies in this plan is that they do go to community mailboxes. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important to note that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities overwhelmingly rejected a motion brought to their floor asking that the Federation condemn the government and reverse the decision. They said no to that. Canada Post will continue with their plan.
Dana Hunsick.
Honourable Member for Hunsick. In the 2014 public report on the terrorist threat to Canada, it is written that, working with communities, the government is contributing to efforts to build prevention capacity to impede the radicalization to violence process. Beyond this rhetoric, can the Minister of Public Safety tell us whether there truly exists, as in the case of fighting against street gangs, one prevention program for radicalization to violence with a budget to support it?
The
Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. You know, Canada has a 4-point strategy to prevent, detect, impede, and react in case of terrorist attacks. Now, with regard to measures to raise the awareness of ethnic and cultural communities, I can transmit her my annual report and the 2014 report on the terrorist threat to Canada. We have hundreds of examples where police enforcement bodies are reaching out to communities and carrying out activities to ensure that at the source we can deter individuals from committing terrorist acts.
Edmonton, St. Albert.
Mr. Speaker, I support the Canada-Europe Free Trade Agreement, but what I don't support is expensive photo ops, especially for trade agreements in danger of coming unwound due to opposition by powerful players such as Germany. Can the government advise the House as to how many tax dollars were used to host the lavish celebratory business reception in Toronto on September 26th, and also to fly the 2 European officials from Toronto to Brussels on the Canadian Forces Airbus, which we now know was not even necessary, and its acceptance may have actually violated the European Union's Code of Conduct?
The Honourable Minister of Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to comment on internal German politics. What I can say is that this is the most comprehensive trade agreement Canada has ever signed. Now that the legal text has been finalized, it's been released to the public, we want Canadian businesses to take advantage of that agreement now and position themselves. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I remind the member that it is this Conservative government that has substantially reduced the use and cost of government aircraft. I would also remind the member that Presidents Barroso and Van Rompuy are, in fact, the leaders of the largest consumer market in the world. It's no wonder that they would want to join our Prime Minister to promote that agreement to Canadian businesses.
That concludes the question period for today. I would like to draw the attention of honourable members, the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Kevin O'Brien, Minister of Advanced Education and Skills and Minister responsible for the status of persons with disabilities from the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the recent passing on September 27th of Mr. Eric Spicer, former parliamentary librarian. Mr. Spicer served parliamentarians of both chambers for 34 years under 8 prime ministers. He reported to 12 speakers of the Senate and 10 speakers of the House of Commons and was made an honorary officer of both houses. I am sure that all honourable members will join me in offering the House's sincere condolences to Mr. Spicer's family. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de...
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions, Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition from my constituents of Sarnia-Lambton calling on Parliament to amend the Criminal Code to decriminalise the selling of sexual services and criminalising the purchasing of sexual services, and also to provide support to those who desire to leave prostitution. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the members of Davenport with a very serious petition regarding the fact that up to 50% of workers in Toronto can't find a full-time permanent job. They're relegated to jobs where they're working multiple part-time jobs, freelance, self-employed, on contract, without any access to pension benefits, job security. These petitioners want action from the federal government. They want the government to support our national urban workers strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Speaker, Alzheimer's disease is a critical health priority. Today, someone in Canada is diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease once every 5 minutes, and the cost to the healthcare system is $15 billion. In 30 years, someone will be diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease once every 2 minutes, and the cost will be $153 billion. The petitioners call for a national strategy for dementias and related Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, including, among other items, national objectives to improve the quality of life of those living with dementia, an annual report to Parliament regarding progress to meet those objectives, and greater investment in dementia research.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
By 2,000 residents of Montreal, principally in the riding of LaSalle-et-Mar, asking the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration to reconsider the decision to deport the Foucham family of Montreal. Mr. Foucham, his wife and 3 young children have been active community members in LaSalle, specifically the Saint-Jean-Brébeuf Church, for 7 years. They are facing imminent deportation to Cameroon, where they face grave risk of persecution because of their Christian faith. In particular, the family fears the women and girls will be subjected to forced genital mutilation. The undersigned in this petition are asking that the Minister reconsider the deportation of the Foucham family, scheduled for October 9, 2014, and allow them to remain in Canada, where they can freely practice their religious beliefs and continue to contribute to Canadian society.
Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present 2 petitions on behalf of my constituents. The first is a petition asking for equal access to CCSVI treatments for Canadians living with multiple sclerosis. These constituents want to encourage the federal government to work with the provinces and territories so that this treatment is swiftly accessible across the country. The second petition calls upon this government to support the initiative of bringing injured Palestinian children from Gaza to Canada for treatment. I want to thank my constituents. I'm always honoured to represent their voices in this House.
The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 sets of petitions. The first one is from citizens of the Langley area of British Columbia who believe that the current impaired driving laws are too lenient, and they would like the criminal code to be changed to redefine the offence of impaired driving causing death as vehicular manslaughter. And the second set of petitions, Mr. Speaker, from over 300 constituents in the Kootenay and Boundary area call upon Parliament to refrain from making any changes to the Seed Act or to the Plant Breeders Act through Bill C-18, and they call upon Parliament to enshrine in legislation the inalienable rights of farmers and other Canadians to save, reuse, select, exchange, and sell seeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present 2 petitions. The first is from residents throughout Vancouver Island and many communities, including some within my own riding, calling for a legislated comprehensive ban on supertankers on the BC coast. And the second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents of interior British Columbia, calling on this government to establish stable, secure, and predictable funding for our national public broadcaster, the CBC.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I table a petition signed by residents of Winnipeg North calling on the government to take action in regards to health care being of utmost importance, Mr. Speaker, and they're asking the government to commit to developing a new health care accord that would replace the old 2004 accord, which ultimately led to the highest level of financing of health care in Canada's history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition from several Londoners, both Christian and Muslim, asking that the Government of Canada take action in a very positive way, and that action take the form of humanitarian aid to governments and organizations that are determined to assist in the current killing of Iraqi Christians in Iraq and Syria. They are very, very clear that they want diplomatic and humanitarian help from Canada for these desperate people.
Member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to present 2 petitions on behalf of constituents. In the first, Mr. Speaker, the constituents call for tougher penalties for those who drive impaired, and they want to do this by putting in place a mandatory minimum sentence for persons convicted of impaired driving causing death, and as well redefining impaired driving causing death as vehicular manslaughter. And in the second, Mr. Speaker, The petitioners note that over 92% of Canadians believe that sex-selective pregnancy termination is wrong, and they call on Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to condemn discrimination against females through gender selection pregnancy termination.
The honourable member for Bournois-Selbury. No, Rivière des Mille.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition signed by residents of my riding who are concerned about the elimination of home post delivery services for 5 million households. So they're asking the Government of Canada to reject the service cuts at Canada Post and to explore other ways to modernize the business plan of this Crown Corporation.
Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I continue to get petitions from across Canada on the issue of missing persons in the DNA database. And although we have now established, in theory, a program to deal with this, it's not funded. And so these people are concerned that that program actually be funded and implemented for a missing persons index, a victims index, and a national NDP database. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
I have a petition on behalf of some of my constituents regarding the emergency order for the protection of greater sage-grouse, and they are saying that Canadians enjoy, protect, and respect the diversity of wildlife, habitat, and natural resources, that ecosystems must remain flourishing, reproductive, and harvestable, and that the emergency order for the protection of greater sage-grouse will not effectively achieve its goal. They are asking for a number of things, including the rescinding of the emergency protection order and replacing it with an order that encourages voluntary implementation and involvement with local landowners, land users, and all stakeholders.
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government business. Resuming debate on the motion number 13, military contribution against ISIL.
The honourable member for the honourable Minister of National Defence has 3 minutes left to conclude his remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to pay tribute to the men and women who serve in our armed forces. They are, as you may know, Mr. Speaker, ready for any challenge. They are trained and equipped to the highest standard, and they, I want to be clear, will remain under the command of the Chief of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we are asking the Parliament to support the government's decision. We will be working in very close collaboration with our allies and partner countries to ensure that Iraq receives the support that it needs.
Expect their Parliament to take action in the face of an international crisis, in this case an international crisis that directly threatens Canada. This is not the time to sit quietly on the sidelines and hope that the threat will dissipate, as both the Liberal and NDP leaders have suggested. This government recognizes the threat that ISIL poses to Western values and the people of our country, and we are prepared to address it at its source. This terrorist group seeks to impose a worldview diametrically opposed to ours, one that prizes repression over equality, hatred over respect, and death over life. We must take action, we will take action, and we seek the support for the government's motion in order to prevent these vile and merciless radicals from further inflicting their twisted beliefs and deadly violence upon the innocent. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaire. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his intervention in this debate. I know there's a fair bit of concern about what's happening in Iraq, and as the Minister pointed out, over 1 million internally displaced persons. In fact, it's about 1.8 million. Canada was asked directly in the personage of the Foreign Affairs Minister and the member for Ottawa Centre and the member for Laurier Ville Marie for support for this. And, you know, I just learned that comparing the Libya mission, which was an air bombing campaign as well, it cost $350 million with the deployment of maybe 440 some odd people. We're talking about a larger mission here in terms of numbers. Wouldn't the Minister think that saving lives now with the kind of commitment that could be made to do that as a result of the direct ask of the Iraqi government? Wouldn't that be an important thing for Canada to be doing? It's not simply, the military mission or nothing.
Minister of National Defence.
That certainly has not been the position of the government. We have taken and become very involved with humanitarian aid to that part of the world. We have taken supplies from both Albania and the Czech Republic and delivered over 1.5 million pounds of supplies to Iraq to assist in this. We've had a 30-day mission that's just come to a conclusion for us to have a look at, and providing strategic and tactical advice to the Iraqi forces. And again, this is one more step in our efforts to degrade the capabilities of ISIL. And so it's one more step. Again, we have to do this. This terrorist organization has committed unspeakable acts to the people of that area and are a direct threat to Canada. This is why we have to take action.
Member for Westmount Ville Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I tried to get an answer during question period to this question, and that is the possible involvement of RCF-18s, if they go over there, in Syria. It wasn't clear to me from the Prime Minister's remarks last Friday whether Canada would be, if I can call it, passive in the sense of if Syria asked Canada to come in, Bashar al-Assad, or whether Canada would proactively, if it decided it wanted to go into Syria, actually make the request to Bashar al-Assad. I was wondering if the Minister of Defence could shed some light on that.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
In question period, I pointed out the Prime Minister's comments on Friday, where he said that we will strike ISIL where and only where Canada has the clear support of the government of the country in question. I think that's very straightforward. The mission, as it's constituted today, is focusing on Iraq, and we have been very clear with respect to our objectives, and we will continue with or without the support of the Liberals.
The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to put a question directly to the Minister of Defence. I'm afraid this debate has been conducted on both sides as though there's an assumption that somehow a combat mission will be effective. We debate what Canada should do, but there's an underlying assumption that it will somehow work to counteract ISIS. And I put it to you, Mr. Speaker, there is no evidence for that. Today's Guardian reports that Kurdish fighters are finding no slowing in ISIS's assault on Kurdish areas while U.S. airstrikes bombard them because they scatter and then reform as the jets leave. Can the Minister of Defence give us any evidence whatsoever that Canada's planned mission will do anything other than fall into the trap ISIS has set for us to get involved in this for their propaganda and ongoing efforts to destabilize and encourage recruitment?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Again, I point to the honourable member that we are involved in a number of different activities in that part of the world, and we deem it appropriate at this time to strike at ISIL to decrease its capabilities to terrorize this. We had a suggestion from the NDP on Friday. I think they want to send over lawyers there to start prosecuting these individuals. Don't get me wrong, I love lawyers, Mr. Speaker. I know I want to be very clear. I want to put that on the record. But again, we are doing, I think, what is reasonable under the circumstances, and I'm very disappointed that it doesn't have the support of all the members of the opposition.
Please do débat. The Honourable Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very happy to have this opportunity to speak to the motion and to speak in support of the government motion to support the government decision to provide Canadian military resources as part of the fight against ISIL and to fight against terrorists for a 6-month period. Now, allow me to start, Mr. Speaker, by reminding people about the atrocities committed by this group. It is organizing a genocide that is motivated by hate. Hate directed at innocent people. Mr. Speaker, this is an organization that continues to commit acts of genocide, of ethnic cleansing, of rape of women and girls, mass rape, of sexual slavery. This is something we're seeing on a daily basis, so they continue to decapitate innocent people, even children.
This, I know to some people, the barbarity of this organization may be hard to conceive of, and some may actually dismiss the reality of the evil of this organization. But even the Human Rights Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights of the United Nations, in its report published in late September, said that the organization, the so-called Islamic State, has attacked directly targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, executions and other targeted killings of civilians, abductions, rape, and other forms of sexual and physical violence perpetrated against women and children, forced recruitment of children, destruction or desecration of places of religious or cultural significance, wanton destruction and looting of property, and denial of fundamental freedoms. The UN report went on to say that the Islamic State has directly and systematically targeted Iraq's various diverse ethnic and religious communities, subjecting them to a range of gross human rights abuses, including murder, physical and sexual assault, robbery, wanton destruction of property, destruction of places of religious or cultural significance, forced conversions, denial of access to basic humanitarian services, and forced expulsion. The targeting of ethnic and religious communities by ISIL appears to be part of deliberate and systematic policy that aims to suppress, permanently cleanse, or expel, or in some instances destroy completely those communities within its area of control. The report goes on to detail the most horrific and unthinkable acts, including, if you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, the kidnapping and torture of a 3-year-old girl. Images are in the public domain of children having been decapitated by this organization because of the religious convictions of their families and of their community. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned it when we last debated this humanitarian moral crisis 2 weeks ago, my conversation with my friend, the Patriarch of the Chaldean Catholic Church, the largest Christian community in Iraq, a church which I stress is indigenous, a community that is indigenous to Iraq. La communauté chaldéenne parle le langue.
Now, that community speaks the language of Jesus Christ and spoke that language, which was spoken over 20 centuries, Mr. Speaker. They are indigenous people to the region.
About how Daesh, the Islamic State jihadis, entered hospitals where infirm, handicapped, elderly Christians were unable to leave and were threatened with decapitation in their hospital beds if they did not immediately convert to Islam. I cannot think of an organization in my lifetime, or perhaps all of modern history, which represents such brazen evil, such deprivation, and it cannot be overstated, Mr. Speaker, which is why Iraqis, particularly those of the minority communities, are asking us to help to do what we can to offer them protection. For example, Mr. Speaker, I notice a report in today's National Post in which Matthew Fisher interviews local Kurds and Christians in the region, one of whom, Mr. Shoban Kunda, said, a Christian speaking near the in Erbil, near the territories controlled by the Islamic State, that, quotes, if the U.S. airplanes had not been here at the right moment, Erbil would have fallen and ISIL would be here. He went on to say that, so we know that air power can help to stop ISIL. Another Christian said, someone has to stop this Daesh because they want to destroy everything and bring the world back to the Middle Ages. And he also said that, quotes, Mr. Fisher reports that those he interviewed were, quotes, astonished when told that two of Canada's political parties have opposed the plan to send Canadian warplanes to assist them. The day before, Matthew Fisher interviewed other local members of minority communities, including Mr. Behar Namik, a Kurdish shop owner in Erbil, who said, quotes, I know all about what Canada is doing. It will be very good what the Canadians will soon do here in Iraq, close quote. So, yes, the Iraqi government has requested Canada's assistance as reflected in today's motion, but ordinary Iraqis have asked for this assistance. When I spoke to Patriarch Sacco, he asked for Canada's military assistance. People understand that this country has some capacity to project hard power in their defense, and so too do Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I've received dozens of letters in my capacity as
Minister for Multiculturalism and Multicultural Communities, calling for Canada to take action. Serious action, military action to help protect innocent people in Iraq.
Father Abuna Sarmed Balios, on behalf of the Canadian Chaldean Catholics, who says, quotes, we declare our strong support to Canada's decision to join the Allies in conducting airstrikes against Islamic militants for up to 6 months in Iraq, close quotes. I have a letter from Muslims facing tomorrow who write that, quotes, we support the Prime Minister and his government unconditionally in this stated mission to degrade and contain ISIL as put forward in the motion before the House. Mr. Speaker, I think we should heed these voices. Let me address a canard, I believe, raised by the Leader of the Opposition, who suggested that ISIL is just another manifestation of the same forces that the United States has been encountering in Iraq for 10 years. Well, first of all, American forces have not been present in Iraq for the past 2 years, as President Obama completed the American military mission in Iraq. But there is a complete and radical difference in the nature of this organization. Yes, it's true. Some Ba'athist figures and some tribal Sunni figures have assisted Daesh in recent months. But this is a fundamentally different organization, given the nature of its actions, its effort to create a caliphate and project state-like power through the entire region, indeed, to explicitly target Canada. But, Mr. Speaker, it can be said, if the position of the Leader of the Opposition is that this is too great a challenge for us to address militarily, that could also be said of this arc of violence motivated by the doctrine of armed jihad that we see from West Africa, from Al-Shabaab from Boko Haram in Nigeria to Al-Shabaab in East Africa, through the various Salafi jihadi forces through Yemen, through the Levant, Daesh itself, al-Nusra, Al-Qaeda, the Deobandi, and Taliban militias in Pakistan, all the way to the southern Philippines. There is an arc of violence held together by a common perversion of theology. Yes, in the broadest sense, the civilizational struggle for all civilized people. But here we are in this motion talking about one immediate action that we can take to help, we hope, to save some lives. I believe doing so is in the truest Canadian tradition. I call upon all members to support the motion.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened carefully to the Minister's speech. And I noted I was actually going to quote from the same article he was going to quote from. And he left out one part of the article where, in the end, there is a quote saying, bombing is not so efficacious. There will have to be troops on the ground to retake Mosul. I say that because The minister would imply that we should follow the advice, and he's laid out the people who should follow. And I guess I'd caution, if we're on the one hand quoting from an article and representing people on the ground and their opinion, we should tell the whole story. So first question I have to the minister is he actually suggesting, well, one, they're pointing out the very people he was quoting, that bombing is not working right now, and we know that because Mosul is a highly populated area, but would he support ground troops as was pro-offered by the very people that he was quoting? Finally, when I was on the ground talking to the representatives of the Chaldean community, they were asking for robust humanitarian support, which we didn't hear in the motion. We didn't hear in the speech from the Prime Minister, and we're wondering where is that support that they asked for us to help protect his minority community.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, the Iraqi government has not requested ground troops from Canada or other allied forces. The United States, which is coordinating this allied intervention with the government of Iraq, has not requested Canadian ground forces. The government is not seeking authorization. It is clear that the critical military asset that we can offer is air cover to stop large-scale movements of Daesh, and it is true that since air operations began with some intensity, that they have ceased taking significant amounts of additional territory, which is what that article makes clear. So yes, there will have to be a ground dimension to the battle against Daesh, but that will have to be provided by Iraq and the Peshmerga, which is why we are also providing technical training to the Peshmerga militias. I would, with respect to humanitarian aid, Mr. Speaker, we have already provided $29 million of aid, an additional $10 million announced today. This is specifically with respect to Iraq. We've provided enormous humanitarian support in Syria. Our support in Iraq, Mr. Speaker, is the 7th largest contribution in gross terms in the world and the largest per capita contribution of any developed country in the world, and there will be more, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville Marie.
Mr. Speaker, this morning my colleague in the NDP asked the Minister of Foreign Affairs what would be the situation whereby Canadian CF-18s would go into Syria. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs said, well, I can't really answer that. You should ask the Minister of Defence. I asked the Minister of Defence during question period, and I asked him again just now, and he really did not answer my question. So I'll try with my honourable colleague across the way. Would Canada send CF-18s into Syria after asking permission to go in from Bashar al-Assad, or would they strictly wait for him to call them up and give his permission and say, we'd like you to come in and do this? Thank you.
Minister of Employment.
Well, I understand why the member is asking hypothetical questions that are excluded by the motion, Mr. Speaker. He knows perfectly well the complexity of the situation in Syria and knows that we've been invited by the government of Iraq to provide assistance there, which is what we will do. But he's asking this hypothetical question because he is plainly trying to evade the grotesque irresponsibility of his party and leader outside the best liberal tradition in the position that it's taken on this motion. While most of our major allies in the democratic world, including social democratic governments and parties, have endorsed or committed military support to this mission in Iraq, the Liberal Party, in an extreme virage from its tradition, is instead, its leader is making adolescent jokes to characterize prospective Canadian military action, referring to the use of the Royal Canadian Air Force jet fighters as, quotes, whipping out our CF-18s to show how big they are. How profoundly unserious, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest the member instead listen to voices such as those of former Liberal ministers Lloyd Axworthy, Ujjal Dosanjh, Jean Lapierre, le Premier Ministre du Québec,
the Premier of Quebec.
Liberals who understand the great Liberal tradition of standing in solidarity with our allies in defence of international security.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in this debate today. It is unfortunate that we did not have such a debate before our current military deployment to Iraq back in September. The question in today's debate is not whether Canada should do something about ISIL. We should, and our response should be serious
and significant. The question is, what should Canada do? How can we be most helpful? Not just in the short run, but in defeating ISIL over the long term. I want to make, before I start, I'm sharing my time with the member from St. John's East. I want to make one thing very clear. We do not need to shoot missiles or drop bombs in order to take this threat seriously. Over 60 countries are helping to defeat ISIL, and the vast majority are not taking part in airstrikes. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has referred to how Italy and Germany support the coalition. They do, and so does the NDP. But like the NDP, governments in Italy and Germany have judged that they can best help through logistics, weapons, training, and humanitarian support. So have conservatives and social democratic governments in Norway, South Korea, Japan, Sweden, Switzerland, New Zealand, Ireland, Spain, Finland, Greece, Poland, and dozens of other countries. ISIL has perpetrated appalling crimes, including mass killings, sexual violence, forced displacement, and destruction of holy sites. More than 20 million Iraqis have been affected. 2 million people have been displaced from their homes. More than 5 million people are now in urgent need of humanitarian assistance right now. The violence ISIL perpetrates is entirely unjustifiable and entirely contrary to Islam. The only ideology it supports is the ideology of hate. The crisis in Iraq also seriously jeopardizes regional peace and stability. The flow of internally displaced people and refugees due to ISIL is threatening the ability of Iraq and its neighbors to secure their borders and govern effectively. The NDP has been clear that Canada has an important role to play in contributing to the international response to this crisis. In fact, in June, I asked the government in the House to help refugees fleeing ISIL. In July, we issued a statement calling on the government to work with our allies to support the Iraqi authorities in building responsible democratic governance in Iraq as a counter to ISIL. My recent visit to Iraq with the Minister of Foreign Affairs reinforced my conviction that action is needed. I heard firsthand what the Iraqi and Kurdish authorities are asking for from Canada, and nobody ever asked for fighter jets. That was true in 2007 when I visited Iraq for the first time, and it was true again this year. In 2007, I went to Iraq to participate in a conference on governance with members of parliament from all major groups, Sunni, Shia, and Kurd. I shared our experience, the Canadian experience, of federalism and inclusion. On October 14th and 15th in 2009, I hosted a conference on Iraq right here in Ottawa with the Stimson Centre and the Centre for International Governance and Innovation on governance and the impact of conflict on minorities in Iraq. We cited at that time the need for more inclusion from the government in Baghdad and the need for protection of minorities. That was then, and what I heard again on the ground a month ago is similar. We need to do more as a country. But instead of following through on their commitment to increase humanitarian and governance assistance to Iraq, the government went looking for military action. The government is now sending more and more Canadian men and women into harm's way in Iraq without a clear plan for going in and with no plan at all for coming out. Last week, it was 69 troops. This week, it's 669 troops. Like many Canadians, New Democrats are very concerned about the deployment of Canadian troops to Iraq on a combat mission that is ill-defined to the point of being irresponsible. Far too many questions about this mission remain entirely unanswered. Who will be commanding this mission? Where will our troops be located? What will be the process for expanding the mission? Will there be another debate and vote in Parliament? The motion we are debating today is ill-defined and ill-conceived. It offers no plan and no exit strategy. Shockingly, there are no new humanitarian commitments, albeit we did hear one today, which is good news. Just as shockingly, there was no territorial limits on operations. Nearly every other member of the coalition has explicitly ruled out airstrikes in Syria. The Prime Minister explicitly ruled them in. This is unfortunate to say the least. The Prime Minister explicitly ruled them in if requested by the brutal regime of Bashar al-Assad, and in the motion, that we are debating today opens that door to airstrikes there and anywhere for that matter. There are also no restrictions on who could be included in the category of, quote, terrorists allied with ISIL. The motion allows for the government to go far beyond Iraq and far beyond ISIL. There are very few details in the motion on our deployment of, quote, military assets. Could these go beyond the 9 planes and 600 troops currently committed? We just don't know. And there is no requirement for Parliament to be consulted during or after the 6-month term if the mission is expanded or extended. Canadians are rightly uncomfortable with this mission. It is ill-defined and ill-conceived. Canadians are concerned that the government has no idea where hundreds of troops will be based or when they might even get there. Canadians are concerned that the government is now passing off responsibility for Canada's response to Canadian forces. Our soldiers will do as ordered. That is their job. But this war is the government's decision, and it is their job to take responsibility for that. Canadians are also concerned about the government's willingness to support Bashar al-Assad's dictatorship in Syria and the uncertainty of what we might leave behind in Iraq. And Canadians are concerned about the Conservative government's record of failing to give straight answers to important questions about our military involvement. That's why we have not only opposed the government's wrong-headed war, we also have proposed smart, responsible, and genuinely Canadian alternatives while demanding transparency and holding the government to account. We have asked the government to do 4 concrete things: support the construction of refugee camps, help victims of sexual violence, assist in protecting ethnic and religious communities, and encourage international prosecutions of war crimes. When I made these requests directly to the Minister of Foreign Affairs at committee, he said yes, 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 yes. But we are still waiting for specific and concrete actions on all these fronts. Canada has also an important role to play in encouraging responsible governance in Iraq through collaborative capacity-building projects. We've been asking the government to act in these areas for months. Our call has been both pragmatic and principled, motivated by our common commitment to global security and basic human dignity. The mission we are debating today is simply not the best that Canada can do and has to offer. When I was in Iraq last month, I visited a refugee camp. For a few minutes, I walked away from the group of dignitaries and aid workers to look around. I came across a group of small children playing on the dirty ground. Like millions of other children, women, and men in Iraq, they are in desperate need. How can we best help these children, is the question I ask. How can we best help them to not only survive, but to grow up and thrive and lead in a peaceful and prosperous Iraq? This is a debate not just about what we do in Iraq, but what we do as a country. Canadians deserve a Canadian foreign policy that plays to Canadian strengths while representing our interests and our values. And we are most effective on the international stage, Mr. Speaker, when we exploit our comparative advantages in areas like security logistics, nation building, and humanitarian support. Mr. Speaker, the children I met in Iraq need our help. We should be smart in how we deliver.
Questions and comments? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for sharing his perspective in this place. Perspective obviously very different from the government's perspective. But I do have this question because I think that when we look at the history of Canadian involvement in situations that require a coordinated effort from the world, Canadians have been able to do things on a multitasking basis, if you want to use the modern term. They have been able to provide nation-building support, provide humanitarian support, provide the kind of advice that is important on the ground. These things we can do, but at the same time, this situation, as the Honourable Minister has pointed out, is beyond that. Now we are at a point, at a tipping point, perhaps different from where you were visiting there in 2009 and 2010. So the question is, why can't we do both? Why can't we answer the call to be there with our forces in the air and do the things that you want to do as well?
Remind all honourable members to direct their comments to the chair rather than to their colleagues. The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
A fair question, Mr. Speaker, and here's a very straightforward answer. We should be doing what we were asked to do over a month ago. While the government has been, frankly, dithering on what to do and looking for a military mission, we could have already been saving lives, which was what the Minister of Foreign Affairs and I were asked to do, as well as my friend from the Liberal Party. There was not one ask on the ground from the President of Iraq, from the President of the Regional Government of Kurdistan, from their Foreign Affairs Minister, from the UNHCR. No one asked us to do airstrikes. They asked us to save lives. And while the government, be another 3 weeks, I guess, before we actually have our strike force in theatre, while that is happening, and while we've been waiting to hear from the government their plan, we could have already been on the ground saving lives. That's the Canadian way. That's what we should have been doing.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague from Ottawa Centre. I think it's important to stress how he began this, that no one in this place thinks we should do nothing. Speaking for myself, I'm horrified that we appear to be making the assumption that airstrikes will constitute a something which does more good than harm. There's, at this point, there are quite strong voices from such people as our former expert foreign affairs, Bob Fowler, that this could very well do more harm than good. I want to ask my honourable friend if he would agree with me that, if we could agree, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask my honourable friend, if we were to go to the United Nations and ask if a peacekeeping force could be put together with Canadian leadership to provide security for refugee camps and aid workers, would he think that was a reasonable proposal?
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, I think Canada can provide peace and security with the appropriate UN resolutions. I don't think we're there yet. I think, frankly, that what we need to do is protect the people who have escaped. But let me just add something. I'm a little concerned in this debate that there is this kind of hierarchy of moral outrage, as if the louder you are, then the more outraged you are with ISIL. Mr. Speaker, moral outrage isn't a strategy to deal with ISIL. Right. It's just a reaction, albeit to something very horrific. But, I've been after this government for many years since I've been in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and they can't even see fit to support a bill that will cut off funds to these horrific militia groups. So, spare me, please, the moral outrage and tell me what you're going to do effectively.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague for his very informative speech, a very competent and articulate speech as well. And it is true to the concept that his most recent experience, which leads us to believe that he saw for himself what the needs are of the people on the ground. So I would like to, because I've heard comments here in this House, and we talk about these grouped efforts and international efforts, and I have understood that the government is trying to evoke the UN resolution, and I would like to say that there has been no such resolution.
Ottawa Centre, short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank my colleague for a very good question. The UN Security Council resolution was very clear. To help fight against ISIL, we should do everything as respective member states to deal with the foreign fighters who are being recruited, to help the people of Iraq defend their borders. We support that. But, of course, the main issue is for us is do the humanitarian support we're asked to. He asked me what those kids asked us for on the ground, what the humanitarian UNHCR people asked for, and the government of Iraq and Kurdistan, all the same thing, including our ambassador, humanitarian support, humanitarian support, humanitarian support.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have an opportunity to speak in this debate about the motion of the government because I believe we have to put it very clear on the record what our concerns are and what our views are with respect to this motion. I want to say at the outset that we're dealing with a motion that sometimes has been framed as air support, sometimes as air combat, but this is really, it's not air combat because we're not engaging fighter jets with other fighter jets. This is clearly an airstrike, a bombing mission within Iraq. And we have clearly stated through our leader and elsewhere that we do not support this aspect of the mission. The motion itself calls for other things, and our amendment calls for other things, but the question is about whether or not we should join about a dozen other countries in bombing raids. We don't believe that that's an effective Canadian solution that will actually save lives now. When we're talking about bombing and airstrikes, there's a lot of controversy about whether it would even be effective in the situation that's there. Even those who believe that it's necessary are saying, and these are military strategists, a lot of people who don't believe in military action, are saying that they will run out of targets very, very soon. So how effective is that going to be in determining anything, or in terms of the kind of contribution that Canada could and should make? And the third thing is that the airstrikes of this nature, I mean, they have been, in this case, we're talking about airstrikes in Iraq, we're talking about airstrikes in Syria, another extra bridge too far, I believe, in terms of the kind of mission that we were told about on the 5th of September. Let me make something clear. We didn't support the first mission because we weren't given the information to be able to support that first mission. You know, we didn't say we would not support assisting and advising and helping the Kurdish Peshmerga to do something to be stronger enough and be able to take on this threat. We didn't get a chance to say that because we weren't even getting the answers as to when they were planning to go, what they were planning to do. And we had the member for Laurier-Ville-Marie, actually providing the answers for the government because the government wasn't providing them in the committee. It was one of the more humorous things that I've ever seen, Mr. Speaker, because direct questions were being asked to the Minister of Defence, to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and we were getting answers not from them who were stonewalling the questions, but rather from the member for Laurier-Ville-Marie who was putting the answers to them. So the third reason why we don't support this is it doesn't respond to the direct ask that Canada got from Iraq, from the government of Iraq. Now, my colleague from Ottawa Centre has just described that, the visit that he made, the visit with the president of Iraq, with the president of the Kurdish Regional Council, the ask that they had, the terrible tragedy that they were facing, the immense crisis and human tragedy with 1.8 million now internally displaced persons in need of help. So we support the idea of doing something about that. We support the coalition. This is a big coalition. There's some 60 nations involved, and they're all playing different roles. As I mentioned, there's about a dozen now that are engaged in certain aspects of military support in terms of airstrikes, including about 5 of the Arab nations in the region, and that's what they have chosen to do. There's a lot of nations who are providing different types of military support, like Canada was doing up until now, delivering munitions and ammunition from the Czech Republic and Albania. Italy's been doing things like that, so has other countries as well. But we have a lot of other countries who are doing different things solely on the humanitarian side. So we have, for example, Norway, with Italy, with Germany, a combination of military efforts and military supplies as well as humanitarian aid, and this is the motion and the amendment. The effect of the amendment would be to put Canada in the same group as that. But what I do want to say is saving lives now, I think, is a priority for Canadians and for us. What can we do? I did a little bit of research, and it seems that the Libya mission, an airstrike mission, cost about $350 million. Now, can you imagine if that was the level of commitment that was made then, and if we're prepared the government's prepared with an air campaign to make a similar level of commitment, well, imagine how many lives could be saved and what Canada could accomplish using its military, using its resources, using its expertise, using its history in helping some of those 1.8 million get through what proves to be a very harsh winter. There's a need of food, there's a need of shelter, there's a need of clothing, there's a need of that kind of activity, and an immense effort, a significant effort, could actually save lives. Mr. Speaker, we're dealing here with a question of choices, and Canada has that choice. And this is a legitimate disagreement. So as my friend just pointed out, moral outrage is not a strategy. It's all right to be morally outraged. We're all pretty outraged, frankly, with the kinds of atrocities that are being committed in Iraq. What we're looking for is a long-term solution. We've just seen 10 years of the Americans and the Brits and others trying to deal with the situation in Iraq, and what we're left with is this particular situation. We want to see a long-term solution, and we're outraged by the activities of this group as well. But we want to see, well, what can Canada do best right now that's going to help save lives immediately and help the Peshmerga and the others get to the point where they can actually deal with this on the ground, because as anybody in the military world said, well, airstrikes are not going to do this. Right. They're not going to solve the problem. Some even go so far as to say that they're counterproductive. Peggy Mason, who's a prominent former Canadian ambassador, an advisor to a former prime minister, says that they're counterproductive, that they're not going to be effective, and that we have to do something different because it hasn't worked in the past. So we want to do something that's going to be effective, that's going to be in keeping with the Canadian history, and something that's going to save lives now. And we believe that the kind of effort, with a serious effort, I'm not talking about sending another few $1 million, I'm talking about a serious effort and a serious commitment on behalf of Canada to address to the best of its ability and resources to help with the humanitarian crisis that's a result of the tragedy, result of the atrocities that are going on. Mr. Speaker, can you let me know how much time I have left? 2 minutes. So I think I've made it pretty clear that we don't really, and if you look at the motion that we put forward by way of amendment here, we've made it pretty clear that we want to see changes in the motion that would ensure that we, first of all, support the efforts, the coalition. We want to ensure that the military support for the transportation of weapons, that's something that we do support. We want a significant boost in humanitarian aid. We call on the government to provide assistance for the investigation and prosecution of war crimes. I think there's been some nod towards that today. Also to especially dealing with the sexual violence, using rape as a weapon of war. And this requires significant investigation. It's not something that you can just forget about. You have to do and hope that someone is going to bring it to justice. You have to get the evidence. You have to provide the means to do that. You have to put effort into getting the stories and collecting all of that. And many of these people who are victims of these atrocities and who have that evidence are in these refugee camps or hope to be in the refugee camps. They don't want to leave. Many of them don't want to leave the country. They want to stay there. But they're going to need help until that country is safer. We don't want, obviously, we call on the government not to deploy Canadian forces in combat operations, and we want the government to report back on the cost of the mission on a monthly basis. And, of course, we make it clear, because, this is not supposed to be divisive. This is not about people who support the military and people who don't. We are calling for military support here. We want to also add to this that to continue to offer its resolute and wholehearted support to the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces who stand on guard for all of us. So it is a question of what choices we would make to contribute to this international mission, and we believe that the amendment to this motion contains those. They are serious, they are robust, and they are part of the Canadian effort that will save lives now.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, that speech really goes to the heart of what I find the total incoherence of the NDP's position. He is, once again, they're demanding humanitarian assistance, which we are already providing, in a larger measure per capita than any other developed country in the world, and which we will increase. So let's just put that aside. The question here, then, is whether or not we contribute to military force in stopping Daesh. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have a very simple question for you. What's the point of providing humanitarian support to people who have been murdered by genocidal maniacs? He talks about sending, I can't even believe I'm hearing this in this floor, sending lawyers to interview rape victims. Mr. Speaker, the point is to stop women from being victimized by the masked rapists in the first place. Mr. Speaker, there are hundreds of Yazidi and Christian women being held as serial sex slaves by Daesh. How does he suggest we have Canadian tribunals interview them while they're being maintained under slave-like conditions. Mr. Speaker, the fundamental question for the NDP is, how do you deliver humanitarian response to people as they're being attacked? Does he not understand that without the use of some force, that more minorities will completely be wiped off the face of the earth in Iraq? Doesn't he understand?
Or the Honourable Member St. John South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I say, moral outrage is not a strategy.
Exactly.
I don't know if he thinks that somebody bombing the places where the sex slaves are being held is going to solve the problem. So I've got a real problem with his solution here. The people who we're talking about, by the way, I mean, if you should talk to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, because he supports the effort to actually find a way to prosecute the people who were responsible for those. He spoke in his speech
he did.
today.
So why critique him?
He spoke to it in his speech today. I would commend him to read it. But the people who are in need of help are not in the. There are 1.8 million who've been displaced away from. They fled away from where the battle and the dangers, and they are in humanitarian need now, and they can be helped now, and they should be helped now, and we know we can save many of their lives.
Hear, hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, and in looking at the amendment, it's not clear whether the NDP is supporting non-combat military activities in general, or simply the one that they specify, which is transportation of weapons. So could the member clarify, is it a general support for non-combat military activities such as surveillance, intelligence, training, protecting aid workers and vulnerable women, protecting field hospitals, strategic airlift, the kinds of things that the Liberals have been talking about? Is that included, or is it just transporting weapons? And secondly, his leader apparently criticized the Liberals for supporting a 30-day combat mission. Was that a slip of the tongue, or was his leader not aware that that was a non-combat 30-day mission that the Liberals supported?
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. Of course, we were responding to the motion that was put forth, and we wanted to make it clear that we did support that aspect of the mission that was already going on with military effort, delivering of materiel and ammunition. We don't make a general statement about that, but if you're going to be actively involved in setting up refugee camps and those sorts of things, you may need a military component associated with that as well. So this is not about no military versus yes military. This is about the combat role, and I think the Liberal Party now supports the fact that there ought not be a combat role, at least with respect to airstrikes. We haven't discussed anything else because there's nothing else on the table at this point, and we weren't consulted. It wasn't discussed with us. Our leader wasn't discussed, which was always done in the past, even with our current leader. And we couldn't support a motion that didn't have a full disclosure from the beginning, which I'm afraid your party signed on to. Essentially a blank check without even hearing the details. So all you asked at that time was, if you're going to change it, let us know. We support what you're doing here now, but if you're going to change this, just let us know. That's all I heard at the time. I didn't hear anything about a vote. I didn't hear anything about having a full debate and full disclosure in the House. I said we support you. What we heard was we support you, and just keep us informed. We're going to monitor it. Keep us informed if there's any change.
Before we resume debate, just again remind all honourable members to direct their comments and questions to the chair rather than directly to their colleagues.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister for Public Safety. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to indicate that I will be sharing my time with the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, and who is responsible for consular affairs. So, Mr. Speaker, today I am participating in the debate on the motion that was moved by Prime Minister Harper on Friday. The Prime Minister of Canada, as we're not allowed to name the members of this House, and so I correct what I said. But I have to say that I am very disappointed in the position taken by the NDP and the Liberals in this debate. First of all, they made their bed before even debating the motion, and I'm particularly disappointed by the weakness of the comments that I've heard today, particularly when it comes to the Canadian approach in supporting the Iraqi community and in participating in the efforts being undertaken by the international community. I have a communique here from August 10th, 2014, Mr. Speaker, which was sent out by the Minister for Francophonie and Foreign Affairs, which announced that Canada, at that time, was once again coming to the help of the Iraqi people against this terrorist group whose that can hardly be described. And so the minister spoke of support for this community with food, medical equipment, shelter, Mr. Speaker, and already at the time we were talking about 850,000 people who were displaced in Iraq. And obviously, this was part of a strategy, Mr. Speaker. These refugees were victimized by Islamic State at the time. On August 29th, we came back with even more aid. In fact, all of the Canadian food resources for aid were devoted to this group. And, Mr. Speaker, in this press release from August 29th, we indicated that there were 1.4 million refugees. Can we let this situation degrade any further before we act, Mr. Speaker? The Minister for Immigration is making superhuman efforts to help and welcome refugees. Mr. Speaker, there are now over 1 million people who have been affected by these barbarians who respect no rules. And this is something, unfortunately, that we see on our social media. They're committing terrible, terrible acts. So in terms of humanitarian aid, Mr. Speaker, Canada is doing more than its share. We contribute the most per capita from among all members of the international community. We are the 7th largest donor of humanitarian aid, and this is something that's important to do, and we must continue to do it. But how can we stop this flow of refugees? Well, there's only one way to do that, and that's to take action. We need to support the ground forces that are fighting on the ground, the Kurds, the Iraqi forces. We need to help them push back these terrorists. Why does this concern us, Canadians and Quebecers, Mr. Speaker? Well, it's because this terrorist threat is present here in Canada as well, Mr. Speaker. We know that there are Canadians who are leaving this country who have been seduced by these radical ideas and who are turning their backs on the society that welcomed them. And, Mr. Speaker, there are 3 valid reasons to support the motion that was moved by the Prime Minister. We need to support refugees who cannot stay indefinitely in refugee camps, and the situation is getting worse. We need to stabilize this situation, bring stability, and protect Canadians against this terrorist threat because it is present here at home.
Levant is a barbaric terrorist caliphate. It poses a real and present threat. Over the past few months, the situation in Syria and Iraq has continued to deteriorate. Not only the security and stability of that part of the world, but also to us here in Canada.
This is why Canada has joined 60 other countries, Mr. Speaker. The opposition has not been clear on this, but our mission is clear. This is a 6-month mission with 6 fighter jets and 600 military personnel from Canada. This mission will add to the efforts being undertaken by this international coalition of 60 countries, and we have a specific time limit of 6 months. This motion is calling for a very clear mandate. Recently, we witnessed the violent murders of civilians, of journalists. We've seen planned attacks in Australia in support of these barbarian extremists of ISIL. And we have seen that they are ready to commit terrorist acts in our country, and this is completely unacceptable.
Clear about the need to prevent the establishment of an Islamic State bent on raping and pillaging the Middle East, committing acts of genocide against minorities, beheading Western journalists, kidnapping women and selling them into slavery, and plotting terrorist attacks against Canada and our allies. These are the reasons that we are debating this motion today. These are the reasons why Canada is standing up against terrorists, Mr. Speaker.
Canada has always stood in solidarity with other countries in the fight against violence, the fight against terrorism, the fight against barbarism. And yes, Canada can be proud of the place it occupies within the G7, within major international bodies. We support our partners around the world in times of peace and in times of war. And to who do we owe this place? Well, we owe it to a large extent to our veterans, to those who were ready to risk their lives to defend our democracy and our freedom, Mr. Speaker. I have a veteran in my riding who's over 90 years old, Jean Cochet. He fought in the Second World War. He was in one of the first groups of French Canadians who fought. We have a veteran, Amy Michaud, from the Vandus, a veteran of the Korean War, who defended us, who pushed back communism in South Korea, Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the 1950s. And more recently, we have people who gave their lives, a young lady, Karine Blais, who gave her life in Afghanistan for her country, Mr. Speaker. And more recently, General Bouchard, who led a mission with the same fighter jets that we intend to send to Iraq. They were used in Libya, and that mission, that coalition, was led by a Quebecer and was led successfully, Mr. Speaker. Canada will not stand idly by faced with terrorism. We are going to stand up, and we are going to send a clear message to all of those who wish to attack our values, who wish to attack equality between men and women, who wish to attack the fundamentals of our society. Well, Mr. Speaker, we're going to stand up and we are going to take our responsibility. That's what I'm going to do, Mr. Speaker, with the member for Madawaska-Restigouche, who is beside me, who is minister under Brian Mulroney. We are going to stand up and support this mission because this is the Canadian thing to do. Quebecers, Francophones, Aboriginal people, Anglophones, we're all going to stand together, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to meet this challenge. Will it be easy? No. Will it be costly? Yes, Mr. Speaker, but I also stand up with the member for Calgary East, the member for Edmonton Centre, who was in the Royal Canadian Air Force. I stand up with the member from Mississauga-Rendale. We want to keep our country safe, and we will stand up, and I'll be very happy to answer any questions. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mr. Speaker, I listened to the comments from the Minister, and I'm a little bit surprised. The Canadian way is not to let 1.5 million refugees die of cold and of hunger. It's been said that these people have lost everything, their homes, their harvests. I think the Canadian way is to make sure that none of these people die of hunger. That's a very, very Canadian thing to do. And the big problem we have here is that the main problem with ISIL is not the barbarism. Well, barbarism has existed in this area for a very, very long time. The problem here is how can we fight them. Mosul was defended by 4 Iraqi divisions, 50,000 men. And in 3 days, they were defeated by 15,000, and it should have gone the other way around. How is it that an army of 220,000 men is being threatened by 25,000 terrorists? I don't understand this. And this war, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know, how will airstrikes substitute for an army of 220,000 men that won't fight? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for his questions, and if he likes, I can give him a photocopy of the press releases that show to what extent Canada is a leader in humanitarian aid in Iraq. And in 2014 alone, $28 million have been devoted to humanitarian aid. And as we've seen, Mr. Speaker, these people are terrorized. They're living under terror, and that is why we are bringing in logistic support. But another thing that I'd like to note is that this threat is also present here in Canada, and that's why we have put in place the Act to Fight Terrorism. Unfortunately, we couldn't count on the support of the member and of his party to ensure that Canadians who want to go fight in Syria, that we can intercept them. But thanks to this act, we have concrete examples like a certain person who wanted to go to Syria. We were able to intercept him. He has been charged, and he will face the full force of Canadian law, Mr. Speaker. And terrorism is a criminal act, and this will lead to severe prison sentences. Thank you.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to tell my colleague that his colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, said in the media that Canada had taken a different stand from that of the U.S. and other Western nations with respect to the Syrian government a few years back. And that they weren't against the Syrian government and with the opposition, but that's false because, in fact, at the G20 meeting in St. Petersburg, the Prime Minister was very clear that airstrikes against the Syrian regime were necessary. So he went to the international community asking them to take military action against the Syrian regime. So can the minister, or does the minister in fact, think that that dishonesty will reduce the trust that Canadians, or the confidence that Canadians have in this combat mission that his government undertook yesterday? The Honourable Minister. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and I'd like to congratulate her for putting it in French. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister was very clear on Friday. He stated that we would go in where governments ask us to fight these acts of barbarism. The other thing that's very important to understand, Mr. Speaker, is that humanitarian assistance will also be accompanied by military assistance. And that's what my colleagues opposite need to understand. It's part of the same equation. If we don't prevent those people from taking the action that they are, and people are exposed to these acts of barbarism and whatnot, then they're being exposed to terrorism. That's why humanitarian assistance is required, and the solution that's being proposed by our government in order to strengthen security and to fight terrorism. It also involves military action.
The Honourable Minister of State for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to join this discussion. That we are discussing this issue as soon after the last debate on this very subject says much about the crises in Iraq. It speaks to the gravity of the current situation and to the reality of the struggle that many Iraqis are facing. And the so-called terrorist group ISIL continues to spread its flawed ideology across Iraq. It is that country's innocent civilians who stand in the crosshairs. They are targets, Mr. Speaker, unfairly victimized by a group whose only rule is to be ruthless, to destroy any and all who believe in the greater good, who want for an Iraq that is safe and self-sufficient, whose beliefs dare conflict with those of an extremist minority. We know, Mr. Speaker, that ISIL is waging a campaign of terror in Iraq, preying on the vulnerable to advance its alleged cause, doing so with wanton disregard for any and all who dare to stand in the way. This group is morally reprehensible, one that willfully kills innocent children, one that murders innocent journalists just to make a point, and that uses rape as a weapon of war. A group that savagely murders someone who is there to care for the innocent people caught in the middle of their twisted worldview. Mr. Speaker, today I pay tribute to the work of Alan Henning. Alan, a British aid worker, dedicated his life to helping those less fortunate. How any member of the human family would believe that Alan was a threat to their existence is beyond me and beyond comprehension. It further proves how sick and twisted this group has become. It is a group, Mr. Speaker, that must be contained to maintain peace and stability in the Middle East and to protect global security. Mr. Speaker, to lessen the incredible burden that has been so unfairly placed upon Iraqi civilians, they are the ones living on the front line in this conflict, the people whose lives have been torn upside down as ISIL has captured vast stretches of territory from the Syrian border in the northwest to the outskirts of Baghdad. I want to focus on that, Mr. Speaker, on the humanitarian aspect of this crisis and on the role that Canada is playing in helping Iraq's innocent children, its terrified mothers and fathers, to find the normalcy and the safety that they so desperately seek. Armed clashes between ISIL and government forces have driven displacement, causing the humanitarian situation in Iraq to rapidly deteriorate. Mr. Speaker, when such violence erupts, not only does it force masses of people to flee their homes and communities, it creates havoc. It creates havoc in the entire country. Businesses stop operating, people lose their jobs, food production and clean services get disrupted, and normal supply routes get blocked. Families get separated and suffer tremendous shock, especially when losing a parent, a child, a sibling, or a friend, and they are left to grieve amidst the turmoil of their own circumstances, which for many has included fleeing homes, villages, and the familiarity of everyday life. This has been the case for an estimated 1.7 million people. Mr. Speaker, 1.7 million people who have been displaced throughout Iraq. In early 2014, conflict displaced an estimated 475,000 people in Anbar province. And then in June, an estimated 571,000 people were displaced from Mosul. In August, an additional 662,000 were displaced from Sinjar area, where tens of thousands of Yazidi remained trapped for several days in dire humanitarian conditions and at temperatures of more than 40 degrees Celsius. And the size and pace of displacement has overwhelmed local communities, including in Doha Governorate, which is hosting more than 400,000 internally displaced persons. Following recent clashes between Kurdish, Peshmerga, and ISIL forces, there's also been reports of people being displaced for a second time from the Kurdish region of Iraq to the southern areas of the country. On August 12th, the United Nations declared the situation a Level 3 emergency, the highest level for a humanitarian crisis, underlining the gravity of the situation. As a result, the humanitarian response in accessible areas is being rapidly scaled up, and humanitarian leadership is being bolstered. Approximately 43% of the internally displaced Iraqis are living in vulnerable locations, including schools, churches, mosques, and unfurnished buildings. And there is a concern that over 850,000 children are beginning to fall behind with their education because the schools being used as shelters have been unable to reopen as scheduled for the beginning of the school year in September. And Mr. Speaker, Canada is actively working with partners to address children's needs and to see what more can be done. We are currently working through experienced partners such as Save the Children, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. These partners are helping to provide child-friendly environments for displaced children and giving them the psychosocial support that they need. We believe that when adults fight, children's education should not suffer, and that even in the face of conflict, a child's continued academic growth must be secured. Education can provide essential aid to Iraq right now. It gives children and youth a sense of normalcy, stability, and structure. When schools are open, places for children to free their minds of the anxiety of war and instead focus on the pursuit of knowledge and the betterment of skills. For most Canadians, the situation in Iraq is simply unimaginable. Few of us could ever contemplate having to leave our homes, leaving most of our possessions behind. Mr. Speaker, the thought alone is enough to spur our desire to help, because while we may not be able to relate to the chaos of war, we will understand on a basic human level that nobody should have to live that way. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, Canadians will say that the actions we've undertaken in response to the crises are a direct reflection of their own values and their understanding that a country like ours cannot possibly stand idle while millions of Iraqi civilians are suffering. Since the beginning of 2014, Canada has allocated nearly $29 million in humanitarian assistance to Iraq, and of this, $19 million is in response to the recent civil unrest, and almost $10 million is in response to the needs of the Syrian refugees in Iraq. This makes us one of the largest donors in response to this crisis. With these funds, lives have already been saved. Food and clean water are being provided to displaced people in need. Camps are being constructed through the United Nations High Commission for Refugees to provide for displaced with shelter. Measures are being taken to protect them from violence. And importantly, more health services and medical supplies are being made available to respond to the urgent needs of the displaced populations. The Canadian Red Cross also brought in relief supplies from Canada's warehouse in the International Humanitarian City in Dubai. These supplies, distributed by Save the Children and the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, are saving lives. Kitchen sets are helping hungry families to feed themselves. Tents are providing shelter and a place for the weary to get some rest. Hygiene kits, mosquito nets are preventing the spread of diseases. Through all these actions and the humanitarian front, Mr. Speaker, Canada is showing it stands by the people of Iraq. We will continue to look for more ways to respond to the needs of all Iraqis. But, Mr. Speaker, the world must unite to constrain the ISIL threat and ultimately to defeat it. Mr. Speaker, I would like to close in saying that it is important for the House to support our humanitarian and our work on to contain and to eradicate the ISIL threat. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for her intervention. I want to take on the issue of humanitarian support, and I also want to underline what I underlined before, thanking the government for its contribution for those who are victims of sexual violence and prosecuting them. And note that I was ridiculed by, I think it was the Minister of Employment for suggesting this, but his colleague actually announced money for prosecution of those who are involved in sexual violence. So I
note that contradiction, or maybe they can share notes. But I want to ask the Minister this. When we were there, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs can speak to this as well, it was absolutely clear we burned through all the money that we've already committed to. Yes, the $10 million today is great, one of the 4 things we asked for from the NDP. But does she not understand that we need to be supporting the humanitarian crisis right now for the people who have already fled, to protect people? All of the schools in her bill were filled with refugees. Kids couldn't go to school when we were there because they were filled with refugees. That's why we've been so passionate about the need to support humanitarian assistance right now, and should have been doing it back in September. So I'd like to hear from her what more we can do and what commitments we'll look forward to hearing from the government on in terms of refugee support.
Honourable Minister of State.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, security on the ground is essential to providing humanitarian assistance and degrading the capabilities of ISIL, and that is the key to achieving this while assessing the situation and those in most need. We are military measures that we're taking do not in any way preclude our humanitarian actions, and that is either or. We're providing emergency shelters. We are medical assistance to the thousands of Iraqi civilians, and the large-scale financial assistance to other governments in the region that are impacted by the crises of Syria. And again, as you recognize, Canada is one of the largest contributors, and we continue to, to support through our hygiene kits, through our cooking materials, blankets, tents. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
I listened with interest as the member opposite described the extraordinary hardship that refugees are enduring as they get dislocated and look for new places to live inside a very difficult part of the world. But I guess my question is a very simple one to the Chair, and that's this. When refugees come to this country, the government across the aisle denies social assistance, denies health care, doesn't have a housing program that actually puts them under a roof with subsidy. In fact, there has been a study that's been released in Toronto that shows that when refugees come to this country, their mental health status deteriorates. If the government opposite is so concerned about the status of refugees, why do they treat them so deplorably when they land them in this country?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if that was relevant to the debate, I'm very surprised, because right today we are talking about something very serious right now, Canada's role in helping the refugees that have been questions from across the floor of what we are doing, and we are doing a lot in this crisis. It's very important for us to be there assisting, as we are, by providing food, by providing hygiene kits, by cooking materials, blankets. And we're working with our allies. We're trying to make sure that security on the ground is essential. This is what the debate is about, and I think it would be helpful if there was a contribution from the other side by some support for what we are doing to help the Iraq situation that is very serious.
Time for a very short question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for her remarks here today. In response to a question from the member from Ottawa Centre, once again the debate on humanitarian aid or military security appears to be the sort of false choice the NDP are presenting to this House. Ironically, the day that they said they prefer only the humanitarian option, hours after that decision, yet another horrible ISIL video beheading an aid worker made its way to the internet. My question to the Minister, in the Prime Minister's remarks, he said this is not an either-or scenario. Security must be provided so that humanitarian aid assistance can reach the people that need it. Can she comment further on this not being an either-or dilemma?
The Honourable Minister of State, a short answer, please.
Yes, and that's Mr. Speaker, to reiterate that the military measures that we're taking do not in any way preclude humanitarian actions. And it is essential that security on the ground, to provide humanitarian assistance, we need the security on the ground so that those that are in need will be getting the assistance they need from Canada's generous contribution through all the assistance we're giving through, as I said, providing food, materials, any way that we can help in this emergency response, humanitarian response in this terrible circumstance in Iraq.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Laurier.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, I know that this isn't the time to table petitions, but I would like to start by reading through a segment of a petition that is in circulation today from a peace group that I admire, and it's a petition that they are circulating. It states, "We, citizens, called on elected officials to hear our joint voices. We denounce a return to war. We believe that bombing, as planned by the Prime Minister against ISIL, in alliance with countries that nourished their fanaticism, will simply make the war worse. War never provides a satisfactory, sustainable solution. Since 2003, all of the deaths in that region have killed more than 500,000 people. We feel that violence is not what we want, and it runs counter to the UN. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think that we could debate in certain aspects, but I think that Artists for Peace raise very legitimate issues for which this government hasn't provided answers. Now, it's clear that what's happening in Iraq at present and in Syria is absolutely horrible. No one will deny that. But that's not a reason to put our heads down and to plunge into something that will make the situation worse, that might well make the situation worse, without analyzing the consequences of this action as proposed. What we need to look at is whether what is being proposed will really help resolve the situation. Now let's start by talking about the airstrikes, because that's been the main subject of discussion today. Many experts, including military experts, who doubt that these airstrikes will be useful. Now, the armed group, ISIL, has already started adapting to airstrikes. They've changed their way of operating. And in passing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to stop and point out that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
So it is not sure that these airstrikes will be useful, and especially when in an area with high-density population, which is the case in Mosul, and a number of experts state that very quickly this coalition is going to run out of targets. So you have to think about, we also must think about the consequences of these proposed airstrikes. I was talking about these densely populated regions, so there's a higher risk of civilian victims. And we know that the United States has loosened their criteria with regard to that, so we wonder if Canada will do the same. Another risk, which I think is greater, is recruitment. According to the Syrian Observatory of Human Rights, Islamic State has recruited over 6,000 new converts or combatants since the American airstrikes began last month. The rebel commanders who are opposed to Islamic State continue to fight, especially in Syria, but they have warned that the airstrikes are creating more support for the jihadists in some villages. We're talking about 20 new recruits per day, and that is largely fueled by these airstrikes. I would also like to, well, that is if I find my documents. Yes, here they are. I'd like to cite some comments from a number of signatories. A number of all of these are experts who belong to the Group of 78 and Plowshares Project, a very reputed groups. And there are people like Roy Culpepper, Peggy Mason, and a former ambassador for disarmament. And these people say,
serious reservations about the effectiveness of the bombing campaign and deep concerns about its negative consequences for innocent civilians. The use of force is more likely to fuel the extremism underpinning the conflict rather than defeating it. If the intervention nonetheless proceeds as proposed, we demand full transparency by the government before, during, and after the mission. Et il continue, the military mission may help reduce the atrocities committed by the IS in the short term, but recent experience in Afghanistan, Libya, and Iraq itself suggests that in the longer term, it may only make the situation worse. Je pense qu'on devrait prendre acte et fait de tels commentaires.
That we should think of these comments and reflect on them before rushing headlong into something that could have more adverse effects than positive ones. And by the way, as I said earlier, we need clear objectives, whereas Canada's objectives have changed. The Harper government, they've changed practically every day in the past weeks. And as some of these people have said, we have to think ahead. First, we have to do some diplomatic work. The Iraqi Sunni groups have managed to contain the armed group Islamic State under its different names for years. All of a sudden, they felt excluded, and they have fought this extremist group. We have to bring them back to the table. We have to put in place political sanctions, because it is through people on the ground, people from the region, that will be able to settle this conflict in the long term. We need to stifle the extremists. We need to cut them off instead of fueling their actions. We need to prevent them from continuing to recruit in that region and elsewhere. And as has often been said, we need to provide assistance for investigations into war crimes, but we also need to provide humanitarian aid on the ground. And the needs are pressing, Mr. Speaker, and they will likely increase in the months to come. We're talking about close to 2 million people who have been displaced within the country, entire families who are fleeing terrible conditions, who are traveling under in scorching heat, 100 degrees Fahrenheit, who live in tents, churches, host families. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? 2 minutes. Thank you. Who need food, water, hygiene articles, covers, blankets. And we're talking about over 200,000 refugees from Syria who are in Iraq right now and who must move again for a second or third or fourth time. The situation, the lives of these displaced people is absolutely desperate. They live in abandoned buildings. They take shelter in schools, in churches. They have a desperate need for food, for water, so it is essential to help them. They need medication as well, Mr. Speaker. They need nursing care because there are many of them who have been injured due to the violence. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the work done by humanitarian workers on the ground in the region, especially the work done by thousands of volunteers from the Iraqi Red Crescent and the Syrian Red Crescent. They're working very hard on the ground right now, and they often do so at risk of their lives. And I heard a little bit earlier a member from the other side say that, well, the army needs to provide security for these humanitarian workers, but I'm sorry, humanitarian work is based on independence and nonpartisanship. And the last thing they want is to have armed forces from any country accompanying them, because that destroys their credibility and it prevents them from doing their job on the ground. That's what they always say. So they need to be supported and assisted, but especially we need to give that aid to the people who are suffering. Before the questions and comments, pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Environment and the Honourable Member for Mount Royal regarding justice. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments, even though I may not agree with them. But I'm going to go back to a question I asked her leader earlier today, and there was no answer. And that is simply, I don't disagree with any of the long-term things that we're talking about here, Mr. Speaker, with reconciling the Sunnis and the Shias eventually. Whether that'll ever happen or not, who knows. But certainly there's long-term things that we need to be looking at. But my concern is more for the short term. What is the NDP solution to stopping ISIS from beheading women and children tomorrow? What do they suggest, Mr. Speaker, that we do tomorrow to stop the killing, so we can get to some of those longer-term things?
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Part on those long term, because what the government's proposing right now might well not only not achieve its aim, but make it worse. Doctors, I think I heard a very strange expression here, which I'm not sure is parliamentary, but anyway. Doctors have a saying, do no harm. And what people are very worried about is that what is being proposed will do harm. And if my colleague across think that we come in with some magical bullet, stop the killings tomorrow morning, well, I'm afraid he's very mistaken. So we just have to find the best way to answer that crisis. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party is ready to make a military contribution to this conflict in Iraq in a non-combat role, but there are still many options that we could use to contribute. The NDP's amendment interests me because you mentioned the possibility of transporting weapons for a period of up to 3 months. And so my question is as follows. Is that the only role that would involve our military personnel that the NDP is prepared to consider? The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think that the United Nations itself has established a very clear mandate, which is to assist, and that can be defined in many ways, to assist the countries concerned to defend their borders and to prevent militant extremists from leaving our respective countries to go and join in the battle that is occurring in the region. And I think that essentially that is our guideline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Ahunsik. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like my colleague to clarify something for me. I'm not sure that I understood. Perhaps she could actually reassure me. Does the NDP consider that the group Nusra is a terrorist group? I don't think I clearly understood what the member said about that in her speech. And my last point, which is something that I find very frustrating in this entire situation, is that we see this humanitarian disaster in Iraq and in Syria. I have some very concrete issues around children from my riding who are in Syria right now. The Minister of the Immigration refuses to give visas to their parents or to their brothers and sisters who are not Canadians so that the entire family can come to Canada. That is a fundamental question in my riding, and to date, I've been trying to work with this minister, and I haven't heard anything. The children are Canadians, and they're still in Syria. The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I did not mention in my speech, I didn't mention Nusra, but I think it can clear up some ambiguities here, because we're targeting groups that are fighting against the group Islamic State and against the Assad regime as well. At the same time, it would appear that the Canadian government is prepared to work with the Assad regime to combat Islamic State. So there are a great deal of contradictions and ambiguities in this regard, and that is one of our many concerns. With regard to visas for Canadian children so that they can come back from Syria, I think that unfortunately I share the concerns of my honourable colleague. Unfortunately, the Syrian refugees are unable to make it to Canada. There are many young Canadians who cannot manage to get visas to come back home. We know that the government's approach is very negative in this regard, and that is a shame. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The debate in this House today is of great importance, and I appreciate being able to rise to speak to it and to be able to join my voice to that of my new Democrat colleagues to oppose the ill-advised and ill-designed plan of the Conservative government to deploy Canadian forces in a combat mission to Iraq. I'd like to thank my colleague from Laurier-Sainte-Marie for her speech and for her very relevant remarks that have shed very important light on what is actually happening in Iraq right now. And thanks to her diplomatic experience, I think that the Conservative government would do well to listen to what she has to say and perhaps to take it into account more than they have to date. So the motion that was presented to us today by the Prime Minister on Friday, really, Mr. Speaker, it is something that is very disappointing. But when we look at how the government has managed this entire matter of the participation of Canada in Iraq, in the Iraq mission, it is not really surprising to see such a disappointing motion. There is very little information, and worse, the government has expressed its will to work with the Assad regime in Syria at its request in order to bomb regions in Syria. So it's going well beyond the debate, the very short amount of debate that we've had here in this House. And the members of the opposition are trying to obtain details and information on the first 30 days of the mission in Iraq that have just ended. But still today, we're still in the dark. We have received very few details on what our military personnel who were deployed over there. I don't know whether there were 26 or 69 of them. The government hasn't been clear on this. So we don't know what they have concretely accomplished on the ground. We don't know what the costs associated with this first 30-day mission are either. So we're really completely in the dark. And that is still the same approach that the government is using today. Sure, they show up in Parliament with a motion calling on the asking for the opinion of the members, but we know already that they've made their decision, and there has been very little consultation, just a few hours of debate in this House, a very hasty vote, perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow, who knows, but we haven't really had the freedom as parliamentarians to be able to debate fulsomely on a topic that is as important as Canada's participation in the mission in Iraq, because we all agree in this House, regardless of our party stripes, that Canada does have a role to play to assist the Iraqi population. And we have many means and resources here to help, whether it be through civilian or military means, against to fight the Islamic State. The acts of violence that have absolutely horrific acts that have been committed by Islamic State have horrified the entire world, and no one in this House is indifferent to it, regardless of what our position is with regard to Canada's participation in the mission. but even with this, we cannot blindly commit to a combat mission that may be that may last for an indefinite amount of time in Iraq and maybe even in Syria. So we really don't know how this mission could play out over time and on the ground. And as I listened to the debate in previous days, I've listened to the arguments, very closely to the arguments of the Conservative government, trying to justify Canada's participation in airstrikes targeting Iraq. And still today, I'm not convinced that this is the right thing to do. They have not managed to clearly demonstrate that airstrikes will be able to put an end to these horrific acts that are being perpetrated by Islamic State. In fact, they're not even able to answer basic questions from the opposition. Currently, the government is still not able to say what the objectives are of this mission, this armed mission in Iraq. We still don't know how victory is defined, and we don't know how to measure progress. So in 6 months, when, and that's if the government decides to bring it back to Parliament, they said they would. They said that any armed intervention by Canadian forces would be subject to a vote by Parliament, but allow me to have my doubts, Mr. Speaker, because the Conservative government, since they have had a majority here, have not been open about that kind of thing, and unfortunately, I have too often seen evidence that brings me to doubt what they might say. So when we are considering an extension of the mission, possibly in 6 months, will we even have the information necessary to determine whether we have accomplished what we sought to accomplish? How are we going to be able to determine that Islamic State is no longer a threat or can no longer harm people? For now, there's absolutely nothing that has been defined or set out, and the mission, as it has been explained by the coalition and defended by this government, does not seem to be able to bring any concrete results. Now, do we have an exit strategy as well? If Canada decides after a few months or a few years, if Canada decides that it has participated enough, is there an exit strategy from Iraq? Because we saw that with the mission in Afghanistan, it was extremely difficult, and as Afghanistan is still in a fairly unstable political position.
And we have to take this into consideration when we're talking about going into countries like Iraq and Syria, rather than simply bombing them, rather than working with, trying to work with dictators who use chemical weapons against their own people. Are we going to propose a political solution that will provide for some stability to the state afterwards? Currently, I don't see any of those elements being part of the plan proposed by the Conservatives, and I find that unfortunately. I mentioned Afghanistan. That was raised several times in this House, that mission, and unfortunately, the similarities between the situation we are experiencing today and what was presented as the reconstruction mission to Afghanistan at the time have a great many similarities that are very worrisome to me. I represent Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, where the military base of Valcartier is situated, and there are many young men and women who were deployed to Afghanistan from that base. And at the beginning of my time here, I had the privilege to go and welcome these brave men and women who were returning from Afghanistan. I met them at the airport. Many of them were my age or younger. They had proudly served their country, and they came back here and experienced all kinds of horrors. They weren't ready. They weren't prepared as they might have been for the kind of combat and the horrible situations that they experienced over there. They had trouble really distinguishing between who were civilians and who were, which people were soldiers and in combat. And they wonder if they really managed to accomplish the goals that they were sent to accomplish in Afghanistan. They're looking for support from their government. They come back with physical and mental injuries. They're freed before they get a pension. We're not able to take care of our men and women that we send to fight abroad. And in the case that we're looking at here, we're not even able to clearly define for the soldiers who we want to send abroad what the plan is, what the objectives are, how they'll manage. We have no idea. And once again, we're asking our brave men and women to go and serve abroad, whereas we don't even know how this is going to pan out and whether this will have a positive effect on the situation in Iraq. My colleague from Laurier-Sainte-Marie mentioned this a bit earlier. The bombings that have already taken place in Syria and Iraq before this coalition have had negative impacts. They have contributed to the recruitment of new fighters for the Islamic State, and we are having trouble figuring out which rebel groups we should be dealing with in Syria if we even manage to get that far. There's so much ambiguity on the front lines, and we haven't had any clarity in this regard either. So when we take all of these into consideration, all of these aspects, I don't see how we can launch ourselves into a situation that involves airstrikes without even having the slightest idea of how long this will last, how much that will cost is another thing, this mission. And we also have to take into consideration the care that our men and women will need if they have to go and fight. For the moment, we're talking airstrikes, but who knows, in 1, 2, 3, 4 years down the road, if we weren't being asked to send troops on the ground. Today we were told no, but I am very proud to be part of the NDP who has opposed this mission to Iraq. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for her comments. I just wonder if she might reiterate for me, under what circumstances specifically would the NDP actually approve of a military deployment? And if she could comment, if she comments on the United Nations, of course we know that in the United Nations, more often than not, any military deployments are subject to a veto by one of the 5 members of the Security Council, so that often happens. So I wonder if she could comment on that. And the second thing, if she could explain how we would actually protect the people who are providing humanitarian assistance, especially in light of the fact that we want to move deeper into Iraq to protect and provide assistance to more people than we currently are. If she would comment on how we actually would do that, especially in light of the grisly atrocities that we saw even just last week by this group.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I find it refreshing to hear him ask a serious question and not just to be spouting rhetoric. So there were several components to his question, and I'll try to do my best with it. What was asked for by the United Nations, or that is to say the resolution passed by the UN, did not talk about an intervention. They were trying to avoid that anyone would go and join the Islamic State group, and he wants us to put an emphasis on humanitarian considerations. Before going any further, we in the NDP would like Canada to concentrate on the area that it has the most expertise in, which is humanitarian assistance. This government hasn't talked a lot about this, but that's what the Iraqis have asked for. So my colleague from Ottawa Centre had the opportunity to travel there, and that's what he heard. And that's what people said to him directly, that we need help to fight this. We have to help our civilians and the minorities who are suffering these atrocities committed by the Islamic State. And they need help to be able to fight, but they need humanitarian assistance more. They never asked Canada to send troops to fight directly on the front lines. That's not the kind of intervention the NDP is considering.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the member a very specific question related to the amendment that the NDP have brought forward. One of my colleagues has also posed the question of another member, and that is what they're asking for, and I'll call right from their amendment. They're calling on the government to contribute to the fight against ISIL, including military support for the transportation of weapons for a period of up to 3 months. Can the member provide to the House in terms of to what degree does she believe that our Canadian forces or our troops could be actually engaged? Is this just one of an example of something, or do the NDP have other thoughts on that issue?
L'honorable député.
Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And in fact, in the amendment that we moved, it responds to the request that we heard from political representatives in Iraq who were met by my colleague from Ottawa Centre, among others. What's important now is to have the means to fight. As I mentioned earlier, on the front grounds, these are the kinds of interventions that we are assessing, and that's what we're asking, is to meet the expectations of the Iraqi population. If there are other requests at some other time from the Iraqi government, it could be taken into consideration, but we need to meet their needs, and it's difficult to respond to a hypothetical situation. We have responded to the requests made by the Iraqi government, and we hope that the government will act to ensure that the humanitarian assistance that was requested will be sent as quickly as possible to help the women and children who are suffering, the ethnic minorities, religious minorities, people who are suffering these atrocities being perpetrated by the Islamic State.
Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I'll just say I'm sharing my time with the Minister of State for Democratic Reform. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to have the opportunity to rise today to contribute to this important debate. There's nothing more significant than a Parliament can debate than to whether or not to send its men and women into harm's way. In that deliberation, Parliament must act as a responsible body and worthy of our democracy. There's nothing more telling about the character of a country and a people than their willingness to go halfway around the world to protect people who can't protect themselves. Those characteristics are ones that reflect courage and determination, but mostly a simple understanding and undying commitment to humanity. Throughout our history, Canada has demonstrated that courage, determination, and commitment to humanity, and this is no time to stop. Mr. Speaker, I want to spend a few minutes on why our participation in the multinational campaign against ISIS is the right thing to do, and then spend a few minutes on why our contribution is appropriate. For the moment, considering the depravity that the IS demonstrates daily with its savage beheadings of men, women, and children, its barbaric use of crucifixions, the systematic elimination of non-believers, and the enslavement of what remains, nations and people have been compelled to act notwithstanding their natural and deep-rooted reluctance to do so. Seeing pictures of Iraqi and Syrian soldiers being lined up, digging their own graves, and being systematically executed is painfully reminiscent of pictures of Jews being slaughtered and piled in mass graves by the Nazis. This is the Islamic State version of the final solution, and they publicly revel in and celebrate their savagery and barbarism. Despite our reticence based on a strong desire to wish the best and the naivety that can engender, we have to be able to recognize evil for what it is. The roots of ISIS respond in the Sunni suppression and the subsequent marginalization soon after the Iraq invasion. Gains realized after extraordinary U.S. effort were squandered by an Iraqi government that reopened sectarian divides and further marginalized the Sunnis, resulting inter alia in an Iraqi army that could no longer fight. Syria has also been most problematic. Civil demonstrations against Bashar al-Assad became a rebellion and then a full-fledged civil war. International red lines proved to be nothing more than posturing, and opportunities were missed that might have resulted in a moderate opposition with Western support. This potential was quickly overrun and divided by fundamentalists. Between these two powder kegs, the Islamic State was born. The words and actions of the Islamic State should provide sufficient motivation to act against them. They are expansionist and are acting like a state, occupying territory and administering their own brutal form of justice. They have their own economy, based largely on black market oil. Despite their connection to the wider issues in the region, they have a life of their own. They have redrawn boundaries, committed well-documented atrocities, and they have threatened Canada directly. With many fighters coming from Europe, North America, and Australia, there is no reason to regard this as an idle threat. And several plots have already been apprehended in Europe and Australia. The ISIS army is disciplined in their own way. Their bloodlettings are organized as a matter of policy and not just a lack of discipline. They patrol, fight, and move in a fashion that indicates some level of coordinated training. And they have weapons that only a quasi-state could support. Degrading and ultimately defeating ISIS will take time and money and, unfortunately, blood.
Rather than an argument to avoid going to war against ISIS, it is quite the opposite. It is an argument to fight it with all means possible and available and end it as decisively and quickly as possible, even if that requires land forces, boots on the ground, from regional coalition contributors. The quicker ISIS is degraded, if not destroyed, the better. Canada will be joining a large and growing coalition of dozens of traditional and new allies, all horrified at the extreme nature of ISIS actions. To simply bomb ISIS over the course of 6 months or more will not resolve the baseline issue of Sunni marginalization in Iraq and Syria. I think we all recognize that. In both Syria and Iraq, simply turning the page will not be enough. But for a lasting and positive outcome to be achieved, the ISIS will have to be rapidly defeated. And, Mr. Speaker, this is a more complex question than a simple choice between humanitarian aid and military action. Today, to be humanitarian often requires the military, which often must come first. It is simplistic to think that we can provide humanitarian aid and support free from conflict without the need of some force. I think the Kurds, Iraqis, and Syrians now struggling with the villainy of ISIS are welcoming of the various militaries coming to their aid and not contemptuous, as some honourable members seem to be. World affairs are complex and ambiguous, and there are no simple answers. Dealing with those haunting complexities in a mature and measured fashion is what we in Canada and countries around the world want from their leaders. Thankfully, we currently have that kind of leadership in our Prime Minister. And now, Mr. Speaker, allow me to address what Canada is doing and what we are prepared to do. Our extensive humanitarian aid has been covered by others, and our CC-177 Globemasters and CC-130J Hercules will continue to provide humanitarian airlift as necessary. I will focus on our military combat commitment. Canada will play its role alongside allies and partners from across the world in taking on a force that threatens to destabilize the international system. Mr. Speaker, this is what a responsible global actor does. The third priority of our defence commitments is to project leadership abroad by contributing to international peace and security in support of Canadian interests and values. Canadians expect our military to respond and excel, and that's what they've done. Readiness is the degree of preparedness and responsiveness of our forces that allows us to deploy them with little notice in response to government direction. Readiness depends in large part on the skill, knowledge and professional dedication of our men and women in uniform. Mr. Speaker, the House is well aware of the bravery and many sacrifices made over the years by members of the Royal Canadian Navy, Canadian Army and Royal Canadian Air Force. The Canadian Armed Forces are equipped, trained, experienced and ready to make important contributions to international peace and security, efforts such as those we are embarking upon in Iraq. What is being proposed is the kind of operation we ran successfully in the first Gulf War, in Kosovo, in Libya, and for which we train annually in the multinational Maple Flag exercises in Cold Lake. I was personally involved in mounting the mission to the first Gulf War and participating in and supervising Maple Flag over many years. While our combat commitment is being mounted by the Royal Canadian Air Force, the Special Operations Forces of the Canadian Army will continue to supply training and mentoring support to the Iraqi Army. And that's a task that our Army was very successful at in helping to build the Afghan National Security Forces. The operation will be supported by approximately 600 aircrew, ground crew, maintenance support, logistics, and security personnel. What will be most visible, of course, are the 6 CF-18 fighters, the 2 CP-140 Aurora surveillance aircraft, and 1 CC-150 Polaris air-to-air refueling aircraft. And in case anyone needs to know, the CF-18 is 56 feet long, 40 feet wide, 15 feet tall, and weighs over 50,000 pounds. Contrary to the ill-informed and politically motivated comments by some opposition members, including leaders, the CF-18 is fully capable of carrying out the combat mission alongside our allies.
Here, here.
The CF-18 will obviously supply the combat power along with a variety of fighter aircraft from our allies. The aircraft is capable of delivering a wide variety of ordnance, and the emphasis will be on precision to minimize collateral damage, as we did in Libya. The Auroras will conduct surveillance operations that will assist in targeting and tracking ISIS movements and activity. As others share with us, that intelligence will also be shared with our allies. The Polaris air refuelers will give the CF-18s longer legs when necessary and also provide air refueling service to our allies. Missions will be planned based on shared intelligence with our allies, and steps will be taken during mission planning to ensure that everything we do complies with international law. Missions will be conducted with the consummate professionalism for which our military is known. And there were many times in the Libya campaign when Canadian pilots exercised extreme caution in decisions to deliver weapons, thereby saving many innocent lives. There were many missions when they brought their weapons home because they weren't 100% sure of what they were seeing. Mr. Speaker, we will give the Canadian Armed Forces a mission. We will specify the parameters. We will give them the equipment, and then we will let them get on with the job. That doesn't mean that we won't be following the mission very closely, and it doesn't mean that we won't be supplying information to Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, there are many things we won't do. We won't be running the mission from question period, and we won't allow the opposition to do that either. We won't get into a silly and irrelevant numbers game about identifying a precise number of people in any given location on any given day. It just doesn't matter. Other than the overall mandate of the mission to degrade ISIS, we will not discuss strategy and tactics. They are what we do, not what we talk about. And we will not discuss rules of engagement. That is not public information. Will it be a perfect operation? No. Will we learn valuable lessons? Yes. Will any mistakes made, no matter how small, bring out all the Pollyannas who like to sit around a campfire singing Kumbaya and let someone else do the hard work? Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that will happen. But, Mr. Speaker, it's a mission worth doing. It's the right thing for a serious country like Canada to do. Are there any guarantees? No. But I can guarantee you one thing, Mr. Speaker, if we do nothing, ISIS will continue beheading men, women, and children, and that is not good enough for me, and it should not be good enough for anybody in this House. It is not good enough for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his speech. There are things that I do agree with in his speech, and which is that one of which is that this is a very important issue, the decision to send Canadians abroad. But what I wanted to ask about was something very specific, the concerns that some people have raised, experts, not just people in the House here, people on the front lines who are worried about the fact that there will be bombings. And some have said that that's not the only solution to all of the problems here, which seems to be what the government is saying every time one of their side gets up. Whereas many experts are saying that that's probably not the best solution, and it may even be counterproductive. So what does he say in response to those concerns, which would be that simply bombing regions of Iraq will not have the desired effect?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question, and I never said that bombing is the only solution. We have never said that bombing is the only solution. We have said, and we are practicing, a mix of humanitarian aid and kinetic military effort. The point that I've raised a couple of times in questions to the colleagues, the members' colleagues, was that, the long-term solutions, I get that. I think we all get that. There's a lot of things we need to do. We need to start them, we should have started them already. But the immediate question is, how do we stop ISIS from beheading men, women, and children tomorrow? What can we do? We can be selective. We can be accurate. The kind of weapons we're talking about are extremely accurate. We can't sit back and do nothing. People are playing various roles. The 60 countries are all playing different roles. Some are playing more humanitarian. Some are playing more kinetic military roles. It's a package. And it's not that any one thing is going to be the silver bullet. There is no silver bullet. It's a combination of efforts. And like I said, there are no guarantees, Mr. Speaker, but I do know we have to do something to stop ISIS killing women and children tomorrow.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague, I listened quite intently at the comments that you made, and certainly you are as sincere as all the rest of us.
Just if I can remind this member and all others, please direct your comments to the chair rather than directly to your colleagues. Honourable Member for York West.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I will try to do that. I believe we all share the same concern and interest here as to what can Canada do and with this, what Canada's ability to do a whole lot is restricted in different ways. But I wonder, with this coalition of 60 partners, how much discussion was done with them on what is the best way for Canada to contribute? Is it with the CF-18s and getting into combat, or can we be doing it in a variety of different other ways? How much consultation was done with the 60 countries that are part of this movement to put us into war? And my biggest concern is, how are we going to be protecting and preventing some of the human casualties, and what intentions do you have to try to reduce the amount of casualties?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and through you to my colleague. No, and she raised a couple of valid points. I wasn't privy to discussions, obviously, between the Foreign Affairs Minister and his contemporaries. But I can say, and she mentioned, should we be doing this or that? We're doing both. It's not we're just doing one or the other. We're doing both, and we will continue to do both. And there are 60 countries, each doing their own thing. They bring whatever they can to the table. Some can bring more humanitarian aid. Some can bring more military power. Some can bring both. Canada is in a position where we can bring both. And what we intend to do with our the folks that are involved in more combat areas through intelligence, and it comes in a lot of different ways, whether it's drones, whether it's people on the ground. There's all kinds of ways of gathering intelligence, is to try to pinpoint, where the concentrations of ISIS are and go after those specifically. Like I said, it's not going to be a perfect mission. Nothing is perfect. It's very dynamic. Any combat situation is extremely dynamic, and you've got to adjust to it every day. And you look back on it, and I say we will learn lessons. There's no question. We always do. We learn lessons every day. We learn lessons every day in this House. Sometimes we even pay attention to them, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Thank you very much. The principal purpose, Mr. Speaker, of government is to protect its citizens.
That's true.
It is the purpose that we must, above all else, serve in our response to ISIL. To guide our course, I believe we must answer the following questions. Does terrorism threaten Canada? 2, does ISIL in the Middle East add to that threat? And 3, if so, how do we counter the threat of ISIL? Starting with 1, the threat to terrorism in Canada. Since 9/11, we have a clear chronology of threats on our soil. April 2004, Slimane El Merhebi firebombs the library of the United Talmud Torah's Montreal Jewish School. He was sentenced to 40 months in prison. 2004, RCMP arrests Momin Khawaja, and courts later convict the born and raised Ottawa resident for financing terrorism and building a remote-controlled device dubbed the Hi-Fi Jija Monster to trigger terrorist bombs. 2006, police announced they had uncovered the Toronto 18 terrorist bomb plot, which also included a plan to assassinate the Prime Minister, kidnap MPs, and blow up the Parliament buildings. 11 of the 18 were convicted or pled guilty, and the ringleader, Zachariah Amara, got a life sentence. Then there was Mr. Ahmed, also from Ottawa, found guilty 3 months ago of facilitating terrorism. Or his inspiration, Hiva Mohammed Alizadeh, who's just received a 24-year sentence for plotting an attack within Canada and possessing the explosives with which to do it. And in July 2013, John Natal and Amanda Karadi were charged for an alleged al-Qaeda-inspired plan to use a pressure cooker bomb at festivities in Victoria. So to answer my first question, does terrorism threaten Canada? The answer is proven yes, in roughly 24 convictions by Canadian courts since 9/11, showing clear and present danger that terrorism presents to Canada. Yet some will ask, what does any of this have to do with ISIL? That brings me to the second question. Does ISIL in the Middle East add to the terrorist threat against Canada? Ask Farah Mohammed Shirdan. He is a Calgarian, a recent student at the Southern Alberta Institute of Technology. And this summer he appeared in an ISIL video from the Middle East where he now fights, saying, quote, "This is a message to Canada. We are coming and we will destroy you." If Farah Mohammed Shirdan can commit terrorist atrocities with ISIL in Iraq and Syria, why couldn't he have done the same when he was a college student in Calgary? Or there's Salman Ashrafi, a privileged and prosperous business analyst, also from Calgary, who helped murder 19 people in a suicide bombing in Iraq in November of 2013. What would have stopped him from orchestrating the same suicide bombing at the Calgary Tower, or the Saddledome, or Ancana's skyrise building, the Bow? Sound far-fetched? Consider this excerpt from a recent National Post article. Quote, but in Calgary, Ashrafi had apparently fallen in with a circle of extremists who lived in the same apartment building above a small Islamic center. It goes on. According to an account posted online by one of the men, who now goes by Abu Dujana, they worshipped Anwar al-Awlaki, the pro-Al-Qaeda propagandist whose videos urge Muslims in the West to either go abroad and fight or conduct terrorist attacks at home. Again, while they lived and operated in downtown Calgary, they worshipped a pro-Al-Qaeda propagandist who urged them to attack their home communities. They were not alone. 3 months ago, the RCMP charged Hizballah Yousafzai with traveling for the purpose of terrorism, alleging the BC resident had joined a terrorist group in Syria. And then there's Ali Mohammed Deary, the same terrorist who served 2 years for plotting to blow up this very building, along with the Toronto Stock Exchange. He recently turned up again. He was fighting for Al-Qaeda in Syria. Thankfully, he was killed there. But his life and story illustrate the overlap between Middle Eastern terrorism and terrorism based here in Canada. This individual tried to attack here before going to fight there. CSIS indicates that roughly 130 Canadians have traveled to conflict zones, including Syria and Iraq. They are thought to be committing frontline combat, fundraising, operational planning, and disseminating online propaganda. This phenomenon is not unique to Canada. There are roughly an estimated 2,000 Westerners who are fighting alongside these terrorists. Now, if such terrorists, I want Parliament to consider this question. If such terrorists walked freely on Canadian streets yesterday and are killing civilians as part of ISIL in Iraq today, what makes you think they won't execute the same atrocities in Canada tomorrow? Imagine the platform they will have if their dream of ISIL statehood is fulfilled. They are close already. They've seized control of an area as large as Belgium. They rule lands covering 40,000 kilometers and 8 million people, from northwestern Syria to within an hour of Baghdad. Iraq's second largest city, Mosul, has fallen into the hands of these terrorists, as have Tikrit, Fallujah, Tel Afar, and the main power base in Syria, Raqqa. They've reportedly $2 billion in cash and assets, making them the wealthiest militant group on planet Earth, according to BBC. Within its territory, it is beginning to lay down the foundations of government and state, hence the name. The group has erased old borders, has videotaped itself literally kicking down border fences between two different countries. They now have a court system, law enforcement, taxes, tolls, administrative buildings, street signs, all of which eventually could form the apparatus of a state. So to answer the second question, does ISIL add to the terrorist threat against Canada? Undeniably, the risk to Canadian civilians multiplies exponentially with a new terror state intent on attacking us. Imagine the launch pad they would have from which to carry out these attacks. So now to my third and final question. How do we counter this threat? Some say humanitarian aid. Now, aid is worthy. We are providing it. We will feed, clothe, and treat the victims. But that will not stop the victimizer. They beheaded a taxi driver from London last week precisely because he was an aid worker. The root cause of terrorism, we must remind ourselves, is the terrorist himself. He, and he alone, has chosen his path. It is him and the evil within him that we fight. We know that we must degrade and, where possible, destroy him before he destroys us. That means delivering critical military supplies to Kurdish Peshmerga forces using CC-130 and CC-17, cargo planes to airlift military supplies donated by countries like Albania and the Czech Republic. It means using special ops Canadian Armed Forces personnel in northern Iraq to advise and assist. And it means, yes, it means Canadian CF-18s will join with President Obama's coalition to strike ISIL terrorists from the sky. It takes purpose in planning. What is our purpose? To protect Canadians from ISIL terrorists. What is our plan? To block them when they enter Canada, to lock them up when they are here, to strip their citizenship when we can, and to join with our allies in order to attack them abroad before they can attack us here at home. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable L'Honorable Député de Marcarel.
The Honourable Member for Marcarel-Fulton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated my distinguished colleague's speech, but there's a problem he doesn't mention. In order to effectively fight a terrorist organization, you have to occupy the territory. There was an Iraqi army with 220,000 soldiers who were occupying the territory. Those 220,000 soldiers acted as one and fled to save their lives. After 2 days of fighting, they fled from 15,000 terrorists. Excuse us, but do we have to fight for them? Is there no local army that's willing to defend its own territory? Are we always supposed to come in and rescue them? That's the problem with this military intervention. It's purely military. It does nothing to solve the local political problems. It does nothing to help the Iraqi government find someone who is willing to defend them. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. But, Mr. Speaker, obviously, if the Iraqi army had succeeded in fighting off the terrorists, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. The need for a military contribution from Canada is related to the other's failure. That's clear. But if Canada were only to intervene when the battle were won, I'm not really sure what battles we would even have participated in the past. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, if we wait until the Islamic State is established as a genuine state, it'll be 1,000 times harder to fight them. And that is why we have to join our allies now to fight this menace from the air and help our allies on the ground to fight their own battles and win.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments of the Honourable Member across the way and his detailed laying out the case for the dangers from ISIL and his view that a combat role is an appropriate way forward for Canada. What I want to explore in my question is whether he views that as being the only honourable way forward. So we have a Foreign Affairs Minister who claims that anyone who is not accepting or supporting a combat role is sitting back and letting others do the heavy lifting, or is a free rider, and it's very much a positioning of either you're for airstrikes or you're a loser. Mind you, Germany, Italy, and dozens of our allies are not accepting a combat role. And the member from Edmonton Centre was very thoughtful in saying that this coalition of 60 states had the vast majority of members who were doing constructive military, non-military contributions, all of which were valid. So which does this, my colleague from across the way believe? Is it either or, it has to be airstrikes or you're a loser, as his Foreign Affairs Minister claims, or does he subscribe to the idea that there are many contributions?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Actually, we're the only party in the House of Commons who doesn't believe that it has to be one to the exclusion of the others. The parties across the way, their position is, I respect it, but their position is only humanitarian aid. Now, let's just consider that. What if every country in the world said only humanitarian aid? Think about that. What would happen if all the countries in the world said there will be no combat, we will simply arrive to present humanitarian aid to people
without any protection whatsoever from the combatants that ISIL has put onto the field. So I think everyone here acknowledges that somebody has to do combat against ISIL. Their position then becomes that somebody else should do it, but that Canada shouldn't. They seem to acknowledge tacitly that ISIL presents a threat to Canada through the various linkages that have been demonstrated time and time again between this group and Canadian terrorists. But they say that we shouldn't attack that threat. As Canadians, we should allow someone else to do that difficult work in our place. Mr. Speaker, we understand that our national security is also our own responsibility, and that while we join with a broader coalition, we can't simply sit on the sidelines and let them do it for us.
Resuming debates, the honourable member for Esquimalt, Juan de Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I take very seriously the debate that we're having today, just as New Democrats take very seriously the threat posed by ISIL. And most serious, I think, for all of us is the treatment of religious minorities in Iraq. The destruction of religious shrines, the forcing of non-Muslims from their homes, mass killings in the most brutal way. So none of us would deny what's going on is reprehensible and not to be tolerated. But horrible as beheadings are, I think we have to take care that we not let them provoke us into taking rash action propelled by anger or revulsion. And in fact, that may be the way they were designed. I'm sorry, I should have said when I started that I was sharing my time with the honourable member from Toronto Danforth. So as I said, horrible as beheadings are, we have to make sure we're not actually doing what ISIL wants us to do by taking rash action in response. Our challenge here as parliamentarians is to figure out what the best response would be. No doubt the Canadian forces are ready, able and willing to answer the call. I represent a riding with a large number of members of the military, retired military members, and of course CFB Esquimalt, not likely to be directly involved in the next 6 months, but as a Vancouver Island MP, I'm quite aware that many of those from CFB Comox may in fact end up taking part in this mission, and of course all New Democrats wish them well when they do so. We have no doubt about their capabilities. We have no doubt about their willingness to serve. But we are not saying on this side of the House that we should do nothing. And I think in many of the speeches we've heard from the Conservatives and in their discussions, they've forgotten the history of Canada as a very important part of the humanitarian aid donors in the world, and also our very proud position of peacekeeping. So it's not either war or humanitarian aid. There's some big area in the middle where Canada has always played a very large role. And I do want to acknowledge and thank the government for the $5 million funding it announced earlier today to support investigating and prosecuting of crimes involving sexual violence. One of the things that we had called for from the beginning, one of the things that, in fact, we made part of the conditions for our support of the extension of the mission in Iraq. But the government motion we have before us doesn't have that in it. It doesn't have a lot of other things in it. It's a very vague motion, a very ill-defined mission. And again, on the other side, I've heard members saying the NDP would never support a mission. And of course, that's factually incorrect. And one of the most difficult votes that I cast when I came to Parliament was on the question of whether to extend the mission in Iraq. But in that mission, we had very clearly defined objectives. In Libya, we had very clearly defined objectives. We had a timeline assigned for ending that mission. And therefore, I felt able to support that because it was clear what we intended to accomplish and how we intended to do that. We do not have that before us in this proposed mission in Iraq. What we have is a proposal to do 6 months as an airstrike mission. Some of our allies are participating in that. The UK, France, Australia. Some are not. Many more are not. Germany, Norway, South Korea, New Zealand are some examples. We also don't have clear rules of engagement, and I heard one of the members on the other side say that rules of engagement are not for public discussion. But that's odd, because the United States is having a very public discussion right now on the terms of engagement for the airstrikes in Iraq, and a very serious discussion about the United States apparently reducing the standard by which it judges those airstrikes in terms of their impact on civilians. Again, we've had no discussion of any of those kind of impacts that are sometimes called collateral damage, but what that really means is death and destruction for many of the people that we are supposedly trying to protect. We have also a worrying precedent just in the last week, and the government said the initial non-combat mission would go on for 30 days, and then it would be evaluated before we move to some other mission. It's very, very clear from, and the debate about who was there when is not a question of numbers, as the honourable member for Edmonton Centre tried to imply. It's a question of when were people there, and could we do an evaluation of their impact before deciding to go to another kind of mission. And what it seems clear to me is that the government had already made up its mind when it started on this 30-day non-combat mission that it was going to extend into a further mission that involved combat. So now when we say we don't think you should do nothing, the question then becomes what else should be done? And we've had the Minister of Foreign Affairs citing the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2178, which in fact does not do what the Minister of Foreign Affairs tries to imply. It does not in any way authorize the kind of military mission that the government is talking about. It does really have two very big demands in it. 2178 calls for cutting off recruits and funding for ISIL. So this would in fact help strangle their movement by denying them arms, denying them supplies. The second thing it does, of that first part, is to cut off the flow of recruits. And we've had a lot of talk, again, from the last speaker, the Conservative side. We have seen some 130 Canadians go abroad to join terrorism, and none of us think that that's a good idea. And I think all of us would agree that normal criminal prosecution should take place for those people should they return to Canada. I'm pleased the Minister of Public Safety has announced he'll be at the Public Safety Committee Wednesday to talk about this goal that was set in 2178 of cutting off the flow of foreign fighters to terrorism abroad. However, I worry he will continue to talk about after-the-fact measures. The government likes to talk about the fact that they'll revoke citizenship after someone has joined in terrorism and caused the destruction. If they come back, we'll take away their citizenship. I have some questions about the fairness of that versus those who are dual nationals and those who are only Canadian-born. But more than that, it's after the fact. It doesn't do what the UN resolution calls for. It doesn't cut off the flow of recruits to ISIL. So I would like him to come to committee and talk to us about more proactive things, like suspending passports, subject, of course, to due process. But if you're going to do that, it requires resources. And this is a government that has systematically cut the resources of the CBSA, and including cutting more than 100 intelligence officers at CBSA and laying them off. The very people who might be expected to be able to identify the people who want to go abroad and join terrorism. They're gone. They've been laid off. We need that intelligence there. So if you're going to continue to cut the resources, I have my doubts about whether you can actually meet that goal of cutting off the supply of recruits. I also hope you'll come and talk about even earlier intervention. And one of the things we've talked about on this side, and I know the honourable member for Ottawa Centre has talked about it a lot, is that we need to have a politics of inclusion in this country so that people have lives that are worth living and are meaningful to them, and so that blunts the appeal of extremism. And to do that, we need to work with the Muslim communities in this country. And we saw an initiative in Winnipeg trying to work on this, where apparently, after working a long time with the RCMP, somebody higher up decided that cooperation on this project between the RCMP and the local Muslim community wasn't a good idea. And I'm looking forward for us to be able to talk to the Minister about why we're not pursuing the demands that are being made in the Muslim community, that we work together to prevent radicalization of Islamic youth in this country, and that we do that through a politics of inclusion. The second thing that 2178 asks for is for nations to address the refugee crisis in the region. And the refugee crisis is both a humanitarian crisis, but to me it's also a recruiting crisis. So when you have literally hundreds of thousands of people who've lost everything, you provide fertile field for recruiting for Islamic extremism. And one of the dangers of the use of airstrikes is that you will inadvertently end up creating more recruits for the ISIL cause. We have more than 3 million people displaced in the region, with over 1 million of those who've gone across the border into Turkey. In the last week of September alone, more than 100,000 refugees went from Syria into Turkey. The most vulnerable among those may need resettlement. And we've heard the government claiming that we're doing a great job on that versus the actual figures on the ground, where very few of those most vulnerable have been resettled in Canada. Most do not want or need resettlement, but with winter coming in the region, they do need shelter, they need food, and they need employment. They need a source of income. And so Canada has been very, very slow to meet that part of the goals of Security Council Resolution 2178. Let me say, I want to talk just a minute, since the member for Edmonton Centre implied that the NDP was full of peaceniks who like to sit at camp and sing Kumbaya. That's a quote from what he said. He wasn't talking about me. Thank you very much. We have veterans in our caucus. We have a doctor who served in the first Iraq War. And I want to talk a little bit about my own experience in conflict zones. In 1999, I was the co-chair of the largest human rights observer mission for the referendum in East Timor that led to independence. And I was the author of a letter to the Secretary General before that vote calling for an international peacekeeping force to be sent to East Timor because we could see the massing of forces of militias who were in favor of staying with Indonesia and the very direct threats they were placing on voters that they would kill people who voted for independence. The Timorese population very bravely voted for independence, but the peacekeeping force didn't arrive for a month, and more than 1,500 people died, and the infrastructure of the country was destroyed. Eventually, they did arrive, and they kept the peace for 3 years. And this was, of course, a good thing. So there is another role there, peacekeeping. I know I'm running out of time. I also served in Afghanistan in 2002, and we ended up with a very mixed mission there. I believe there was a very important mission of rebuilding that we initially started out on in Afghanistan, but it got mixed up with fighting terrorism again, and it became very, very difficult to make progress on that rebuilding. So let me conclude just with a quote from the UN Secretary General, which I think says much about the direction we have to take. Ban Ki-moon said, "Over the long term, the biggest threat to terrorists is not the power of missiles, it is the politics of inclusion." Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard various comments today in this House, and it is immensely valuable that we're having this debate. But does the member opposite really think that military action, including airstrikes, should be withheld because they might generate more recruits for the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant? Does he really think that by standing by, as the international community has been doing for 2 years, not taking military action, by wishing it away, that we will somehow bring this terrorist menace to heel? Mr. Speaker, we have seen this movie before in Afghanistan in the 1990s when the international community did nothing. The result, 9/11. We have seen this film in Syria. The international community has done nothing. ISIL started there before gaining the footholds and the control that it now has over large tracts of Iraq. Could the honourable member please tell us how inaction would prevent ISIL from continuing to strengthen its hold over Iraq and indeed the whole region?
Member for Esquimalt 1 to Fuca.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Honourable Minister of Immigration for his question. He was, of course, the ambassador in Afghanistan when I was there as an international human rights observer, so I've known him for a very long time. And I would say he's kind of, from my point of view, asked the question incorrectly. What we're saying about the motion in front of us, I will answer the question. What he said about the motion... What the Minister has said, I believe, places the question kind of backwards to us. We've said, what are the objectives you're going to achieve? What is it you're going to accomplish through airstrikes? We do not see what that is, and you have not told us what that is, and therefore we cannot support a motion that calls for airstrikes at this point.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to my colleague, really a bit of a spin-off on the question from the Minister, because this is what we've been facing all day, something along the lines that Speaker after Speaker on the government side has said, we can't simply sit on the sidelines, end of quote. That isn't what I know the Liberal Party is saying, and I'm pretty sure, and my colleague can confirm or deny it, it's not what the NDP is saying, Mr. Speaker. The Minister's implication is that if we don't send these 6 CF-18s, there's no military action. Part of the problem, I'd say to my colleague, in this debate is the Prime Minister has failed to brief the opposition leaders in terms of what the request made to us really is. Did the Americans or the coalition ask for CF-18s, which we know are considerably old? Or would Canada, strategically placed in that coalition, be better to do other things? And I asked my colleague to comment on that. And what is the government dealing with domestic terrorism as a result of these activities in these countries? There's nothing in this country. There's nothing in this motion. We will hear from the minister on Wednesday.
The honourable member for Esquimalt, Wanda Fuca.
Well, I thank the honourable member from Malpeque for his question, though I have to say at the beginning, I don't share the doubts about the capability of the Canadian forces that he and the leader of the third party quite often express in public. I know they're ready, willing, and able to go. They will do their best on the part of this country. But what we really need to do here is address the question of what it is we expect them to accomplish. And that's what's missing from the motion as it's presented to us. And I have to also say that last week, of course, the Liberals were supporting some kind of mission in Iraq. And this week they're opposing the mission in Iraq. So I think we see an equal lack of clarity in the third party as from the government.
Time for one more short question. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening all day. My colleagues from the Conservatives keep heckling that we're going to go kill bad guys. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if this government has defined who the bad guys are. We understand now that Hezbollah, who the government says is a terrorist organization, is fighting ISIS. That Muqtada al-Sadr has said that he's going to shake the ground, so is he now our friend? Is the Badr Brigade is considered a terrorist group who are fighting ISIS? Are they now our friends? That Ankara has said that unless we attack Assad, they're not coming in, and yet Assad is fighting ISIS. So we have a bunch of conservative backbenchers who are all hell-bent to send bombers over and tell us that they're going to fight bad guys when they haven't defined who the good guys are and who we will be fighting alongside. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what it is about this mission that they haven't thought through.
For Esquimalt, Wanda Fuca.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. Again, I think what we have before us is a lack of a clear objective, and so I don't expect the government to come and tell us on what day they're going to bomb what target. But I do expect them to be able to. What I do expect them to be able to tell us what they're going to accomplish with this mission, what they're going to accomplish with these airstrikes. I haven't heard anything about what they intend to accomplish through doing this strategy and tactics. Whereas if you look at the United Nations resolution, it's very clear that the priority there would be placed on stopping the flow of recruits and funds to ISIL, which we've done very little on, and that's providing the humanitarian support for the 3 million refugees in the region.
Resuming debate. Order. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Toronto, Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to be part of this debate, and I'd like to start simply by saying that, from my perspective, the question really is whether or not Canada's involvement in the way proposed by the government, in the terms proposed by the government, is necessary. And if it's not absolutely necessary from a Canadian point of view, is it wise? And that includes the broader question of can we contribute in other ways that are at some level smarter or more effective than what's being proposed by the government. That's the overall framework I'd like us to think about. I'd also like to start with a premise. And the premise is that we're all on the same page about the nature of ISIS, the barbaric nature of ISIS. And I think it's really important to remind everybody here that there's a consensus in society, not just amongst Canadians, it's not just the coalition that sees this. Importantly, it's also Muslim and Muslim communities in this country. And I think it's important that we all hear the Canadian Council of Imams, August 22nd, in a statement saying the following, and I'd like to have this as a starting point for the consensus that we all know there is a problem. Quote, the Canadian Council of Imams totally reiterates its past declarations condemning violent extremism. With respect to ISIS, we declare the following. ISIS has manifested some of the worst and barbaric human behavior. They claim to establish a so-called Islamic caliphate, but their abomination does exactly the opposite of what Islam calls upon believers to do, namely establish peace and justice and safeguard human rights. We categorically condemn the actions of this group and its monstrous crimes against humanity absolutely and without equivocation. Since their advent, ISIS mercenaries have caused nothing but destruction and corruption and have violated core Islamic teachings and principles such as the sanctity of life and the importance of treating others with dignity and respect. We call upon all Canadian Muslims to denounce this deliberate perversion of the Muslim faith and to dissociate themselves totally from such a despicable ideology and dangerous people who intentionally use the name of Islam in their ongoing campaign of distortion and destruction. Canadian Muslim communities wholeheartedly understand and believe that it is a religious and a civic duty to promote and support peaceful coexistence and multiculturalism and to condemn bigotry, hate, and discrimination against any group, here and everywhere. That is essential to being both Muslim and a Canadian. End of quotation, Mr. Speaker. So I think this starting point reminds us that we can all share this point of view, this horrible, almost primordial reaction to the horrific nature of ISIS. It doesn't tell us whether or not a particular course of action makes sense, and it doesn't tell us whether or not behind a proposed course of action there's actually a workable strategy. I think the question of strategy, Mr. Speaker, is really important because we know that at some levels, not entirely, what's going on now in northern Iraq, also with ISIS in Syria, but especially in Iraq, is part of the blowback effect from the invasion in 2003 in Iraq. It's not a new conflict in that sense. It's but the next phase of something that was started in 2003. And it's the combined effect of the incredibly wrong-minded, and in fact, John Dower, probably the leading scholar in the world of what I would call defeat studies, how one moves from conflict to peaceful reconstruction of a country. He talks about the strategic imbecility of what went on in 2003. How the Americans went in with eyes wide shut, had no plan whatsoever, despite all kinds of planning that was available, it was all ignored. And out of that emerged chaos, and out of that emerged an invigorated al-Qaeda in Iraq, which eventually metastasized into a bunch of groups, including the current group. And as such, we have to ask, what good will it do for Westerners, especially led by the U.S., to get involved again in the same way, especially when there is no sign whatsoever of any overarching understanding of the complexity of the situation on the ground and what kind of planning would actually end up solving the problems there in the medium or the long term. I also think it's important that we really realize that airstrikes have a particular cachet and a particular downside. However much they're part of warfare, I'm not naive about that. In the age that we live in, we've come to understand how civilian casualties are part and parcel of airstrikes as a method of war. Even more so when we know that the fighters that are being struck embed themselves close or within civilian populations. And this is in the context of us joining up with the Americans when they've just announced that the previous tightened rules on striking targets in the so-called war against terror has now been broadened again from a near certainty that civilians won't be harmed to the general laws of humanitarian law, the general laws of war, which frankly leave a lot of scope. And this is at a time when commentators like Alan Dershowitz are actually calling on Obama to say the way in which Israel went about attacks in Gaza should become the norm for understanding how difficult it is to enforce a near certainty principle. He's actually said Obama finally realizes how difficult it is. So whether one thinks that Israel in Gaza was engaging lawfully or not lawfully, the reality is that civilians get in the way. Now, why am I emphasizing that? I'm emphasizing that, Mr. Speaker, because of the reaction. The question is, what good is going to come from very, very cynically manipulated facts and images coming out of ISIS and partners about the killing of civilians on the ground? It's already begun. As a colleague in Toronto Danforth has written to me, quote, ISIS is not sitting out in the desert with the target painted around them. They're embedded in towns and cities, in buildings full of civilians. The possibility of massive civilian casualties perpetrated by the good guys is unjustifiable and fuels, this is the point, further anger and an increased sense of the West versus Islam. I was also written to by another member of my constituency who says, quote, I am an Iraqi-born Canadian. My family left Iraq at the beginning of the Saddam era. I'm extremely alarmed and saddened by what is happening in Iraq. However, I don't think Canada should play a role in combat intervention. The Americans and the British put Iraq in an environment that nurtured such extremist groups. I would like to see Canada play a role, but in more humanitarian and diplomatic ways. She goes on to say, I would urge Canada in finding ways to stop groups, countries from financially supporting ISIL. And I'll get to that because I think if we focus on the reality, it's not just the Americans that opened up the current situation. Frankly, it's Saudi Arabia as well. The birthplace and the continuing nurturing source for Wahhabism of a particularly virulent kind that easily metastasizes into exactly the kinds of groups that we see is fueled by financing and a government turning its eyes and intelligence agencies turning its eyes on the millions and millions of dollars in the support coming out of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has 1,000 combat aircraft, Mr. Speaker. What if we were to say, you know, airstrikes, if they must be part of saving immediate lives, why should they be part Western airplanes? Saudi Arabia has 1,000 combat aircraft. Saudi Arabia is the heart of Sunni Islam that's causing what's going on in northern Iraq and Syria. Surely a Sunni-on-Sunni dimension to this would be far more beneficial than a West versus a fictionalized version of Islam in the minds of these monsters. The last thing I'd like to say, Mr. Speaker, is this is not the only crisis in the world. Canada has only so many resources and so much money. We know that massive help is needed in West Africa with respect to Ebola. Even the Americans are sending troops there because of that realization. We know that we should be involved, at least from the NDP perspective, we should be involved in peacekeeping and, frankly, state rebuilding, if it ever existed, in the Central African Republic. The Central African Republic, exactly. Especially given our experience in Africa, our French language capacities. Not everyone needs to pile on to the same crisis. We have about 60 partners, is it, in this crisis? What can Canada do where capacity is desperately needed in other parts of the world? That would be a question I would ask, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed a very important debate we are having over here, but let me just quote, I just read a news item that's coming on BBC, Mr. Speaker, on the situation today in Koban, where Asala Abdallah, a lady, a politician living over there, has said that the fighting is now on Koban Street happening now, and if they are not stopped now, there will be a big massacre, Mr. Speaker. This is what she has just said to the BBC, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Speaker, it is but beyond my understanding. Now, I do understand, I've debated a lot with the NDP over the years that humanitarian assistance is there. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, at this current time, the important issue is that people are dying, massacres are taking place, Mr. Speaker. Right now. Canada has always, as they said in the history, Mr. Speaker, for all of this thing has stood when there has been oppression, Mr. Speaker. First World War, Second World War, Afghanistan, Kosovo, Mr. Speaker. Today, the world is calling again for Canada to come and say that at this time to go. It is beyond my understanding why cannot at this given time, now, Mr. Speaker, we cannot agree to help these people who are facing massacre. That's the issue, Mr. Speaker. Forget about this humanitarian.
Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
The world is calling. Well, the world is being organized to call. We have to keep in mind what the dynamics of this are. This is an American-led coalition. in which we ultimately will not have tactical control over our involvement. All right? The question then becomes, how much will not, and keep in mind that Iraq, especially when my colleagues were visiting, Iraq and the Kurdish authorities asked for a completely different kind of involvement by Canada. And Iraq's formal invitation, which nobody here has seen and probably never will, in terms of what the letter of invitation says. We haven't seen the American one either, may never. The whole question of that invitation having been put forward came only because the Americans have decided that the whole coalition has to be organized in this way. Question then becomes, why should Canada be lining itself up to be the dog that's being wagged by the tail of another dog? That's almost the way it is. And I've already said, if you believe airstrikes are the particular thing that's necessary, why do you think it's smart for either American or Canadian planes to be delivering the bombs? Why do you think that's a wise thing, given the history? This is not some petty schoolyard idea of we have to do it because others are doing it. Otherwise, we're not holding up our end. It's what makes sense.
Gentleman member will come to order. Just in addition to the mentioned honourable members, it's good to direct their comments and speech to the chair, and that sometimes prevents this kind of cross the aisle conversations. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, late last week, we found out in terms of, or had a better sense in terms of what Canada's expectations are going to be coming from the Prime Minister, and the leader of the Liberal Party was able to respond shortly after the Prime Minister announced it back on Friday last week. And today we now have an amendment that's been brought forward by the New Democrats. And there's one part of it, and my colleague, and I've made reference to it in previous questions today, but I would ask my colleague from the NDP if he could maybe provide some comment on it. And it's the first one, and I quote right from the amendment, call on the government to contribute to the fight against ISIL, including military support for the transportation of weapons for a period of up to 3 months. The question that I have for the member is because I was a bit surprised when I saw that coming in from the Democratic Party, was do the NDP or would the NDP oppose any form of non-combat advisory role going forward for the military?
Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe you will remember that during the 30-day period of the initial deployment, our concern was lack of information and lack of forthcoming answers. We never once said that the advising role of Special Forces is somehow itself a problem. Not something we could endorse with a complete lack of information. So keep that in mind. And the other thing is that when it says including military support through the channeling of weapons, I personally believe that once you start helping in a humanitarian operation, you're implicated on the ground. A colleague here, Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister, said you implicated on the ground further and further into areas that are closer and closer to ISIS. You may well have to make a choice about how you protect the people that you're helping in a humanitarian fashion. So that's another example I would give apart from helping with weapons.
Before we go to resuming debate, I see the Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point.
Mr. Speaker, I think as everyone in this House knows, was the intention of this government to have a debate and a vote on this matter today. However, it's apparent right now that that will not be happening. As a result, I'd like to provide the following brief statement about the business of the House for the balance of the week. The fourth allotted day, which was originally set for tomorrow, will now be on Thursday, October 9th. Wednesday will see us debate Bill C-40, the Rouge Urban National Park, at second reading. Friday will be the last day of third reading of Bill C-13, the Protecting Canadians from Online Crime Act. Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, we will resume debate on the government's resolution on taking appropriate action against the Islamic State in Iraq and Levant. Finally, I give notice that pursuant to Standing Order 57, that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting that in respect of Government Motion Number 13, the debate not be further adjourned. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure the House appreciates the notice and the update in respect to the business of the House. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me say at the outset, an honor it is to be here for this debate, but also that I'll be sharing my time with the Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification. And let me begin by observing that I doubt there's any of us on this side of the House, pilots, business people, former police officers, that relishes the prospect of passing this resolution with its provisions for airstrikes, for sending the Royal Canadian Air Force back into combat. This is something that every government does reluctantly, only after considering every possible option, only after excluding more peaceful courses of action. We understand on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, that Iraq itself has seen far too much bloodshed. It was the scene of countless conflicts over centuries when it was that buffer zone between the Ottoman and the Safavid empires. But just in the past 100 years, since Ottoman sovereignty ended, think of the fighting there during 2 world wars. Think of the bloody coups under Iraq's kings. Think of the depredations of Ba'athist dictators. Then the Iran-Iraq War, one of the forgotten but most destructive conflicts of the late Cold War period, the 1980s. In fact, Canada's first combat mission after Korea was to this very region. It was the Gulf War in 1990-91 at the tail end of that terrible period of conflict that brought Iran and Iraq so many casualties, so many deaths. And we fought then, as we are now, proposing to do now, with coalition allies, to release a country from the murderous grip of a dictator, in that case Saddam Hussein.
In 2003, our country did not assist in the American invasion, which resulted in the insurrection that is still lasting and going on in Iraq to this day. We saw an influence on the enlargement of the Iranian influence, murderous al-Qaeda groups who transplanted themselves there from Iraq, or from Afghanistan rather. And today, now we find ourselves with Taliban in Pakistan, who have become formal allies with the Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant. And so there we find ourselves today facing a new threat of a violent terrorist network that is devoted to bringing this to our society here.
To the views of the previous speaker, the member for Toronto, Danforth, this is not and should not be described by anyone in this House, in our view, as a fight of West against East. This is a fight against humanity, of humanity over darkness, of Arab countries against terrorists that threaten their very existence, and of all civilized people against those who would deny the very foundations of civilization. Je suis convaincu, Monsieur le Président.
I'm convinced, Mr. Speaker, that our Prime Minister has expressed what the general feeling is among our Canadian citizens when he said the following here in this House last Friday. He said our country, like its allies, shares its obligation. It's a burden that we all must share in free countries to fight against those who threaten the world.
To genocide and brutality has always been clear. It has always been a response of principle, and in this case, it began long before ISIL had raised its black flag. In 2009, Canada began one of the largest and most effective resettlement programs in our history, and on a per capita basis, the largest resettlement program for Iraqi refugees in the world to date. Many had been out of Iraq since 2003. Others had sought refuge in Syria, only to find that country's peace shattered by a civil war after 2011. All had seen murderous factionalism at first hand, They'd witnessed the hunting down of minorities, the rape of girls, the horror of blood-soaked revenge. They had also witnessed, Mr. Speaker, a practice that horrifies Muslims in Canada as much as it does the citizens of peaceful, law-abiding Arab states in the Persian Gulf. The killing of unbelievers on the basis of a decree by maniacs who call themselves the leaders of this organization. And, Mr. Speaker, when that type of genocidal butchery is taking place, whether it was in Central Europe in the late 1930s and early 1940s, in Central Africa and the Great Lakes region in the 1990s, Canada has always responded to that darkness with light, to that horror with our best effort to bring hope to those who otherwise face death. Now, those who have been resettled in Canada and other countries are a small fraction of the millions internally displaced, or those who fled Iraq as refugees to Jordan, Turkey, Lebanon, and Egypt. They are Armenians, Kurds, Shia professionals from Karbala, Sunni tribesmen from Nineveh, Mandeans, Yazidis, Chaldean Catholics, Syriac Orthodox, an ancient diversity on the verge of obliteration by a modern wrecking ball. Canada has resettled nearly 19,000 Iraqi refugees since 2009. Our goal is 20,000, with 5,000 more Iranians and Iraqis still to come from Turkey. Only the U.S. has had a larger program, Mr. Speaker, in absolute numbers. No country has been more generous or strategic in seeking to protect Iraq's vulnerable minorities. And we on this side would like to pay particular tribute to the private sponsors all across this country, without whom such a program could never Moreover, Mr. Speaker, there is no zero-sum choice to be made here between Canada's humanitarian imperatives and our military duty. On this side, we choose both to open our doors to the persecuted while striking to eliminate factories of violence in Mosul, Ramadi, and elsewhere. We choose both the ambulance and the firefighters, Mr. Speaker, because we know that this is the only way to help the millions who have been affected by this, threatened by this conflict. Mr. Speaker, how could we in all good conscience do otherwise? How could we take in 20,000, yet ignore the plight of millions who face a fate potentially worse than nearly 200,000 Syrians dead since 2011? In fact, military action to support Iraqi and Kurdish forces on the ground is the only contribution with a prospect of curbing this killing spree. The best thing we can do for refugees, Mr. Speaker, is to take action with our allies, to take action with the professionalism of the Royal Canadian Air Force to stop the depredations of ISIL in Iraq and to stop the killing. But why are we here today, Mr. Speaker? How did we get to a place where airstrikes and military advisors were needed to stop ISIL? The answer is simple. Neglect, inaction. The neglect Vladimir Putin championed when he did his chemical weapons deal in Syria. The sense of abandonment Iraqi forces and awakening councils endured when their funding was cut by foreign partners only a short time ago. As U.S. leaders, including Hillary Clinton, have acknowledged, it was neglect of Afghanistan after 1989 that ushered in civil war, the Taliban, then al-Qaeda. We are now, Mr. Speaker, in a race to ensure neglect of Iraq and Syria's civil wars does not result in any disaster comparable to, or God forbid, greater than 9/11. And, Mr. Speaker, it has never been the habit of governments in this country, when air power was needed to stop and curb these threats to international peace and security, that the parties that have governed this country, that have formed government in this country, took these options off the table. It is an urgent question for us on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, how the Liberal Party of Canada, that sent the Royal Canadian Air Force to Kosovo without a UN resolution, that sent our troops, and so many of us, to Afghanistan in 2002, 2003, that endorsed our military mission in Libya, is now saying, when an even greater threat has emerged, that all of these options are off the table, that combat is something that Canada doesn't do, that we are the ones who stand on the sidelines when our allies have decided to act under the leadership of a U.S. president, in this case, President Obama. Mr. Speaker, we do not recognize the Liberal Party of Canada today in their position. We understand the NDP's pacifism, their unwillingness to take military action. That's perhaps has something to do with the fact they've never been in government. But, Mr. Speaker, there is a threat today to Iraq, to the Middle East, a direct threat to Canada and Canadians through the menace of ISIL, through the menace of terrorism, which unfortunately remains international, with its bases in many places. And, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House are determined to be generous to those in need, to
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just start off by yet again underlining the commitment that our government made but didn't fulfill when it comes to Syrian refugees. And that minister, day in, day out, gets up and says that they have settled 1,500 when he knows they haven't. 200 have only arrived here. He knows that we should be absolutely opening the door to more instead of pretending that they've done what he claims they've done. It's uncharacteristic to our country, and it's unbecoming a minister to get up and keep pushing that talking point. But I want to ask him specifically. You know, a lot of interesting comments over there. But the one thing that we were asked to do was to support humanitarian assistance. And I have in my hand, and he would be familiar with this, the actual plan for the UN. The UN is asking for $360 million immediately, actually by November, to do the following: to help 390,000 vulnerable IDPs. They've already escaped. What we're saying on the NDP side is that's a noble thing to do, to help protect people, to get behind this plan instead of this ill-conceived, airstrikes that will start. We don't even know when. The government sure doesn't know. Don't know where these planes are going to be situated. Why not get behind a plan that's going to save lives right now?
Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we are standing foursquare behind a plan that will not only see internally displaced people helped, but help to ensure by military means that they are not killed, Mr. Speaker. This is not the issue. We will not protect the internally displaced in most parts of Iraq from ISIL's violence with tents and clean water and good wishes. They have shown their willingness to cut minorities down, to kill indiscriminately those who are not in agreement with them, to eliminate minorities, ethnic and religious, from the territory of that country. And that's why military action is required, Mr. Speaker. And let's not distort the facts. 1,500.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listening to the minister talking about how he's mystified about what the Liberals have done, and they've always been ready to jump in feet first to help wherever it was needed in the world. I'd like to ask him if he regrets the fact that Canada did not go into Iraq in 2003, because it seems to fit into what his government would have thought at the time. But my real question, that was rhetorical, my real question is, the minister talks at length of the horror of ISIL, and I agree with him, everybody does, of the darkness that has descended upon the land, and he spoke of the absolute need to help, and we agree with that. But what I want to know is, does this mean that the Conservative Party is going to stay in a combat role as long as it takes to defeat ISIL and until the light comes back to the land?
Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, as we've all heard the Prime Minister say, we are going to stay there until ISIL's capacity to deliver this murderous agenda in Iraq and potentially beyond is degraded. And if we can manage with our allies, NATO allies, non-NATO allies, we will see that capacity is utterly destroyed and removed. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not 2003. I, as all of us on this side, are absolutely prepared to acknowledge that Iraq in 2003 was not a headquarters for terrorist networks. This is a new phenomenon, Mr. Speaker. It needs to be addressed today. And our question is, where is the Liberal Party? The Liberal Party that took us into the Second World War, the Liberal Party that sent the Royal Canadian Air Force to Kosovo without a UN resolution, the Liberal Party that joined us in Libya and sent us on the longest mission in our history, Mr. Speaker, combat mission in Afghanistan. Instead, what we hear from the Liberal leader is a reference to the Royal Canadian Air Force that is purely anatomical.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification. I'll let the Honourable Minister know there are about 3 minutes remaining in the time for government orders today, but she can get started, and the remaining time, of course, will be available when the House next resumes debate on the question. The Honourable Minister of State.
Understood, Mr. Speaker. Is there a clear case to be made for Canada's role in seeking to contain the expansion of ISIL? I have not known persecution or war, and as a Canadian of recent generation, I have only known tolerance of diversity, freedom of discourse, and the promise of opportunity. When we look within our borders, we seek to enshrine these principles in our policy. We strive to root out barriers to economic prosperity, to freedom of speech, and to safety of person and to equality. Regardless of political stripe in Canada, we seek to better the human condition within our borders because we know that our prosperity and evolution as a nation hinges on our capacity to enshrine our nation's collective sense of humanity in our foundational policy and thinking, indeed, within its culture. My generation is so fortunate because as a nation we have stood against, in combat, forces which espouse the antithesis of these principles and have sought to impose their way of thinking on the world. In this context, the motion in front of us seizes us with a direct request from the democratically elected government of Iraq to assist in containing a terrorist group operating within their border, which has lost their humanity, to assist in the provision of vital humanitarian aid. This is urgent. With every passing day, ISIL operates in the open, spreading the cancer of their barbarism in taking new territory. They are bent on establishing a state which would be governed by perverse beliefs that treat women and religious minorities as subhuman. And with every town they take, with every new base they establish, they attract more finances to their cause and seduce disaffected to their territory with the siren call of a warped caliphate born out of beheadings and of rape. Our allies have recognized this threat to this terrorist group poses not only to the people of the nations affected by their current advance, but to our democracies. In a threat delivered via social media, ISIL asked supporters, O Mujahideen in Europe, America, Australia, and Canada, O patrons of Islamic State, O you who consider yourselves amongst its soldiers and patrons, if you are not able to find an IED or a bullet, then single out the disbelieving American, Frenchman, or any of their allies, smash his head with a rock, or slaughter him with a knife, or run him over with your car, or throw him from a high place, or choke him or poison him. Do not lack, do not be contemptible. Let your slogan be, may I not be saved if the cross worshipper and ruler ruling by man-made laws survives.
The Honourable Minister of State will have the Honourable Minister of State will have 7 minutes remaining for the time for her comments when the House next returns to debate on the question.
It being 6:30, the House will now proceed to the deferred recorded division on Bill C-36. Call in the members.
question is as follows. Mr. McKay, Central Nova, seconded by Mr. Polyev, move that Bill C-36, an act to amend the Criminal Code in response to the Supreme Court of Canada decision in Attorney General of Canada v. Bedford, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher. Ms. Leach.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blenny.
Mr. Blenny.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley, Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightcrest.
Mr. Brightcrest.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chung.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Albright.
Albright.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Deckard.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lakitsky.
Mr. Lakitsky.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mr. Brown, Leeds Grenville.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernuge.
Mr. Bernuge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Harris, Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Allen Tobic, Mactaquac.
Alan Tobic, Mactaquac.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Weston, St. John.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Young, Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Volan.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yardega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Vulcan.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Madame Laverdière.
Laverdière.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Miss Sims, Newton Delta.
Mr. Allen Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Mr. Harris, St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Collins.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toom.
Monsieur Toom.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane-Nabel.
Monsieur Diane-Nabel.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mrs. Sitzweisen.
Mrs. Sitzweisen.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lafiard.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lafiard.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-La Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-Labelle.
Mr. Hermanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Godel.
Mr. Goodell.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc, Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Gildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Sims, Monte Vista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Monte Vista, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Radgaber.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Madame Perrault.
Et Madame Perrault.
Yeas pour 156, 156. Nays contre 124, 124.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Order. Hello. I'd ask all honourable members who have other business remaining. We're moving to adjournment proceedings, so they may wish to take their conversations into their respective lobbies. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in May, I asked this government that they would finally consider taking real action on climate change and implement a carbon fee and dividend system. In typical Conservative fashion, I didn't get a real answer. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment had the gall to claim the Conservative non-approach is actually working. The Parliamentary Secretary referenced his favorite non-truth, that carbon emissions have declined thanks to Conservative, quote, action. The facts do not bear out that claim, Mr. Speaker. While emissions did drop in 2009, they had nothing to do with the Conservatives unless they wished to take credit for the global financial crisis. Since 2009, due to Conservative inaction, Canada's inaction and non-action, Canada's carbon emissions have been and are steadily rising, and our emissions will continue to rise without some kind of plan to address them. Without new measures by this government, we will not hit even the Conservatives' watered-down emission targets. According to the National Roundtable on the Environment and Economy, an important advisory group terminated by the Conservatives at the height of their anti-environment fervor in 2012, without real action, climate change will cost Canada at least $5 billion each year, just a few years from now, and up to a whopping $43 billion each year by 2050. While the Conservatives pad the pockets of their big oil friends with billion-dollar subsidies, it's Canadians who will be paying the real price. And that's not just future generations. We're seeing those costs now. So how do we get out of this mess? You would think with such an obvious problem and such glaring inaction by this government that the solution must be really complicated. But it's not, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives are ignoring a very simple solution. We just need to put a price on carbon. Canadians are smart people, Mr. Speaker, much smarter than this government, it seems. They see the growing cost of doing nothing, the billions of dollars that their children will be forced to pay, and they are ready to make an investment. Canadians are telling pollsters and politicians that they're ready to pay a little bit now to avoid paying much more down the line. But this government continues to ignore them. And the Conservatives aren't just ignoring Canadians, they're ignoring the experts also. Carbon pricing has been endorsed by scientists and economists alike. Agenda-setting finance organizations like the IMF and The Economist support a price on carbon. So does Shell Oil and BP. And why wouldn't they? Carbon pricing has been very successful in other jurisdictions. In Denmark, Finland, Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, Switzerland, even BC. Here in Canada, a price on carbon has actually coincided with economic growth in BC. Since its introduction, emissions there have declined 10%, and BC has outpaced Canada's GDP growth over the same time frame. Mr. Speaker, carbon fee and dividend is a no-brainer. It's 100% revenue neutral, and not a penny will go to government. Though the price of carbon-intensive products will rise as companies pass the cost down, every dollar will be paid in a dividend check to Canadians on an equal per capita basis. No Canadian would be taxed under carbon fee and dividend, and those who choose to turn to more environmentally friendly products or to reduce their consumption will actually make money. It can provide a guaranteed annual income to every Canadian, so the NDP should like it. Carbon fee and dividend reduces our carbon emissions and pays dividends to each and every Canadian. So why won't these Conservatives consider it? Mr. Speaker, it might even get them re-elected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to tell the House that we have taken action, and the facts are there. It's estimated that Canada's greenhouse gas emissions in 2020 will be 128 megatons less than they would have been without action. since 2005, and that's a fact. Moreover, Canada's per capita emissions are also at their lowest point since tracking began in 1990, and that's a fact. In order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, our government is implementing a sector-by-sector regulatory approach, and it's working. We have already put in place regulations for the transportation sector and the electricity generating sectors. In the transportation sector, with these regulations, Mr. Speaker, it's projected that the 2025 model year light-duty vehicles will consume up to 50% less fuel and produce about 50% less greenhouse gas emissions than 2008 vehicles, and that's a fact. Regulations for heavy-duty vehicles and engines will reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the 2018 model year heavy-duty vehicles by up to 23% compared to vehicles manufactured prior to the regulatory period. And, Mr. Speaker, that's a fact. In the electricity generation sector, Canada already is one of the cleanest systems in the world, with over three-quarters of our electricity supply emitting no greenhouse gases. By introducing a tough new regulatory performance standard for coal-fired electricity generation, Canada became the first major coal user to ban construction of traditional coal-fired electricity generation units. And, Mr. Speaker, that's a fact. Moreover, we have also announced our government's intent to regulate hydrofluorocarbons, or HFCs, a group of greenhouse gases which can have warming potentials up to 1,000 to 3,000 times more potent than carbon dioxide. Canada will be aligning with regulations recently proposed by the United States and taking preemptive action to reduce and limit harmful HFC emissions before they increase. And, Mr. Speaker, that's a fact. Our government's regulatory approach is further enhanced by complementary measures that will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions over the longer term. These measures include significant investments of over $10 billion in green infrastructure, energy efficiency, the development of clean energy technologies, and the production of cleaner energy fossil fuels, Mr. Speaker. That's a fact. Moving forward, the Government of Canada will continue to look for opportunities to take action in a manner that reduces greenhouse gas emissions while maintaining job creation and economic growth. And we'll do that, Mr. Speaker, without a job-killing carbon tax that the opposition seems to be obsessed with, that they'd like to implement, that would raise the price of everything from groceries to anything to do with home heating, for gasoline. This is something that Canadians don't want, Mr. Speaker. We're going to make sure that we decrease greenhouse gases while growing the economy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Oh, Mr. Speaker. It's true that the Conservatives are copycatting USA emission standards later and delayed, but they're not going to hit the Copenhagen target. They are going to hit their Copenhagen targets, while we're not even going to come close. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are throwing their alleged conservative principles out the window and rejecting this simple solution. Carbon fee and dividend is not a tax. It will not cost jobs. It is market-driven and it's fair. The government will give back every dollar to Canadians, and no new bureaucracy is needed, unlike the NDP's cap-and-trade scheme. It's right up the Conservative alley. The NDP, through quarterly dividend checks to every Canadian, carbon fee and dividend will reduce poverty on a national scale and will reduce our emissions at the same time, so the NDP should adopt it. It's time for the Liberals to stop waffling and pick a price on carbon. Carbon fee and dividend is the best and most moderate system, and I hope the Liberals will consider it. So for all these reasons, the Green Party is totally supportive of carbon fee and dividend. It will enable us to steadily and progressively reduce our emissions, do you get that? Without hurting our economy. It will help Canada to become a leader in green technology. And to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, it might just get them re-elected in next year's re-election campaign. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, beyond efforts to reduce emissions, our government is also taking steps to help Canadians adapt to a changing climate. Since 2006, we have invested $235 million in domestic adaptation initiatives in priority areas such as human health, communities, and the economy. These initiatives, Mr. Speaker, aim to improve our understanding of climate change and to help Canadians plan for climate impacts, notably in Canada's north. And, Mr. Speaker, my colleague did bring up the Liberals, so I just can't help myself. I'm going to comment here. the Liberals, if you remember, signed on to something called the Kyoto Accord. And what they did, Mr. Speaker, they signed on to this agreement with absolutely no plan to bring down any emissions. Under their watch, Mr. Speaker, we saw greenhouse gases go up almost 130 megatons. Mr. Speaker, our approach is working. We're seeing for the first time ever a decoupling of economic growth and greenhouse gases. This is historic. This is something that everybody in this House should be on board with. The greenhouse gases have decreased since 2006, 5.1%. We've seen our economy grow 10.6%. Mr. Speaker, this is working. This is something we all can be proud of, and I hope that everyone in this House really focuses on doing the best we can so that the economy continues to grow while greenhouse gases are decreasing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I rise in the House today to follow up on a question that I asked on June 18th last year on the process to replace the Honourable Justice Louis Lebel, who will be retiring on the end of November.
Quote, no process undertaken to date, but he encouraged me to, quote, look forward to the future with optimism. I therefore anticipated the government would use the ensuing summer months to begin consultations and get the process underway, if not completed. As such, it was particularly alarming to learn upon our return to Parliament in September, by way of an order paper question, that in the words of the Minister, the Supreme Court appointment process is, quote, still under reconsideration, and that it remains to be determined how the government will proceed. Today is an especially appropriate day to be raising these issues, Mr. Speaker, because today the Honourable Justice Clément Gascon took his seat on the Supreme Court. I have a great deal of respect for Justice Gascon, but the process by which he was chosen following the Nadon fiasco was a clear regression to a closed, unaccountable, unrepresentative process without an advisory selection panel, without any parliamentary involvement, and without any public participation. In fact, since the Conservatives took over in 2006, the government has been watering down the appointment process that I was proud to initiate as Minister of Justice in 2004. That process, which led to the appointments of the Honourable Justices Rosalie Abel and Louis Chanon, included for the first time a public protocol setting forth the people to be consulted, and an inclusive advisory panel composed of MPs, distinguished members of the legal community, and eminent public persons who evaluated and recommended candidates. The evaluation criteria were made public from the outset, and prior to the appointments being finalized, I took questions as Minister from a parliamentary committee, among other things, how these criteria were met by the nominees. These measures were intended as a first step toward a more inclusive, transparent, and accountable process. Indeed, the committee submitted a report with the recommendations for further improvements, and that report was made public. At that time, 10 years ago, it appeared that all parties agreed on the need for greater transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness in the appointment process. However, the government has since moved starkly in the opposite direction, to the point of that earlier today, in response to a question from the member for Gatineau, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice indicated that the government envisages no role for Parliament in the process to replace Justice Lebel. There are now less than 2 months until Justice Lebel will vacate his seat on the court. Yet, by the Minister's own admission in his response to my order paper questions 3 weeks ago, not only had the process to replace Justice Lebel not been initiated, the government had not even decided what the process would be. I would like to know, Mr. Speaker, whether that remains the case, or whether the government has by now decided on the process. If it has, what does this process entail? What elements of the process have already occurred, and why has it been kept secret? If, on the other hand, the government has still not decided on the process, what is the cause of the delay, and when will the process to replace Justice Lebel, in fact, begin? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member opposite is now aware, the appointment to fill the vacancy of the Honourable Justice Fish has been completed, and Mr. Justice Gascon has now taken his position on the top court, and we congratulate him on taking his position there today. The appointment of Mr. Justice Gascon to the Supreme Court of Canada was preceded by broad consultation with Quebec's legal community. These included the Government of Quebec, the province's Chief Justice, and the Chief Justice of the Quebec Superior Court, as well as the Canadian Bar Association, the Barreau de Quebec, and the Barreau de Montreal, and of course this court itself, the Supreme Court. This process confirmed Mr. Justice Gascon's reputation as an outstanding jurist whose professional integrity and wealth of legal knowledge and experience would make him an excellent addition to the nation's highest court. It is often noted that one of the strengths of the judiciary in this country is the diversity of experience and skills that the individual judges bring to their tasks. The result is a combination of different but complementary perspectives grounded in a shared devotion to the law and public service, which enriches our courts and our justice system as a whole. This is particularly important in the context of our highest court, which is called upon to address the issues of national concern and to speak with a unique authority in resolving contentious matters from across this country. Over the years, the Supreme Court of Canada has been blessed with a great many brilliant jurists, and the appointment of Mr. Justice Gascon reflects our government's commitment to supporting that proud tradition of legal excellence and merit. Ensuring that Canadians everywhere can have confidence in our highest court and in our justice system as a whole continues to be one of our top priorities. The people of this country expect and deserve no less. There will be no shortage of challenging issues to come in the months and years ahead, but I have no doubt that with the help of Mr. Justice Gascon, the Supreme Court of Canada, with a full complement of judges, will continue to serve the Canadian public with its customary integrity and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, what the honourable member opposite is really getting at is whether or not we will implement a review process for future Supreme Court of Canada appointments. I can say with all certainty that we are reviewing the process, and when a decision has been reached, we will let Canadians know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I would concur with the Parliamentary Secretary that Justice Gascon is a distinguished jurist, and there was consultation. However, and this is the main point of my remarks, there was no protocol of who was consulted. There was no establishment of a judicial selection panel. There was no parliamentary review. There was no public engagement. There was no accountability. In fact, with the Prime Minister's office, in response to my order paper question, acknowledged that they, in fact, were the ones who suspended the process. And so, Mr. Speaker, as the Supreme Court is the pillar of our constitutional democracy, the arbiter between federal, provincial, territorial relations, the ultimate guarantor of our constitutional rights, that Supreme Court deserves better. Thus far, the non-existent judicial appointment process prejudices the court, Parliament, the public, and our whole integrity of this process to secure the candidates.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to the former Minister of Justice, and I'm wondering if he could tell me what all of the following names have in common: Justice Bastarache, Justice Binney, Justice Arbour, Justice Labelle, Justice Deschamps, Justice Fish, Justice Sharon, and Justice Abella. Well, let me help them out, Mr. Speaker. They were all appointed between 1994 and 2005 by Liberal justice ministers, and none of them appeared before an ad hoc parliamentary committee to discuss their nominations. In the cases of Justice Sharon and Abella, my friend from Mount Royal was the Minister of Justice, and he appeared before an ad hoc parliamentary committee to discuss how and why they were chosen, but the justices themselves did not appear before the committee, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.